This is Audible.
The Brookes Effect, written by Dean Hall, narrated by Daniel Pagoni. Chapter 1. Winter. At first glance, nothing would distinguish this meeting from any other ordinary AA gathering. The venue could have been any location, organized by any number of groups with the familiar arrangement of circled chairs, most of them adorned with coats to ward off the bitter cold of mid-January. A coffee pot, seemingly a staple of such events, sat atop a short bookcase that spanned the length of the wall as soon as one entered the Sunday school room. On that day, the group consisted of 10 individuals with an average age of around 45. Apart from me, everyone else was familiar with each other. The attendees comprised 6 whites, 3 African Americans, and 1 75-year-old Hispanic gentleman. The youngest of the group was Bobby Knowles, who had kicked the session ritual off with his approximately 10-minute testimonial, which, of course, began with the seemingly obligatory, "Hi, I'm Bobby, and I'm an alcoholic," which triggered the expected cliched response from the rest of us, "Welcome, Bobby," delivered with the friendly, "your secrets are safe with us" tone that you would expect from a group of seasoned alcoholics. For approximately 45 minutes, the torch, or better yet, the magic dry eraser, was passed around the circle. Next, it went to Sax, then to Victor. Lorraine and I declined on our turns when it got to us. This was my 3rd time attending this meeting location, and I was not ready to do the sharing thing quite yet. The eraser made its way around the circle to Josh, Lonnie, Wayne, and Alex. Finally, the eraser returned to the group leader, Mac Bennett. Throughout the exercise, the regulars probably did not hear any new information. It sounded like more of the same confessions we had heard last week and the week before, with minor variations. But I suppose none of us got up this morning and drove down here to listen to any startling new revelations. We were here because we all knew we had to do this to survive. For most of us, this was a last resort. We were all engaged in the age-old Sisyphus struggle to push our proverbial boulders up life's hill. By simply showing up, we acknowledged to ourselves and the other members of the group that we recognized the potential danger of being crushed at any time. Nevertheless, we were committed to the task at hand. The small classroom was filled with individuals who had achieved years of successful sobriety. Just about the time the eraser got back to Mac, Lorraine got up quietly and excused herself from the room, which had struck me and the others as being a little odd because she had been among the most talkative over the last couple of weeks. In the few times I had been around her before, I had found that she could grate on my nerves with her constant, almost obnoxious positivity and encouragement. "Next week, she'll probably show up with a fresh homemade crumb cake bouncing off the walls with excitement," Sax said. Of course, no one knows the demons likely to present themselves on our doorsteps on any given day. But as recovering alcoholics, I suppose all of us have learned to expect the bastards to be there. That is what the category "it is what it is" was invented for, I thought. Until now, I had managed to enjoy another relaxing fly-on-the-wall skate through this week's meeting. Naturally, I had exchanged a few pre- and post-meeting pleasantries with others, just enough to get through the awkwardness, but I had not spoken to the group yet about my struggles. I was still undecided as to whether I even wanted to or not. I had learned long ago about the value of just keeping my mouth shut, and at that moment, I remembered I was leaning towards remaining a fly. Most of them probably knew I was from the upper end of the county around Millville. Also, a few might even know that I was a high school history teacher, but I thought that was probably the extent of the dossier that the collective group might have been able to put together on me. I was not new to Alcoholics Anonymous. I was just new to this particular meeting place. Then, probably in the spirit of a 3rd time being a charm, Mac caught me off guard with a question that I am sure he later looked back on with regret. He called me out to the entire group, and as a teacher, I thought it was a dick move this soon. I had not expected this. I had not prepared for this at all. First, there was eye contact between us, which seemed to throw everything into slow motion. Then it turned into one of those awkward, mind melt moments that felt like I was subliminally screaming from the top of my lungs, "Don't fucking do it, dude." "Oh, I'm gonna do it, bro," Max seemed to confidently, albeit subliminally, reply. Then Mac did it. He started his sentence with the word "so," which I immediately had to internally laugh and shake my head because I thought of the times that I had told my students, half jokingly, that most of the time when you hear someone start a sentence off with the word "so," you can almost always count on it to be followed with total bullcrap. "So, James, I was wondering if you might want to say a few words to the group today. We've got plenty of time," Mac asked me confidently as he tossed the eraser to me for a successful catch. Since I had decided to hold on to the eraser and not throw it back at him, I felt the need to buy time. I took a nice, deep, cleansing breath and allowed the speed and sound of my heartbeat pounding in my ears to slow and dissipate some. I had allowed myself to fall into these traps many times before, and I thought I had safely avoided the usual pitfalls today. I was wrong. I had become complacent, and for that, I was going to have to sweat. The key I discovered was always to be prepared, but this time I was surprised. Years ago, I had given up the notion that I could make a difference by sharing my screwed-up life experiences. I knew that this time was not going to be any different. I decided I needed to keep my conscience in check. If I had to list 5 characteristics to describe myself, a realist would be at the top. I was not stressed about having to talk publicly because I did this for a living as a teacher. What stressed me was getting carried away. I just needed to be creative and keep things generic because I knew that if I let the real me out, that might not go so well. That was my curse. That is why I invented the subtle technique of describing myself to others as genetically flawed. A little trick I had taught myself to say right before I voiced an opinion that I knew was going to piss folks off. I guess you could call it a hedge, so that when I finished giving one of my many unpopular opinions on various hot-button topics, I could diffuse the situation by saying, "I told you I was messed up." I glanced at the oversized Seth Thomas clock near the doorway and thought how, in 15 minutes or so, this too would have passed. I faked another sip of my empty coffee cup to buy more time to contemplate my response. At that moment, it felt like I was watching myself from outside my body, dangerously nearing a fall off the wagon, not for a drink, but for my self-imposed prohibition on sharing. With all eyes on me, I decided to say some unprepared words. "Well, I can tell you that if I make it to Halloween this year, that will be 7 years sober." That provoked the predictable light claps and congratulatory responses from the group. I continued by saying, "I mark Halloween 2016 as my sobriety birthday because I know I've been sober every day since then. I quit a few days before that, but I never thought to make a mental note of the exact day because I didn't think I would hold out long. As a betting man, I suppose the odds are likely not in my favor to remain sober forever. I love the numbness too much, I suppose. I'm sure most of you guys can relate. I never promised my wife or anyone else I could do it forever. I wasn't going to put that kind of pressure on myself. In the best case scenario, I figured I'd at least be giving my liver a much-needed break. The closest thing to a commitment I ever made to myself or anyone else was for today. That's been the trick for me. I think I'll be able to stay sober today. That seems to be a little more doable. There it was. I finally arrived at a natural stopping point, so I paused slightly before tossing the eraser back to Mac. I thought that had gone damn smooth and that I had stuck the landing. It was then that I decided to take off again. You see, up until about 2012, I had been a fairly religious person, which I like to think of as my 40-year clueless walk in the wilderness. You've heard the adage, ignorance is bliss. I discovered firsthand that that is the truth. You see, I am one of those weirdo folks who loves history, any history. The more boring, the better. I was so intoxicated by the biblical Kool-Aid that I considered the Bible the truest form of history. I devoured the Bible and all kinds of history over the years, which was all fine and good, but where I made my fatal mistake was that I actually thought about what I was reading. I'd roll it around in my head. I paused and continued. Oh yeah, I was one of the rarest of crazies who would have to plot all those biblical locations on the map. You know, those Bible maps that they add to the back near the index? The maps are there for the real loonies like I was. Looking back on it, I think every Bible should come with one of those little warning labels like cigarettes, printed on the outside. Warning, reading and thinking about the contents of this book will cause atheism. I think mixing the Bible with a good working knowledge of both world and American history proved to fuck me up. What makes me unique is that not only do I know I'm fucked up, but I'll admit it. The more I read, studied, and thought about history and the Bible, the more it dawned on me how much of a colossal racist monster God would have had to be to have approved 1/10 of the shit that's attributed to him in the good book. The kicker is, as I see it when you look at history for at least the last 2,000 years, it's just been a continuation of that same old fire and brimstone visited on folks with the shittier weapons. Don't get me wrong, I'm not an atheist. It turns out that it takes much, or more blind faith to be an atheist than it does to believe all the Bible bullshit. I do consider myself a spiritual person. I look around and find it hard to believe that everything around us is just the result of random chance. I think there's been some intelligent designer at play in all this around us, but I'm 100% convinced that whoever or whatever that was has nothing to do with that book. I time and nod and wink at Mac's Bible that he had tucked closely at his thigh, then continue. It's funny how, over the years, when I bumped heads with my Christian friends, they always seemed to end up running from me. Instead of attempting to reason me back into the fold by the scriptures as Paul prescribes, they figure out too quickly that I know the Bible better than they do and haul ass. It's amazing how ill-prepared most religious folks are at defending what they believe. I'd be lying if I said I don't get a bit of joy, unspeakable and full of glory, out of those exchanges. I guess it does seem kinda son of a bitchish. I read the Bible just as much as I used to. The only difference is that now it's only for entertainment. Now that I think about it, that should be part of the warning label printed on Bibles. For entertainment value only. That's when I glanced at the clock and noticed it was approaching the top of the hour. Since Christians seem to tend to get more offended at vulgar language than sound reasoning, I thought there was a distinct possibility I might have gone a little too far with the assorted F-bombs for a first-time introduction. Well, I said, that pretty much brings you guys up to speed on me. Then I tossed the magic eraser back to Mac for another successful catch. The ensuing awkward silence that came next, even though it had only lasted for about 10 seconds, nevertheless felt to me like it had been an hour. Then Mac finally broke the awkwardness by soliciting someone to close with the customary serenity prayer. Sax Martin immediately volunteered. Afterward, I decided to lay low and see if and how much damage I might have done. I was surprised that the other guys let me go off on my rant as long as I did without butting in. That had been different from the typical response I had become accustomed to. I decided to keep my mouth shut unless another one of the gentlemen spoke to me first. I stood up and took my time putting on my leather jacket. Then I just as slowly and deliberately folded up my chair and walked it over to the roll-around rack in the corner. I had been a quick study and had picked up on that unspoken ritual after my first meeting. That's when I noticed some light talking between some of the others over by the coffee pot, but I could not make out what they were saying. The silent, moving lips got my attention. I was confident that I was safe to count that as a definite red flag, but I was willing to give the guys the benefit of the doubt. I noticed that 3 of the group had exited the room, so I also started for the doorway. As expected, I was allowed to walk right past the remaining 5 guys without the obligatory, "Nice to see you," or "Hope to see you next week." Not even a "Catch you later." There was absolute silence as I exited. Cold shoulder again, I thought as I walked across the parking lot to my 2010 Toyota Camry. I was now looking forward to getting home, throwing on an audiobook, and tinkering the rest of the day in my shop. As I was about to insert my key into the door lock, I heard someone yell, "Hey, James!" I turned and it was Mac, the group leader. He raised his hand and motioned at me from across the parking lot as if to say, "Hold up for a second." Mac did a half jog across the parking lot towards me, and when he reached me, he said, stammering and nearly out of breath, "Hey, James, dude, some of us were talking and we think, we were thinking through all the stuff you unloaded in there just now. Well, we just question whether this is the right fit for you here at St. Timothy's. Dude, some of these folks are on the ragged edge, and some of us think you could do some real damage here with the way you think. So, no offense, but we don't think you should come back here. There's a place uptown that might suit you better." To the lesser experienced heathen, this rejection might have provoked an adverse reaction, but this was old hat to me. I thought this goes with the territory. This group did surprise me, though. I thought they would have at least taken a shot at trying to fix me by reasoning with me from the scriptures. But they had not, and I was left feeling a little robbed of the fun that would have been. After Mac had delivered the banishment decree, the moment fell silent. Then Mac did what I suppose he thought was the best he could come up with to end things gracefully. First, he wished me, "Good luck, dude." Then he raised his right hand, formed it into a fist, and held it out towards me to bump me good riddance. I bumped him back, proceeded to get into my car, started it, and drove away. As I exited the parking lot, I could not help but think that if I were lucky and all went well, without the predicted snow showers later today, I might finally complete my bird feeder project I had been working on. Chapter 2. Spring is sprung. Unfortunately for me, my least favorite time of year had arrived. I had put it off as long as possible and decided to suck it up and tackle the thing I hated the most around the house, the semi-monthly lawn mowing. I could not wait till fall and winter rolled around again, slowing down the growing grass covering the yard with fallen leaves. I have always thought that the leaves in the yard, at least for a while, covered up my crappy landscaping and would briefly put my yard on par with the others in the immediate area. Most people start mowing once a week this time of year, but I space it every 2 weeks. A well-groomed lawn had never been one of my hang-ups like it had been some of my neighbors. A few years back, I had even seriously thought about graveling most of our 3.5-acre lot, but my wife Sue straight-out vetoed that idea, citing the cost and the unsightly look it would create. I made myself the promise that this year would be it for me. As a result of that promise, I am coming down the home stretch on my mowing career, and this would be my last year of having to do it. Getting rid of that dreaded task always seemed to me as the natural first step towards my full retirement, which was only about 2 years away now that I had reached 63. I had calculated that if I were lucky, it being late April now, I probably only had about 10 to 12 cuts left, and then it was my neighbor's worry. They ran their lawn care business and said they would happily add our yard to their client list. Lest Sue back out on letting me contract the yard work out to them, I had planned to give the John Deere to my daughter Grace, who lives in Virginia, on the pretense that it would save her money, which it will, and free up some much-needed garage space, which it will also. Still, my real motivation had been more sinister. I wanted to make it more costly and challenging if Sue changed her mind and wanted me to return to mowing it again. For the most part, we make most decisions jointly. But Sue had always been the more practical-minded of us two, and I the more impulsive. We built our 4-bedroom, 2.5-bath, 2-story Williamsburg 6 months before the turn of the century. It had been just the right size house once for our family of 4. Now that our 2 children have grown and moved away, we have replaced them with miniature dachshunds, Cooper and Dexter, which explains the added fenced-in yard. We figured it was just a matter of time before one of the boys ran out in the road, so we fenced the entire property. When we initially built our house, the adjacent street did not get much traffic. However, constructing a new upper-scale housing development 2 miles away had boosted the traffic tenfold. As a result, we can now proudly boast that we have the choice of any one of 3 Dollar General stores within 2 miles of our house. After checking the oil and gassing up the mower, I did my routine walk around. I reached for my Bose headphones. Thank God for technology, I thought. I almost always listen to an audiobook when alone in my car, on a walk, or during planning periods at work. So because I would spend a couple of hours today on my mower, I would multitask with an audiobook. During this ride, I planned to listen to Hugh Thomas's Slave Trade, subtitled The Story of the Atlantic Slave Trade. I had read the humongous 800-plus page paperback twice before. I had become obsessed with this topic and read and reread this valued archive. Still, as a public high school history teacher in rural North Carolina, I knew the unspoken curriculum boundaries well and knew that those said boundaries were void of most of this material. Besides making an actual phone call or sending a text, I recently stumbled across the most valuable feature I could use with my phone: the capability of converting my Kindle book content from text to speech and cast it via Bluetooth to my wireless headset. Because of this life-changing discovery, I could listen to my big, boring history books like my current slave trade read, which are rarely, if ever, produced as audiobooks. Listening to audio while mowing was one of the main reasons I didn't mind mowing nearly as much anymore. However, the biggest reason was that I always did it on Sunday, which added an element of fun. I had often joked with Sue that I could tell the difference between the fundamental Baptists and Pentecostals who drove by while I was mowing from the more liberal flavors of Christians based solely on the degree of glare they gave me because I was working on the Lord's Day. When the door opened fully, I fired up the mower, threw it in gear, and drove out into the driveway, carefully squeezing between my Camry and Sue's RAV4. We had built our house with a 2-car garage, but other than when I had my vintage 85 Tercel in there changing the brakes, the garage had never had another car in it all these years. The walls and garage door still bore the scars of the years I had converted it into an indoor batting cage for my son, Pike. Despite the attempt to protect the walls with nylon netting, many baseballs still found their way through the net onto the sheetrock. Now the battle-scarred walls brought back some of my fondest memories, so much so that I did not have the heart to repair them. Just like I had never been able to remove my daughter Grace's pink bathrobe that has hung for over 10 years inside mine and Sue's upstairs bathroom door. I glanced at my watch, did the math, and calculated that I needed to start over behind the house mowing so that when I got to the front yard closest to the road, the homeward-bound churchgoers would be passing. I took out my iPhone and hit the Kindle app icon on my front screen, which opened the app and briefly displayed the cover of my current read, which is an orangish-brown cover with part of the famous diagram of the Brookes slave ship before it automatically flips over to my last stopping place. I swiped the screen, adjusted the volume, threw the mower into gear again, and was off on another fact-finding mission. My internal conflicts had increasingly become weightier and more complex over the last few years as I immersed myself in the dark subject of the transatlantic slave trade. For one, I did not know whether I was reading, studying, researching, or what was compelling me to submerge myself into this ugly bygone era. If I were studying or researching, I would always ask myself why. I knew it was not for entertainment purposes. The questions were numerous, but the answers were few and far between. And then there was that other voice I would hear from time to time. That voice could be very shrewd and cunning. That voice was always there, pointing out how much of a waste of time and money it was for me to keep pursuing this useless interest. Most normal folks my age had taken up hobbies like hunting or fishing and had their favorite teams to pull for. Deep down, I always felt that there was a reason for the crazy direction my life had taken, which left me with the frustrating feeling of being dressed up but having nowhere to go. That same inner voice would seize these moments of self-reflection to point out the existence of God along with his apparent shitty sense of humor. I had been mowing for over an hour when I found the bottom of my iced tea container. The day so far had been a cloudless April day and the sun was almost directly overhead, contributing to the heat I was feeling beating down on me. It was times like these that reminded me of how bad of a choice it was to get the offensive tattoos on the inside of my arms. Now I was locked into long sleeves at work and any time else that I might encounter acquaintances of my wife. But of course that was part of the deal. Sue was one of the most compassionate people I had ever known, but very much the go-along-to-get-along type of person, void of Ayer's revolutionary spirit that I had obviously passed on to Grace. I noticed the traffic had picked up considerably in the last few minutes, which could only indicate one thing. The die-hard 12:30, the 1:45 church crowd I knew very well had gotten their ticket punched, attendance taken for the week, and now it was time to relax, kick back, and enjoy a cold brew. Since Sue and I had taught for a combined 45 years at the local high school and middle school, many total strangers were not likely to pass by for the next hour. As I passed the front fence, cars would often blow their horns hello, throw up their hands, or sometimes both. I always returned the waves, another reason to wear long sleeves. Not that anyone could make out my tattoos driving by at 40 miles an hour, but eventually Sue or I would be asked about them at school. So we decided to go with the long sleeves. And by we decided, I mean Sue, of course, decided. On an impulse about 10 years ago, I got my first tattoo on the inside of my left forearm with the statement, "Imagine no religion," with the World Trade Towers integrated into the design. The more offensive one I later got was the one on the inside of my right forearm that said, "Fiction." What was so awful about the "fiction" tattoo was that the letters comprised all religious symbols. At the time, I thought it would be a great conversation starter, but it turned out to be either a cold shoulder magnet or viewed as a thrown-down gauntlet that rarely provoked much of a rational response. When I was making my final pass on the yard, a familiar white 90s model Ford 4x4 passed blowing his horn. The truck was fitted with the works, the lift kit, massive tires, loud exhaust, and 2 oversized Confederate flags flapping in the wind behind. I knew the driver as one of my students and threw up my hand to return the hello. I had always thought of Jeb Turner as a good kid, who always seemed to be searching for a place to fit in, but never being able to find his niche. In many ways, Jeb represented most of the folks not only here in the South, but throughout the entire country and the world. They assigned too much credence to symbols without coming to terms with the underlying ideology that underpins them. That is why I had been so reluctant to weigh in on the fad of the removal of historic Southern statues and monuments. I have become convinced that most folks have an abysmal working knowledge of history, specifically American history. I thought I had done more than my part over the years in keeping the needle from moving. I headed back towards the garage as I finished a chapter in my book. Great timing, I thought. I retrieved my garage door remote from the holder and raised the door, made my way back into the garage, stopped and cut the mower engine. Then I quit my audiobook, removed my headphones, walked them over, and placed them on my small desk in the corner of my shop. It was debriefing time for me. I had unconsciously developed what some would call a nasty habit over the years, that after I had read something significant, I like to take the time to digest the material. So I decided to go on the usual walk I tried to squeeze in as often as possible. I texted Sue and said, "Hey, if you don't need me, I'm going to go for a walk." I went over and sat down at my desk, took off my mowing shoes, and exchanged them for a pair of worn-out Nikes that I could not bring myself to can. My phone chimed, and Sue texted me back, opting to go with her standard K versus her slightly less standard yellow thumbs up. I treated my debrief time very similar to how authorities might investigate a crime scene. After all, as I would often think, it very well could have been one of the most horrendous crime scenes in recorded history that lasted for nearly 400 years with over 12 million victims. In light of all the facts and documented evidence still available, I thought that the historical record should have produced a lengthy list of lessons learned, on par with that of the Jewish Holocaust, which it sadly had not. I reached the cul-de-sac at the top of my 600-foot climb on the neighborhood road. I had walked this route so often over the years that I had become a neighborhood fixture. I became overcome with emotion, nearly breathless from the ascent and suffering from a combination of what I suppose was information overload, empathy, and frustration. I retrieved my red bandana from my back pocket and wiped the top of my bald head. Who let it happen? How did this shit happen for so long? I caught myself audibly blurting out as I replayed the atrocities I had earlier listened to. I instantly became conscious of my outburst and how the scene might look from the adjoining properties. Then I thought of the famous 1787 medallion Josiah Wedgwood had created of the kneeling chained slave bearing the inscription, "Am I not a man and a brother?" I was unaware at the time that I had moved even more dangerously close to my point of no return. Chapter 3. The Appointment. I walked up the straight sidewalk directly in front of the single-story office building for my appointment. I passed what seemed like hundreds of yards of identical entrances that led directly from the main walk when I finally came to my destination. I instinctively took the right-hand turn towards the glass entrance door, noticing the storm clouds in the distance just as a gust of wind rustled the hedges that accented the building entrance. I entered the office and walked across the lobby to the glass receptionist window. The middle-aged receptionist looked up immediately, making eye contact. Then, with a warm smile, she stood, slid open the window, and said, "Good morning, James. We've been expecting you. Please have a seat and someone will be out to get you in just a moment." Then she reached up, slid the glass shut, and returned to her task. That was very efficient, I thought. Quick, yet polite. I walked over and took a seat in the corner to wait. Being the only one sitting in the large lobby with about 25 fancy empty leather chairs was an odd feeling. The area was the perfect size for what I thought classrooms should be. When I scanned the corner table to choose a magazine to browse, I was startled to see that one of them had a glossy cover with the same print of the Brookes slave ship identical to the book cover that I had been reading. I immediately found myself reaching for the magazine, but I was interrupted by the voice of a nicely dressed young black man in a short, white lab coat standing in the doorway. "Sorry for keeping you waiting, James," he said. "My name is Wilburn. If you would follow me, we'll get started." The young man spoke with an indiscernible accent. I followed him through the door down the brightly lit hall to my room. Wilburn opened and let the door swing inwardly to the room, cordially holding out his hand and beckoning to me with a smile. "After you," he said. Immediately after I walked through the doorway into the room, I sensed, then I heard, the loud sound of the closing door behind me. I had oddly expected it to close. As the door slammed shut, everything went nearly dark. The floor began to pitch violently as the ceiling seemed to fall dangerously within inches of my head. I could not move a muscle. I was utterly paralyzed, reduced to just an observer. I could hear a great commotion near me with the sounds of agony, but I could not make out much of anything because of the fog. I almost immediately recognized what was happening when I caught a big whiff of salt water in my nostrils mixed with the stench of what can only be described as death warmed over. This was the instant I knew I was dreaming, which would not last much longer. I had experienced these lucid dreams before, but not as frequently as I would like. As the fog dissipated around me, I realized I was below the deck of a sailing vessel. I could feel the wetness running over my bare feet as the boat pitched. The heat and the smell made it unbearable as I tried to hold my breath and survey my ghastly surroundings. I knew where I was because I had been in this familiar room many times before. But this time was much different from previous visits, and I quickly became overwhelmed. Even though the smell told me it was only a dream, I had to fight the tremendous urge to wake up. "Stay here," I ordered myself. I tried to absorb what agony I could, but it became too much. I had no life experiences to compare this to. I thought no place on earth was void of God more than this place. That was all I could take. I woke up with a gasp and in a cold sweat. It took a couple of seconds for me to return to the living, but eventually, I recognized the sound of Sue's 2 fans on her side of the bed set up to drown out my snoring. Cooper, our slightly overweight brown dapple, was riding my hip as usual. I was sure the other black and tan Dexter was over on Sue's side of the bed. I was relieved to make out that it was 4:15, and I had gotten more than enough sleep for me to get by, so I decided to get up. I rolled over to the right and let my feet swing to the floor. Grabbing for my cell phone on the nightstand, I reached my feet. I thought my arthritic-ridden back did not feel too bad this morning. I remembered the most crucial part of my exit sequence when I reached over and turned off the baby monitor on the nightstand next to my head. We had placed the transponder end of the set downstairs next to the security base station, ready to alert us with its loud siren in case of a security breach. Minus the monitor, Sue's fans would drown all security alarms. I had installed the multi-camera system around the outside of the house. Too often, I had forgotten to turn off the monitor when I had gotten up early, successfully being able to exit the room with the dogs without waking Sue, only to wake her when I started making coffee, which is only about 5 feet from the listening monitor in the kitchen. I grabbed my shorts and shirt on the way to the bedroom door, which I quietly unlocked and opened, giving the boys time to shoot by under my feet. They were early risers, too. I closed the door quietly behind me. I now had done everything I knew to keep from waking her. With that, I made my way downstairs. I sat down and took my first sip of coffee from my big, fat, oversized red mug and pondered my night's dream. During these quiet, honest moments of self-reflection, I learned much about myself and life in general. For example, I had long accepted the clear possibility that I was a coward at my core, a secret known only to myself and a secret I was not proud to admit. I flipped open my MacBook Pro to that familiar sound while reclining back into my sofa chair and letting it boot up. After I completed my routine email check and audit of the world events overnight, I thought about placing an order for a model ship I had my mind set on. But I instead clicked on a familiar web shortcut on my desktop that I labeled slavevoyages.org. I discovered the site by random chance months ago while searching for diagrams and pictures of historical slave ships, and it quickly became one of my most prized resources. As the video played, I took another sip of my coffee, sat it back on the coffee table beside me, and watched intently as I took mental notes. Then, just as the video and the narrator led me, the viewer, down an opening from the upper deck, I paused the video. This is where I knew I had been standing in my dream, except it had not been the clean, sterile, empty 3D artist rendering of the L'Ore's lower deck. Instead, it had been the horrendous, eye-watering, stench-filled slave hold packed and stacked wall-to-wall with the living, dying, and the dead. The smells in my dream stood out because I lost my sense of smell more than 40 years ago, as a result of a virus of some kind, specialists told me. When awake, I only have memories of smells. So I knew earlier that it was only a dream when I caught a whiff of the rot, and it overwhelmed me so much that I had to flee, which only makes me wonder how hellish it was firsthand. I had watched this 4.5-minute video many times before to get a real sense of the horror and tragedy that the captives must have endured during their 10-week forced relocation. When I was allowed to catch a glimpse of Dante's Inferno, I tucked my tail and bolted. However, I could still see the image in my mind's eye very clearly, a dream that I truly hoped I would not soon forget. It was not the heat, wretched smell, or the dead that shook me up so badly. The shocking image of more than 300 naked men packed around the small room like sardines disturbed me the most. Many were lying in the seawater that was mixed with blood, piss, and shit. I remembered thinking that some of them seemed to be looking straight at me, as if they could see me. Then I remembered that one of the men had grabbed me by the ankle. That's when I looked and saw that it was Wilburn, who was now naked like all the rest. "James, tell them we are men and brothers," he labored to convey. That's when I heard the clock go off upstairs directly over the living room, and I glanced over to the TV stand and saw that it was 5:30, which is when the first of Sue's clocks were set to go off. She had alarm clocks staggered 2 or 3 minutes apart to wake her, one by her nightstand and the other in the bathroom. I, however, had not awakened to the sound of a clock in years. Instead, I woke up almost every hour and would glance at the big, red-numbered digital clock, check the time, and then go back to sleep. I was so far-sighted that for the last couple of years, I would have to wake up and either put my glasses on to make out the numbers, or I would form my index finger and thumb into a small ring and then look at the clock through the circle which allowed me to make out the time. I had kicked back and dozed off in my sofa chair for a couple of minutes but was awakened by the sound of Sue's hairdryer upstairs. I knew it was almost my turn in the bathroom, so I hurried to order the model ship I had found online. I recently had the idea of purchasing the biggest British brig model I could find, but instead of following the instructions to a T, I planned on modifying the plans to turn it into a replica slave ship that could be separated down the middle and opened up to display the slave quarters that I would design. I thought it would be a great visual that folks might find engaging and thought-provoking. I fantasized that if it turned out nicely, I might mount it into a nice display case and offer to donate it to the local county library as an exhibit. But instead of placing the order, I decided to text the link to Marcus, and then I put the item in my shopping cart for another day or two of mulling it over. Chapter 4. 30 by 18. I had no more than pulled out onto the main road on my way to work when my phone chimed with a text from Marcus Fuller, a friend and colleague. I often thought of Marcus as the friend instead of a friend because I had so few. Sue, Pike, and Grace, however, had a ton. I just never put much value in that kind of a thing. Too much work, I often thought. For the most part, I had preferred to be left alone. It was not so much that I considered myself unlikable or had no desire for friendship. It was that I was aware that my political and religious views, coupled with my weak ability to keep my mouth shut, did not mesh well with others. Pike, Grace, and Sue had hundreds of friends each, which I could see from their social media profiles. Marcus was one of my rare exceptions. I glanced down at my phone and saw the message from Marcus. "Don't forget the shoes." I replied with a loud, audible, "Fuck." I had run off and forgotten his hiking shoes again. The shoes Marcus was reminding me about were a pair that I had recently bought. They felt very comfortable in the store when I tried them on. However, after a 6-mile and 1,700-foot ascent up and back from Looking Glass Rock, which killed my feet, I decided to give them to him since he wore the same size. Not wanting to hear him rag me about forgetting again, I slowed and made a U-turn back to the house. Sue was coming down our driveway to go to work as I pulled in. We both slowed to a stop and rolled our windows down. "You were supposed to remind me to get those shoes," I said. "I forgot," she replied with a sigh. "Well, I'm just going to pop in and get them, which will probably set the boys off again," I said. "Okay, just don't get in a hurry and wreck to get to work. You have plenty of time," she said. "I won't. I'll just be a second. I know right where they are." We said our "I love yous," and then parted in separate directions. I entered the side door, immediately saw the shoes by my desk, and retrieved them. On the way back to the door, I spotted my yellow Stanley tape measure, which reminded me of something I meant to do. My mind kept returning to the narrator of the slave ship video when she said that the 14 to 18 inches wide and 30 inches tall were the dimensions of the space each captive spent up to 14 hours chained and squeezed into every night. I slid out the tape measure to 18 inches to get a sense of the cramped space. Then I slid it to 30 inches and tried to burn these dimensions into my brain. That is why they had to lie on their sides. I thought it was like lying in a coffin but turned on its side. I closed the tape measure and gently laid it on my toolbox to not startle the dogs inside. So far, they had not heard me drive back up and enter the garage, or they would have been doing their crazy barking thing, especially Dexter. Snatching up the shoes and back into my car, I resumed my 15-minute drive to work. Even though my classroom had been just one door down from Marcus's room for the last 5 years, I had only really gotten to know him well over the previous 2. He was the one who pursued the friendship more than I had. He would not take no for an answer with his incessant invites to go hiking with him. I finally caved in and discovered that I enjoyed hiking and the companionship. For the most part, he accepted me, warts and all. We had made such a weird fit. He was much more outgoing than me, although he was not much of a drinker or partier, as most tended to be at his age. He was just getting started with his teaching career. On the other hand, I was coming down the home stretch. I had often thought about how far Millville had come since I was in school in the mid-'70s. Back then, there had never been an African-American student, let alone a black teacher at the school. That had all changed now. Although still a tiny minority, the student body was increasingly sprinkled with more African Americans and Hispanics every year. Marcus had been the third black teacher at Millville. Eventually, I was extremely thankful to learn that Marcus was a free thinker like me, but the 36-year-old husband and father of one was much more selective with the political battles he might engage in than me. We occasionally had lively and heated debates during the many GoPro-recorded hikes we had done together. Months ago, he threw some hiking video clips of us going back and forth on the causes of the American Civil War and pitched it to me as a YouTube channel we should collaborate on. Still, in the end, I just told him it was a pipe dream. I was not willing to continue to self-censor any more off campus. We had discovered that we agreed on a lot, but it could get quite contentious when we disagreed. It was the topic of religion that we had to stick a pin in as being off limits. We had valued our friendship too much to jeopardize a conflict on the subject. Marcus, being a liberal Christian, was still a Christian nonetheless, but that ship had long sailed for me. I considered him a much more well-rounded educator suited for today's public education system than I. Fortunately, I had picked up over the years on the subtle and not-so-subtle vibes that the same system communicated, which led me to conclude it had very little tolerance for a maverick type with a short-timer's attitude as I had. Upon walking through the doorway and discovering the empty room, I decided to walk over and slide the plastic shopping bag with the shoes up under Marcus's desk so he would not miss them. I turned and started for the door while glancing around at his recent wall displays he had put up, items I had not noticed before. Hey, maybe if the slave ship model turns out nicely, I'll just put it in a display case and put it in my room, I thought. Yeah, right. Will that be before or after you grow a set of balls? Cynical me retorted. It was approaching lunchtime, and I was standing at the front of the classroom going over last-minute prep for an upcoming test, when I looked up at the door and spied Marcus standing in my doorway with his new Nikes on. He shot me a thumbs up, which I did not respond to, then walked on. Then, in typical Fuller fashion, he proceeded to moonwalk back past my doorway out of sight. Knowing that he would likely keep on with this comic relief, I nonchalantly walked over to the door and slowly started to swing the door closed, just as he predictably did his walk like an Egyptian dance by again. The door clicks shut as my class of 25 is oblivious to his charade. Sitting at my desk grading papers, I listened to audio through one earbud when Marcus entered with a light knock at my door. I motioned for him to come on in as I stopped my audio. It was the fourth block of the day, our planning periods, which he and I had been able to schedule together. "What's up, man?" I ask as he enters. "Not much, the shoes feel great," he said. "I can't believe they hurt your feet. They feel great on mine. How much do I owe you for them?" "You don't owe me a thing," I said. "This stuff will even out over the years. Besides, I still owe you for that day hike bag you gave me last year." I paused and continued, saying, "Remember, they felt great on my feet, too, for the first 2 miles up to Looking Glass Rock before the pain set in. Maybe you'll have better luck. They are not a cheap pair of shoes." "Hopefully I'll get a chance pretty soon to test them out," he said. "What do you have going on this coming Saturday? The weather's supposed to be fantastic." I had to stop for a second and give it some thought. I checked my calendar app on my phone, then said, "As far as I know, I don't think I've got anything planned, but let me check with Sue before I commit." Marcus replies simply with, "Cool." "Hey man, did you get that model link I sent you this morning?" I asked. "I got the link, but I haven't looked at it yet," he said. "So, is that the one that you think you might be able to turn into a slave ship?" "Yeah, but I haven't ordered it yet. I'm still mulling it over. I thought if the project turned out well, I might make a display case for it and put it over in the corner or maybe donate it to the library." "First of all," he said, "there's no doubt in my mind that if you make that model the way you told me you were, it'll be awesome. But I'm going to be honest with you, bro. I'm not sure about displaying it here or, for that matter, at the library. Most people don't want to think about these things any more than they have to. I think you'll be making a big mistake." "Yeah, you're probably right," I told him. I instantly felt that familiar wave of frustration wash over me as cynical me said, "I told you so." Marcus interrupted my thoughts. He said, "Hey, I was wondering, do you remember that book I lent you back at Christmas break that I wanted you to read? Did you have a chance to take a look at it yet?" I was taken totally by surprise and started to flounder to buy myself time to come up with a good reply. "Book? What book?" I said. "Oh yeah, that red and black book." "Yeah, that one," he said. "Have you had time to look at it, or did you forget it?" "Oh no, I didn't forget it," I said. "I was just about to finish it up. I only have a few more pages left, and I'll get it back to you." "I didn't need it back. I just wanted to get your take on it. So since you're almost finished, what do you think so far?" he asked. I paused to buy yet more time. "Well," I said, searching for the most middle-of-the-road generic critique, "I've found it interesting. This CRT stuff is interesting for sure." I had a keen sense that Marcus wanted to get into a deeper discussion on the book, and I wanted to kick the can down the road a little longer to give myself time to plan a diplomatic tack. "I haven't finished it yet, so I need to finish the book before I say anything," I lied. "Well, maybe if you finish it by Saturday and if Sue lets you come out and play, we can kick it around on the hike," he replied. Then I took what to me felt like a Hail Mary attempt to not to have to deal with that kick can Saturday and said, "You know, Marcus, I'm 2 years away from retirement, and to be honest with you, I'll be long gone by the time they push this CRT stuff in here, if they get it in here at all. I don't know why you would care one way or the other about how an old geezer like me thinks." "Dude," he said, "I don't know if you've happened to pick up on it by now, but I've got a lot of respect for you. I value your opinion a lot. You and I are about the only two people that I know of who will actually change our minds on something if our position becomes untenable. I think that's one of the things that I like about you the most. You're right. You'll probably be long gone way before that stuff made it into the high school curriculum here or anywhere else for that matter. But that's besides the point. I wanted your take on whether you think this stuff holds water. If you watch Fox News and listen to the Tea Party crowd, you'd think CRT has already taken over. But this stuff does give me a glimmer of hope at least. Marcus paused for a moment before starting back. Maybe I'm just naive. I figured that if there were holes to be poked in the material, you'd certainly be the one able to make the case. For crying out loud, man, you're the one that's seriously contemplating putting a slave ship display in your friggin' room, for God's sake. That's the definition of career suicide. I know that you care about social justice and equality just as much, if not more than I do, and I'm black. Well, I said, let's put a pin in it, bro, and I'll try to finish the book by this weekend, and maybe I'll be able to give you an informed opinion by then. Sounds good, he replied. That's when I could not help myself. I asked him about his new 1619 project poster and the other displays I had noticed earlier that morning. Hey, I said, I see you've been busy trying to make me look bad again with all the fancy posters and crap. You really suck. What's up with the 1619 project? I've seen that before, but what's the deal with it? Oh, it's just a cool project that Nicole Hannah-Jones and others have put together with a little less boring spin on the status quo, he said with a smile. Well, let me get out of here and let you get back to work, man. I'll check with Sue and get back to you later on Saturday to make sure she hasn't got something else lined up that I've forgotten about. You know how I am, I said. Marcus turns and heads for the door. He exits with a single reply of cool and a thumbs up. Chapter 5. Green Ball. I cannot help but feel guilty about how I blew off Marcus earlier when he sprung that book inquiry on me. Since Christmas break when he lent it to me, I have read it twice. I knew very well about the 1619 project because I had also read that 600-plus page book in the last couple of months. I had been seeing more and more fervor over the critical race theory, CRT, over the last year or so, and when he dropped that book on me, it was time for me to do some investigation. I initially hoped that the new approach would have some staying power. Still, after my last few months of reading and research, I had little confidence that the movement could create any actual watershed event. After reading Marcus's book, Critical Race Theory, which is an introduction to CRT by Richard Delgado and Gene Stefancic, I was frustrated and let down. I knew that there would be a day of reckoning when I would have to give him my feedback and take on the book, and I dreaded that day. After doing my typical YouTube dive into the subject, I compiled a list of experts on the topic. I had listened to or read a mountain of content from the leading voices and developed a real liking for everything Kimberly Crenshaw, Nicole Hannah-Jones, and Richard Delgado, to mention a few. I discovered that there was an enormous amount of literature available to study on the subject that I poured through. However, much of it was written at such a high academic level that I felt it was useless to the average person. I had thought it was a great decision by the CRT folks to put out books like the one Marcus lent me because of its readability. After spending several months on the subject, I narrowed the resources I thought one could get by with to gain a reasonably good working knowledge of CRT via Delgado and Stefancic's Critical Race Theory book and Hannah-Jones' the 1619 Project book. I was only able to make this assessment after I had watched hours of lectures and talks on YouTube and podcasts. In the final analysis, I was left concluding that the CRT movement, as well-intentioned as I thought it was, would ultimately fail to achieve a negligible difference in leveling the playing field for minorities in the United States, even though I thought the material is as near the pure truth as one could get. I had read countless thousands of pages on the subject from the leading experts and could not find hardly anything that I disagreed with. Still, I felt that the material sadly and predictably falls short in approaching the actual cause of Western-style racism, which would get folks finally to the point of dealing with the pre-1619 root cause. I cannot help but hope that after he and I discuss the book, there's not too much damage to our friendship. I genuinely hope that I have to come back and admit that I was wrong about CRT to him. I pulled into the driveway and made my way around to the front of the garage, and I could already hear Cooper and Dexter barking their heads off in anticipation of their run in the backyard. I went through the garage side door to the door off the kitchen. When I opened the kitchen door, the boys shot out the door into the garage with excitement. Both excited to see one of us, they instantly went into their crazy routines. Cooper started spinning, and Dexter with his jumping and walking on his back legs. I poked my head into the kitchen to spot Cooper's current favorite rubber ball and saw it in its usual place, just inside the kitchen door. Now, set for their run, the three of us headed for the door to the backyard. Cooper took off running, and I slung his green ball left-handed as far as I could, which was not that far since I was a natural right-hander. I had been nursing a torn rotator cuff injury for about 6 months that seemed not to be getting much better. Cooper retrieved the ball, brought it back, dropped it at my feet, and took off again running. I had to repeat this about 10 times daily to wear him out. This had been the only thing Cooper wanted to do with his life other than eat. Sue and I had often joked that he was training for the dog Olympic green ball competition. Dexter's more the laid-back, cerebral type that does not get into all the running, but he does like to steal Cooper's ball and hide it for no other reason, it seems, than to just piss him off. "How are my babies?" Sue yells out as she enters the backyard through the garage door. "Hey, Mama's home, guys," I yell out to wind them up even more. The boys react instantly to her voice as I get demoted to second-string fiddle. Cooper abandons his green ball and darts toward her, and Dexter is behind him. They attempt to lick her to death for the next couple of minutes. Finally, when they catch their breath, Cooper returns to get his ball for her to throw with him. "I've been practicing with Daddy for the Green Ball Olympics," Sue said, pretending to talk for Cooper. "Yeah?" I say, pretending to be talking for Dexter. "Daddy spends all his time with that little fat bastard, and I'm getting just about fed up with it, Mama." "You know," Sue says to me, "if anyone ever hears us talking for the dogs as we do, they will have us both committed to the insane asylum, don't you?" "Yeah, I'm quite aware of that," I reply. Cooper retrieves his ball and drops it at her feet so she can sling it out in the yard again. She has to do this 3 or 4 times before he gets his fill. "How was your day, babe?" I ask her. "Too long and tiring," she replies. It was my turn now to sling the ball. Marcus wanted me to go on a hike with him Saturday if we haven't got something already planned. "Do we have anything going on that you can think of?" She pauses for a minute, looking at me with a slight headshake. "This is the weekend that I'm going up to Grace's. I've been reminding you, but you, with your selective hearing, just haven't been hearing me." Remembering her plans, I reply, "Oh, that's right. Well, I don't think we were planning a long hike. The boys will only have to be by themselves for about half a day, so that won't be too bad." Still shaking her head, she says, "I told you just a couple of days ago that I was going up to Grace's this weekend, and I would be taking the boys with me. Don't you remember?" I just threw up my hands, shrugged my shoulders, and said, "We forgot to lay anything out this morning to thaw, so do you have a hankering for something for dinner? I'll run and get it." "I've got it covered," she said. "I stopped and picked up some Mexican on my way home. I hope that's okay." "Sounds good to me. Thanks for picking it up," I replied. Sue and the boys had gone inside, and I hung out in the garage for a few minutes to survey the scrap wood I had saved. I had a project in my head that I had been thinking about all day, and I wanted to see what materials I had available to me if I decided to start it this evening. I found the heavy-duty locking caster wheels in a box in the corner, along with more than enough plywood to build my project. In addition, I always had a ton of wood screws and various types of metal brackets stored up. Before going inside, I stopped and texted Marcus quickly to tell him that I would be available this Saturday to hike. He immediately texted me back with a thumbs-up emoji. Next, I spotted the tape measure I had laid on my toolbox that morning, grabbed it, and took it with me as I went into the house to change clothes and eat. After washing up and changing into cut-off sweatpants and a t-shirt, I returned to the kitchen to sit at the island bar, where Sue had everything laid out. About 5 years ago, she had given me a picture she had torn out of a magazine of an island kitchen bar she wanted me to construct. The project turned into more of a bomb shelter than it did a table. In the event of a tornado, underneath the island would be the safest place in the house to take refuge. I had taken some leftover 3-inch wood flooring planks and attached them to a sheet of 4 foot by 8 foot 3/4 inch plywood, which I mounted on top of a series of 4-inch industrial pipes and flanges to give Sue her rustic industrial island. Finished the look with heavy-duty bench seats that I painted to give them a distressed look. The boys were hard at the food that Sue had already put down for them. I got a diet soda from the refrigerator and sat down at the table with her to eat. I took out the heavy tape measure I had in my pocket and laid it on the bar beside me. She had already laid our dinners out in the regular spots we sat in. Noticing the tape measure, she asked, "What's the tape measure for? Are you working on something?" I reply, "I'm not yet, but I'm thinking about something I've got in my head. I still haven't worked out all the details. I might take a quick walk after I eat, if that's okay with you." Handing the boys small pieces of steak, she replies, "I'm good. I'm just going to go in here and sit down with the boys, chill, and look at the back of my eyelids for a while." I had tried to walk the dogs in the past, but their personalities were so different that it was more of a two-man job, especially with my gimpy shoulder. As soon as the shoulder heals, I plan to attempt to train them to walk with me together. For now, I'll be walking solo. After walking about halfway up the mountain, I returned home and entered the garage through the side door. Then, feeling rejuvenated, I went into the kitchen to grab a drink and let Sue know that I was home and would be in the garage working for a little while. The dogs had gotten to where they did not like hanging out with me in the shop much anymore because of all the loud, scary contraptions I tended to turn on and off. "How long are you going to work out there tonight?" she asked. "Oh, I don't know, probably a couple of hours or so," I reply, feeling guilty that I'm not spending my evening there with her watching TV. "Okay, I'll probably take the boys up around 8:30 or so because I'm exhausted, so just don't be too late. You know Cooper's not going to sleep until his daddy is in bed for him to snuggle up to," she replied. I grab a drink and head back toward the garage. After clearing off my shop table to give myself a working area, I began staging all the material I thought I might need to construct my project. I put the caster wheels, 2 8-foot 4x4s, various reinforcing brackets, and a sheet of 1-inch thick plywood near my work table. After confirming that I had plenty of wood screws to complete the job, I opened up a spiral notebook and began sketching crude drawings. So began the process. Working feverishly for over 2 hours, I look around at the clock, and it's almost 9. Just having a couple more screws to install, I decided to press on. So with my electric screwdriver, I quickly sunk the remaining 8 screws into the outside of the top of the project. Approaching 9:30, I almost hear Sue thinking, "I wish he'd come on so Cooper would lay down and go to sleep." He's probably sitting by our bedroom door right now, waiting for it to open and for me to appear. 10 minutes and I'm done for the night, I think. So I press on. I grabbed 12 wood screws out of the box, laid them on the top, and figured out how I would complete this final task with my injured shoulder. I installed both hinges to the door first. Then I locked the caster wheels so they would not roll. Next, I stood the door beside the project, and after I had raised the door with scrap pieces of wood, I grabbed my electric screwdriver, carefully got one of the screws lined up with the hinge, and pulled the trigger. Getting lucky that it was in a relatively good alignment, I quickly attached the remaining screws to the hinges to complete the door installation. I was pleasantly surprised that the door swung very nicely open and shut. Thinking that I was probably in trouble with Sue, I hurried over to the corner, retrieved an old drop cloth that I had, brought it over and threw it over the project. I would have to do a few more minor modifications before completing it, but it was mostly done. For now, I was off to bed. Chapter 6. The Questionable Decision. "Hey, is this all you're taking up to Grace's this weekend?" I asked Sue as I point to a rather large suitcase and smaller bag inside her bedroom door. "Those and the boys' bag with all their stuff and their bag of dog food," she replies. "Also, if you're going to take those out to my car, would you go ahead and fasten their seatbelt straps in the front passenger seat? The seatbelt is lying on the bar, too." With a long, drawn-out, screeching, sarcastic tone that has been a long-running joke between her and me for about the last 25 years, I answer, "Sure." She automatically matches me with her usual over-the-top, sarcastic, long, drawn-out, one-word response of, "Thanks." After dragging her suitcase down the stairs, I retrieved the dog food bag and seatbelts from the bar and went out to her car. After getting the boys safely secured in their harnesses and seatbelts, she was on the road to Virginia for her quick weekend with Grace. She had decided to go ahead and get a sub to cover for her today so that she would not have to come home from work on a Friday and immediately take off on a 7-hour drive. So now that the most challenging part of the day was over, I decided to go upstairs to prepare for work. After kicking back and forth multiple ideas for our hike tomorrow over the last couple of days, Marcus and I finally settled on a location that I knew very well because of that stretch of trails unfinished business with me. We settled on Black Balsam Knob and Tennant Mountain Loop Trail. According to my All Trails app, it is a 4.6-mile hike with 685 feet of elevation gain. Most people hiking the knob decide to park near the knob and hike up a short trail to the popular site. With its 360-degree view, Black Balsam Knob is one of the most breathtaking views in the Pisgah National Forest. I attempted this same hike back in November but had to turn around at the most challenging spot. After hiking along the relatively flat Ivester Gap trail for over 2 miles, I got confused because my All Trails app indicated that I was off the pre-selected route I had downloaded. After about 10 minutes, I discovered I had walked right past the turnoff I was supposed to have taken, which would turn me back toward the knob. The turn I needed to take from Ivester Gap was an approximately 600-foot climb through what looked like a cave of overgrown weeds and thorn bushes barely wide enough for one hiker. Even though I was armed with my legal 9mm Smith & Wesson, an econo-sized canister of bear spray, and a cute little bear bell attached to my backpack, I still surveyed the possible worst-case scenarios that could play out if I bushwhacked up the trail on to Tennant Mountain. Finally, I refocused and decided to retrace my hike back to the parking lot. As a newbie hiker, to have walked 2 miles straight out into the middle of nowhere without seeing any signs of civilization still does not come naturally to me. One of the most enjoyable things about solo hiking is pushing against and through fear. On that day, I chickened out. At first, when Marcus and I decided to do the same hike, I wanted to back out because I wanted to do that 700-foot climb alone to conquer the fear that had already beaten me once. Still, I decided that since the first half of that hike would be basically flat, it would be perfect for the discussion we were liable to have when we got off on my criticism of his book. I spotted Marcus getting out of his late-model Subaru Outback as I entered the parking lot for the beginning of our Friday school day, a finale to another typically hectic work week. The overcast skies had cleared off nicely, and I hoped tomorrow morning would look this nice on the parkway. "Hey man, are you ready for tomorrow?" Marcus asked as I struggled to get out of my car and to my feet. "Oh, yeah," I reply. I then make a mock groaning voice and say, "I hope the old man's back holds up. You'll have to take it easy on me tomorrow for sure." "Sue's running behind this morning?" he asks. "No, she got a sub for today, and she's on the road to Norfolk to spend the weekend with Grace." "Oh, yeah, that's right. She told me that earlier in the week. I just forgot. I guess I was having one of those James moments," he said, smiling as he made finger quotes in the air. "That's all right," I say in mock pity-me tones. "One of these days you'll be old and decrepit like me, and then you'll feel like shit for how you made fun of me." We continued to make our way up the sidewalk through the glass door entrance to the school, doing our usual bantering, when I remembered something I wanted to do. "Oh, yeah," I say. I stopped and unzipped my old black book bag, reached inside, and took out his book. "Here's your book. I wanted to return it before I forgot to give it back to you." "I didn't need you to rush it back to me," he said. "So I guess you finished it, huh?" "Yeah, I finished it," I say, intending to answer as generically as I can. "The book is fascinating. I appreciate your lending it to me. Man, I'm sorry I've had it for this long." We entered the school together and silently made our way up the short flight of stairs to our adjacent rooms, about half an hour before the buzzer that would kick off the day. I cannot help but feel a slight tension right before we part to our rooms. I certainly hope that the last 30 seconds of our walk-in isn't a precursor to our hike tomorrow, or else it'll be one hell of a long-ass day, I thought. The rest of the day was a typical hectic Friday that always seemed to bring on familiar alcohol cravings that can get quite strong. I remember the anticipation after getting home on Fridays and fixing my first drink. My long-time ritual consisted of the well-scripted dropping of the 2 ice cubes in my tumbler, filling it to about 3/4 full, coloring it the rest of the way up with a bit of diet soda, and starting my weekend, which usually consisted of at least one day of recuperating from an enormous hangover. With Sue away for the entire weekend, I'll have to be more on guard than usual for my inevitable fall from the wagon. I had no more than sat down in the living room when my phone chimed with a text from Sue, letting me know that she and the boys had arrived at Grace's okay. She told me she would call me in about 15 minutes when she had time to get her stuff and the dogs out of the car and inside. I texted her back with a thumbs up and told her that I had just gotten home myself and had just sat down. Knowing that if I sat there for 2 more minutes I was liable to go to sleep, I stood up and started rounding my hiking gear up for the morning. I hurried upstairs to the bedroom over the garage, where I stored all my gear, and grabbed up my day hike bag that fastens around the waist and add-on shoulder straps that had been a lifesaver. I grabbed my 2 adjustable hiking poles and went to the garage with the first load. I paused in the kitchen and quickly threw the bag on the island to survey the contents. After about 2 minutes of ensuring all my essentials were in the bag, I took both empty water bottles off the side of the bag and filled them with plain tap water out of the sink. I added a couple of trail snacks to the bag and determined that the bag was ready to go. Staging my gear on the floor just inside the garage side door that led out to the yard, I thought I might as well take my GoPro, but I was going to suggest to Marcus in the morning that we pass on the filming of the hike. Still, I ran upstairs, got my GoPro box of equipment, and staged it with the rest of my stuff as well. Then I heard our land-based telephone line ring, whom I correctly suspected was Sue. We talked for about 15 minutes, and I filled her in on my hiking plans for the morning. She gave me some last-minute advice on how to couch my words with Marcus tomorrow when I gave him my feedback on his book, which she knew I would probably disregard. I told her I would text her the link in the morning so that she could track us through my Garmin E-mini GPS tracker, and that I would call her when I got home. We said our goodbyes. Not being able to sleep and contemplating tomorrow, I started doing what I usually do at these moments. I started getting in my head. I could not help but start sorting out the different lines of reasoning that I might be able to employ to make my points to Marcus. We would agree on a lot. Still, when we parted ways, I suspected it would have the potential to get a little heated. I know my opinion does not matter, but he asked for my feedback. For whatever reason, he values it, so I respect him enough to give him my best and let the chips fall where they may. I could not help but occasionally wonder if Marcus felt the effort and energy that we put into our discussions was as much of a waste of time as I did. At the end of the day, we will not, in my opinion, have moved the needle any closer toward justice. Why try? I feel my mortality now more than when I was Marcus's age. I know that at best, I might have 20 years left. I feel like I'm running out of time. The million-dollar question for me was clear. What was I running out of time to do? Suspecting that I might be in the early stages of senility, I closed my laptop, got up from my recliner, and went upstairs to shower. Afterward, I gathered all the hiking clothing I had piled up on the bed and started downstairs on my way to the garage. Placing all that stuff by the garage door with my backpack, I remembered I had left my cell phone, keys, and wallet on the island, so I returned and got those items. Pausing one last time before passing through the open garage doorway and ensuring that all the lights were off downstairs, I turned around, turned off the lights inside the garage, went into the garage, dressed only in boxers, and closed the door behind me, allowing my eyes a couple of seconds to become acclimated to the pitch darkness. I slowly moved into and around the garage so as not to trip and fall. At that moment, I remembered feeling as if I was close to losing my mind. I do not know precisely when I realized earlier in my life that I might be broken and unfixable. However, I know that this realization had been apparent to me for a long time, like an open wound. I had grown increasingly tired every day of feeling the pain and hurt of the unchanging injustice around me. At my age, the silver lining is knowing that it will not be long before I get to rest from the toil of trying to make a difference. Although only a tiny bit of light entered through the 2 window blinds on the side of the garage, I could make out enough of what was around me to keep me from stumbling. I removed the old throw cloth from the project that I constructed this past Sunday evening. I was glad I had locked the wheels to keep them from rolling around. I looked over at my desk and checked the time on Sue's clock that I had previously swiped from her nightstand upstairs. It was 9:45, and without unlocking the wheels, I managed to use my weight to scoot the box around to line up with the clock on my desk. I opened the small door on the end of the box and slid my cell phone all the way to the far end of the lower of the 2 compartments. The phone lit up, illuminating the inside of the box when it came to rest. For a moment, I felt like I was about to crawl into the end of a coffin. That is when the light on my phone went off again, leaving me temporarily blind. I fastened the master lock securely onto the outside door hardware. I had designed the door locking system so a lock could be fastened securely before the door was closed, which would allow me, if I was insane enough, to go through with my plan. It was time. I took the key and slid it along the box to the other end. Then I got down on my hands and knees and started crawling into the box, dragging a piece of nylon cord that I had tied to the door. When I located my phone and the key to the door, I lightly drew the door closed, not to lock it prematurely and to make sure I could see the clock on the desk. Then, with the cord in my hand, I took a second and soaked in my tight surroundings. Finally, I gave myself one last chance to back out with a deep breath and gave the cord a hard yank to lock the door securely. The inside dimensions of my slavehold that I constructed was the average space that most European slave captains would force their captives to live in up to 14 hours a day for 8 weeks. It was 16 inches wide by 30 inches tall and only 5.5 feet long. I had 3 2-inch diameter ventilation holes on either side of the upper and lower boxes, with 1 2-inch diameter hole at the head. The door was made out of square metal tubing welded together. I tried to lie still for the first few minutes and imagine what those unfortunate souls went through every night. They, of course, were chained together and often to the floor, which I was not subject to. They would have been restricted between another hot, sweaty body that may or may not be alive in the morning. The temperature for me was a bearable 80 degrees at the moment, as a typical African captive would have had to have ride out his night on frequent 100-plus degree nights. Not long into my self-imposed captivity, my glasses started to fog, and it became hotter. After about a half hour, my 63-year-old body began to cry out for a position change. Until then, I had been lying on my left side to favor my injured right shoulder. Between my arthritis-ridden back and bum right shoulder, I constantly adjusted my positioning to catch a few moments of temporary comfort. I remember thinking every time I moved that this was a luxury unavailable to the African victims during the Middle Passage. That is when I reached above my head to locate my cell phone and shut it down. It was not until I slid the key to one of the corners at my head that it dawned on me that the key would not free me in the morning because I did not have enough room to reach the lock that I could feel with my bare foot through the metal tubing door. To exit the box in the morning, I supposed that my options would be to kick the door open, which would no doubt damage the door, or call someone to unlock me from the box. I still had my cell phone, and an extra key was hidden outside the garage. Again, all options that African passengers never had, I thought. That is when I had an epiphany of sorts. The fact is that there is little, if anything, that I or anyone else can do to experience or convey the horror that those folks were subjected to. All we can do is think about it and let it soak in. We have the truth and hopefully the willingness to revisit it often with a sincere desire to discover the simple and proverbial lessons learned. With those thoughts, I closed my eyes. I don't know whether I was awake or not, but I remembered imagining starting to brainstorm the forensics of the transatlantic slave history. Over the years, my list of questions had grown lengthy. However, I discovered because of the enormous amount of documented information and readily available data, all the answers to my questions were knowable. Unlike the Holocaust, both world wars, and the sundry fact-finding commissions, the nuts and bolts of the African slave trade and the institution of slavery in general have never come close to garnering the same vigorous examination. Africa requires work. There's more to black history, Daddy, than just the slave trade, Grace says as she continues to sit motionless in her swing. Oh, I know. I've just become obsessed with the subject, I guess, I reply. Ivan Van Sertima's They Came Before Columbus you gave me when I first went to college opened my eyes to that fact, she says before continuing. The bottom line is that almost all black history is covered up or suppressed, and at the end of the day, it boils down to priority. Your thing is obviously the slave trade, and I get it, but for me, I'm just as driven by the older, suppressed African history, she says as she starts to swing lightly. You better not swing too high. That thing has hung there since you turned 10, I say with a laugh. Being awakened by cramping muscles, I took my glasses off and wiped the fog off them with my boxers so I could make out the clock on my desk. It was 12:30 a.m. As I was repositioning myself, I realized that it had gotten much more challenging to slide my back across the plywood because of the sweat that had absorbed into the wood surface. I had gotten extremely thirsty in that short period and immediately used that discomfort to reflect on those actual sufferers. Who does shit like this? I thought. We do, Daddy, I imagined Grace answering. I lay there fidgeting and repositioning for another hour, desperately trying to steal a couple of moments of muscle relaxation to allow me to doze off again. But that was not apt to happen because now I was starting to experience an increased urge to urinate. But again, I had options. I could kick the door out, slide out, go inside, and take a piss. While on the other hand, I could lie there until it became unbearable and let my bladder go. As for the 400 or 500 abductees I was thinking about, they had no options. Those enslaved that had people chained and packed immediately above them had the added sensation of not only having to lie in human excrement, blood, vomit, and urine produced from those nearby, but they would no doubt have the same dripping and leaking down onto them from above. The least I thought I could do was to make it to morning. That was as close as I could ever come to telling them I was genuinely sorry that no one cared. Lying flat on my back, I had gone as long as possible, and it was time to reposition. However, this time, when I simultaneously turned and scooted to get on my left side again, I immediately felt the sharp stabbing pain underneath my left shoulder blade from a splinter I ripped out of the rough plywood surface. For the next few minutes, I struggled to pull the splinter out. Still, as hard as I tried, I couldn't reach with my bad right shoulder around far enough to feel the splinter, so it would have to stay there for now. Finally, I managed to move over somewhat to my stomach, which was surprisingly about as comfortable as I had been in hours. As I lay there, I realized that for the first couple of weeks, I had allowed myself to fall back into the habit of inordinately focusing on the inhumane Middle Passage experience the slave industry committed in the name of profit. As horrendous as it was for those selected to be subjected to those almost unimaginable tortures crossing the oceans, it still had to pale compared to the hopelessness of their final psychological passage that they had to endure for the remainder of their miserable lives. If that fucking shit had happened to white people, there would have been more questions asked and answered. I caught myself talking out loud as I drifted off to sleep and began to dream. As I looked at the 12 seated jurors, I felt amazingly calm, collected, and ready for this trial. "Ladies and gentlemen," I said, "I appreciate your participation in this trial today because it's quite frankly a crime in itself that has been put off and continued for so long. But be that as it may, we're here for one thing and one thing only: justice. Now the defendant's attorney over there will seek to lead you to believe that getting to the truth of this crime no longer matters, that we ought to move on. They will no doubt even stoop as low as to attempt to make you believe that the statute of limitations has run out on this crime. They will seek immediate dismissal because no one cares anymore. Throughout this trial, we will submit a mountain of evidence, but before we do, I'm asking you to perform a seemingly impossible task: to keep the face and the crime of the defendant ever in your mind's eye. I say it's an impossible task because, as you can see now, the defendant has no face. Still, by the end of this trial, we believe that the defendant's face will have become crystal clear. Furthermore, we contend that during our time we will have presented more than enough evidence to prove that the African Holocaust was initiated and that those countless millions' fate was sealed long before 1619. Still, we are not here today to represent the African victims alone, but we're here to represent the untold millions that have fallen victim to the same horrific crime, conveniently termed as manifest destiny and exceptionalism. Thank you for your time and attention. I was suddenly awakened by the painful urge to empty my bladder. It took me a couple of seconds to get my bearing, which was hampered by the pain from arthritis and the splinter in my back. Then, after wiping my glasses again on my boxers, I could make out that it was 4:18 from the clock on the desk. I knew that was all the sleep I would get that night, and I needed to decide how to resolve my bladder condition. I had already decided to kick the door open to exit the box. Now, the only thing left to determine was whether I needed to lie in my urine for a couple of hours. I felt around on the door with the flat of my foot to get a sense of the sharp edges that might be exposed. Then, after rehearsing about 3 or 4 times the limited motion I could exert kicking the door, I was finally ready to kick it. Retracting my left leg towards my chest, I let go and gave the door a moderate kick, trying to hit the tubing with the flat of my foot. Besides the loud noise the effort produced, the door remained unscathed. I lined back up for a much harder second kick and then repeated the exercise, loosening the door on the hinge side that time. I retracted a third time for an even harder kick and let it go, which bent the door and tore the upper hinge out of the wood. But work was still to be done. Now the door was at a more difficult angle to kick with the flat of the foot. I was getting dangerously close to having to finish this task while wallowing in pee. I decided to give it all I had. I retracted my leg as far as possible and gave it my all, sending my foot through the open door, but not without slicing the back of my lower calf on the bottom hinge still attached to the box. I hurriedly scooted out of the narrow opening while feeling the blood running down the back of my heel. It hurt, but I didn't think it was too severe, although there did seem to be a considerable amount of blood running down the back of my foot. After finally exiting and laboring to get to my feet, I went over to the door leading to the kitchen and opened it. Reaching around the doorway, I turned on the lights in the garage. Looking back, I almost passed out at the unexpected rather large puddle of blood in front of the box and the trail that led over to me. Opting not to look at the wound, I reached up and rolled about 10 feet of blue shop towels off the dispenser on the wall and made a big pack to apply direct pressure to stop the bleeding. I remember thinking that I was glad that even if I were going to require stitches, I would not have to get a tetanus shot because I had gotten one the previous year. After sitting in the doorway for about 5 minutes, I got up the nerve to remove the wad of blue towels to assess the damage. The bleeding had stopped entirely, but I was left with about a 1-inch gash I was sure a doctor would want to stitch up. At that point, I became more concerned about getting the painful splinter out of my back than the gash on my leg. That is when I was forced to prioritize all my immediate needs, so I quickly got up from the doorway and went to the downstairs bathroom, which I made it to just in the nick of time. Chapter 7. The Return to Black Balsam. Anticipating a crowd of people hitting the woods this weekend, Marcus and I agreed to get to the trailhead at 7:30 a.m. to get a parking spot. I arrived 30 minutes early to allow myself plenty of time to redress my bandaged leg if it needed tending to, which seemed fine. I had plenty of time earlier to take another shower and bandage my leg. After washing the wound thoroughly, I applied a dab of Neosporin and 3 butterfly stitches. I wrapped a couple of rounds of gauze around my leg, then finished with 4 or 5 rounds of an ace bandage. I left it loose enough not to cut the circulation off, but still tight enough so that it would not slide down. As for the splinter in my back, I would have to rely on Dr. Marcus to assist me with that task. We usually would try to carpool to our hikes. However, it made more sense for us to meet at the parking lot for this location because he would arrive at the trailhead from an entirely different direction. The local weather forecast called for a near-zero chance of rain with a high of around 70 degrees. Although I was partial to fall and winter hiking, this would be a beautiful day that should yield one of the most spectacular views in and around the Pisgah National Forest area. Looking in my rearview mirror, I saw Marcus taking the hard left and heading straight for me. We would be on the trail in less than 10 minutes. Before leaving the car, I reached into the passenger seat and snatched up a gallon freezer bag with some items Marcus would need to patch me up. I walked around and waited for him to exit his car, and when he did, he greeted me with the very predictable, "What's up, man?" "Not much. You?" I answered back. "I'm ready to do this thing," he said. "You couldn't order a better day than it's supposed to turn out to be today." "Yeah, I know," I say. As he stretched and walked around the back of his car, I met him and hit him in the chest with a couple of purple latex gloves, which he instinctively caught. "I need you to perform a bit of light surgery on me before we hit the trail," I say while spinning around and pulling my shirt up to show him the splinter in my back. "Damn, how'd that happen?" he asks with a noticeable grimace and howl. I reply, "I was messing around in the shop trying to do a little housekeeping and picked it up, trying to slide behind a piece of plywood. I would have probably been able to reach the damn thing myself if I was about 40 pounds lighter, but I'm not, so you have the job. I brought some tweezers that I've already sterilized, and all I need for you to do is pull the splinter out and dab a bit of this Neosporin on it and a Band-Aid, and we're gone." After he had taken a closer look at what felt like a tree branch protruding from my back, he said it looked to be over an inch long, but he thought it had worked its way out a bit already. Telling me to hold still, he took the tweezers, and in a matter of about 30 seconds, he extracted the splinter. I handed him the Neosporin and the Band-Aids to complete the task, and he was done. We put all the first aid refuse back in the baggie, and I pitched it into my passenger seat. With our backpacks on, I quickly texted Sue, letting her know where we were hiking and when we would return. I also started my Garmin E-Mini tracking device so she could track us on the trail if she wanted to. As I was finishing texting, I noticed Marcus had his GoPro out, attaching his selfie stick. When I saw the GoPro, I almost felt like I would have a panic attack or start hyperventilating at any second. As my heart was about to beat out of my chest, I made my request. Marcus, I have a big favor to ask you, and it doesn't require any doctoring whatsoever. Whatever you need, bro, he answers. If you don't mind, I say, I'd like us to leave off the GoPro today because I'm assuming that while we are hiking, the topic of your book will come up, and I don't think that I can personally convey my feelings on the topic and shoot GoPro footage at the same time. Also, I would feel a lot better if you didn't have something in your hand that you could tomahawk into the side of my head. Caught off guard, he said, No problem, bro. We'll just hike and talk today. It doesn't matter to me. He put his GoPro in its box and put it back in his backpack. We checked the vehicles to ensure they were locked, then started for the trailhead. Even though we had arrived at the trailhead early, numerous cars were already in the parking lot, leading me to believe that the lot would be full when we finished today. So we were headed down the trail after stopping by the informational billboard display at the end of the parking lot for a quick perusal. From my failed hike late last year, I remembered that these first 2 miles were nice and flat before we had to turn and bushwhack up to Tennant Mountain. I wanted to take advantage of the less strenuous terrain to start the conversation on his book because I knew that I would not be able to do much, if any, talking going up the 700-foot climb we planned to do. So as we chit-chatted walking down the first 100 yards of the trail, I had hoped he would turn the conversation topic towards his book and critical race theory. At least that was what I thought would make the most effortless transition for me. All right, we've danced around it long enough, he said. I want to know your thoughts of the book. I can tell by the look on your face that you're dreading this. You look like a man on death row, but I don't want you to sugarcoat it, bro. I can take it. I motioned for him to hold up a second, and I unbuckled my backpack to take my hiking poles off the bottom binding. All of this was done, of course, to buy me time. I put my bag on again and adjusted my poles to the correct length. Then we resumed the pace. First of all, I say, I need to be honest with you from the get-go. I not only have read your book, I have also read it a second time, so that I felt I had a good handle on the subject. But there's more. I've also read the 1619 Project by Nicole Hannah-Jones, which, if you don't know, is the author advertised on your poster in your room. So that was a complete coincidence. Second, I spent a day or so attempting to read the big, red critical race theory book with all the key writings that formed the movement. But I found that one was so far over my head that I gave up on it. And if that wasn't enough, I have probably watched or listened to close to 25 hours of YouTube content on the subject. So, the bottom line is, I didn't take your request lightly. However, I'm not sure you will want to hear my opinion. Wow, I should have known you would make this a thing, he replied. Well, I want to hear it. I'm a big boy. I can take it. Our pace had become less of one of our typical hikes and more of a slow walk. We even had to step aside and let a couple pass us because we were walking so slowly. For about the first 2 miles, the trail does a gradual left-hand bow as if there were a train track on the grade at one time. Finally, I say, the book you lent me is by far the best primer on CRT that I could get my hands on. To be honest with you, I don't think I came across anything in the entire book that I disagreed with. Also, as for the 1619 Project book, I thoroughly enjoyed the history, and I learned quite a bit from the material, not to mention that it connected some much-needed dots for me. I generally think the 1619 Project would be a much better textbook than all of the texts on that particular content I've taught over the years. And as I've said, I've listened to a ton of YouTube content from CRT academics, so I think I've gained a pretty good working knowledge of the subject. I pause and continue. So, first off, I applaud any and all efforts to cast light on the blatant inequality and injustice that has persisted in this country since the American Civil War and before. And I get it. The CRT academics are doing their best to change things. But I give this CRT approach no chance of making real change because they are unwilling to attack the root cause of racism here in this country. Root cause? He said, cutting me off with an astonished tone. Yes, root cause. I don't think they, or you, are willing or capable of going down the road to discover the root cause because of the ramifications. How in the hell will we ever be able to fix the problem of racism if we refuse to identify its origin? When he failed to respond, I continued. We both agree that the system is broken right now. So it only makes sense for us to begin backtracking in history to see if we can locate where it was initially broken. We can eliminate the last 160 plus years, the start of the American Civil War, right off the bat because anyone with half a brain should agree that institutional racism has always existed in this country in that period. But let's stick a pin in this period for a few minutes because I want to circle back to deal with it specifically. Now let's see if it's possible to eliminate any more years from our search. From the beginning of the American Civil War, walking backwards, let's just pick out a random number. Let's say 1619, for instance. There's a span of 242 years. I think I'm safe to say that we had institutional racism in this country all the way till then. So that roughly gets you, me, and the CRT academics back over 400 years, and we haven't found the origin. At this point, the data starts to get slim, but we could easily use the fantastic database of one of our favorite websites, slavevoyages.org. That's when he jumps in. James, bro, he said, slavery's been around for thousands of years in some form or another. That's when I enthusiastically jump back in. Exactly, thank you. So we can easily see from the data on that site and any of the 1,000 other sources that the transatlantic slave trade didn't even exist before 1500. Here's the thing, Marcus. Slavery had almost died out in Europe by 1200, which I know you already know. So the million-dollar question has to be asked. What happened between 1200 and 1500? And I'm 1,000% sure you know what I'm alluding to. That's when he cuts me off again. I knew it. I knew you'd somehow try to make this about religion. My response is quick and harsh, matching his tone. I made it about religion because it is about religions, plural. You know just as much about this period of history as I do. Let me repeat. Slavery had almost died out by 1200. Then you later had the Portuguese and Spanish explorers armed with the papal edict from Dom Diversas issued in 1452, which, as you know, gave those white explorers the license to steal people and put them into perpetual servitude to profit in the name of baby Jesus and the church. And we know that the Protestants didn't ride in on their white horse after the Reformation and save the day. Here's the thing, bro. You, me, and every CRT academic all know that the church only perfected what Islam had been doing for hundreds of years. But still, the sad fact is that every man, woman, and child that was stolen off the African continent and packed onto a slave ship has the church to thank for their miserable lot. I don't think the African Holocaust could have happened without the enormous involvement of the Abrahamic religions. After that, I stopped talking, and we walked silently for a few minutes. We'd only walked about a mile down the trail when I thought I might better check my bandage, so I faked having to water a tree. I picked out a place where I could get off the trail for some privacy, and just as I suspected, I could see that blood had started seeping through my ace bandage. But unfortunately, there wasn't anything I could do right now, so I returned to the trail. We took about a 10-minute break from our previous topic of conversation and quietly walked the trail. I was sure that Marcus was digesting information that he had already thought about many times before, but entertaining the notion that his Christian religion was a crucial component of the transatlantic slave trade is a hard pill to swallow. I know because I had to swallow it years ago. I was fortunate that I had already studied my way out of the Christian religion years before. I saw the church's role in the African Holocaust. With only about a mile to go before we started up Tennant Mountain, I broke the silence. Look, Marcus, I could have listed several more papal bulls and edicts issued by the church in and around that time that I'm pretty sure you've known and have thought about, which would make my case even more damning. Instead, I want to tell you about a fantastic video I recently saw that the African American Policy Forum produced entitled something like Structural Discrimination, the Equal Opportunity Race. That was played by Kimberly Crenshaw and others at a 3-person panel discussion. The opening credits list Kimberly Crenshaw and Luke Harris as co-writers of the cartoon, which I think illustrates my point better than I can. The setting is on a racetrack, and you have 4 participants, a white man, a white woman, a dark man with brown hair, and an even darker-skinned woman with dreadlocks lying poised to start the race. When the starter pistol is raised and the trigger is pulled, only the 2 white people are allowed to take off, and immediately, the big clock in the upper left corner starts counting up from 1492, I explained, and paused to look at him momentarily before starting back. The 2 white people get a 2-lap head start on the 2 people of color before the clock strikes 1964 and starts blinking. Only then are the 2 darker-skinned folks allowed to take off, which, if you're counting, gave the white people a 472-year head start. The graphic designers of that video must have flashed up across the screen 20 different obstacles that the folks of color had to contend with that the white folks didn't. Those obstacles didn't start scrolling from 1964, but from the beginning of the race in 1492. The first 4 that I remember are slavery, broken treaties, genocide, and manifest destiny. Truth bomb after truth bomb scrolls across the screen for the remainder of the video. I cleared my throat and continue. I believe everything in that video is historically accurate. However, it's intellectually misleading because you have to notice how CRT doesn't even make an effort to get to the root cause of the first and foremost obstacle they list in the video, which is slavery. I agree with the CRT academics when they raise the slavery issue because its legacy is woven so deeply into the fabric of our history, and we as a nation still feel the effects of it today. But still, CRT is unwilling to take the gloves off and place blame where blame is due. All the data is there to conclude that the transatlantic slave trade could not have happened unless the church stepped in to supercharge their part of the institution with various edicts like Dum Diversas and other invaluable support. Imagine if the video was updated. The big clock started counting at least 40 years earlier, and the first obstacle was Dum Diversas. After a couple of seconds, it changes to Islamic slavery, and then to ecclesiastical racism, without any other changes to the video. It would be more historically accurate and honest, not to mention that you get much closer to pinpointing the root cause of our problems today. We haven't fixed them, but we sure as hell have identified them. Ironically, the 4th obstacle that the CRT video lists is manifest destiny, because manifest destiny has morphed into what we now call American exceptionalism. And both insane notions have a direct connection that you can trace straight back to that same racist ideology that was fostered and permeated by the church. We reached our first destination, a sharp right-hand turn off of Vester Gap Trail up part of the Art Loeb Trail that would lead us to Tennant Mountain and some great views. After checking my All Trails app, I calculated that we would gain over 300 rugged and rocky feet of elevation in the next 3/4 of a mile. I took a break from the conversation to reflect on my solo hike the previous year when I turned around at this location and returned to the car. We took a short break to hydrate and eat a trail snack. After that, we went through the motions of chit-chatting about how comfortable his shoes felt, how outstanding of a day it was, and a couple of other forgettable comments. Still, I could see the wheels spinning at a maximum speed in Marcus's head. He was gearing up and would eventually try to refute my thesis and defend his faith sooner or later before we got back to our cars. He had to. Meanwhile, I was thinking about everything I had said to him as we walked down here, knowing full well that I had given him no new information. He and every CRT academic knew all this history better than I do. I was curious about which option he would choose to push back with, since they were limited. Ready to get restarted, and since I had previously chickened out of going through this part of the trail, I decided to jump out in front to trick myself into not feeling like I had to have Marcus there to hold my hand. The trail was extremely rocky, muddy, and washed out in spots going up that steep section of the trail just as I had expected. Still, I could not help but feel a little defeated because I could not overcome my fears on my solo hike to brave this stretch. In about 300 feet, we would reach the summit of Tennant Mountain, yielding one of the most breathtaking views in the Appalachians, only to hike over to Black Balsam Knob, which should be even better. Both summits are over 6,000 feet above sea level. It was not long before I felt my heart ramp up considerably with the accompanying sweating and labored breathing. That is when my right foot slipped off a rock, and I took one of my light tumbles to the ground that so far have always been more embarrassing than catastrophic. However, this time I felt the familiar pain in the back of my leg, which I knew was my cut. If I was not bleeding yet, I knew that this spill got it started back. I laughed it off with, "Live from New York, it's Saturday Night Live," comment that I was not sure Marcus understood. "Man, are you all right?" he asked. "I thought for a second you tripped me since you didn't have your GoPro in your hand," I say, joking. "Oh no," he said. "We're all good, bro. I thought about tripping you, but I wanted to get my digs in before I resorted to something that drastic." We laughed and bumped fists and started our ascent. It did not take long before I realized I had underestimated the technical trek up the mountain to the two views. As strenuous as the rocky and muddy 300-foot climb had been, the views at the top of Tennant Mountain did not disappoint. Unfortunately, since I was out of breath when we reached the first summit, I spent the first few minutes sitting and recuperating instead of walking around, taking in the view, even though Marcus had not appeared to have broken a sweat. After the short break and photo op in front of the iconic Tennant Mountain plaque, we started for Black Balsam Knob. That's when I discovered there were another nearly 200 feet ahead that were as rocky and rugged terrain as we had already covered coming up Tennant. During that slow stretch, I had to take a couple of extra short breaks to catch my breath, so I had Marcus go ahead without me. Finally, after about 20 minutes, the grueling effort paid off when I glanced up to see that I had reached him waiting at the summit of Black Balsam Knob for the second of the fantastic views we saw that day. We sat and randomly chit-chatted for about 20 minutes, rehydrating and taking in the rare 360-degree summit view before he predictably returned to our more serious earlier conversation. "So let me see if I understand your critique of critical race theory. First, you read the book I lent you not once but twice and could not find anything you disagreed with. Then you read that big fat 1619 Project book and had nothing but high praises for that work as well. And to finish off your CRT education, you watched a ton of YouTube videos. And you basically reduce all that scholarship to a waste of time. Then you seem to blame Christianity by insinuating that it's a racist religion run by a bunch of racists," he said. I took a deep breath, letting the moment remain silent to give him time to resume if he thought of something else. So when it became evident he was finished, I gave him my reply. "Marcus, I told you, I wanted to come back to the current day and deal with that specifically. I would like you, and I suppose the CRT folks, to carefully consider the period from now back to the very beginning of the African Holocaust in the mid-15th century, which is about 572 years of inequality that the vast majority of folks, both white and black, know nothing about. Do you really think it's a wise strategy for black and brown folks to allow the most culpable people guilty of one of the most horrendous crimes in human history basically off the hook because it's uncomfortable? Before you answer that, let me first say that I thought I had painted a clearer picture of my opinion of Christian virtues, but obviously it came across as insinuations. So let me make myself crystal clear by saying that the Christian religion breeds racism, because that religion is based on a racist book. To allow the religions, and I want to emphasize religions plural, that enslaved your ancestors off the hook is tantamount to canceling the Nuremberg trials and acquitting Hitler and the Nazi regime. Still, that is precisely what black and brown folks have done and keep doing because many of its key leaders have adopted one of those Abrahamic religions. At that point, I stopped because I knew I had said enough and risked becoming the plain old dick that I tended to morph into in these situations if I continued to say more. I was not getting any joy out of being the bearer of these devastating thoughts that I know he had contemplated in his heart many times. I slid my water bottle into the side holder of my backpack and started to get up from my cross-legged position. By that time, approximately 8 to 10 people who had hiked up from the closest parking lot were walking around the various Black Balsam Knobs viewpoints. As I was bending over to pick up my backpack, Marcus noticed something on the back of my beige pants. "James, is that blood on your pants?" he said, pointing towards the back of my left leg. I looked around, and just as I suspected, blood had soaked through my pants from the cut. I pulled my pant leg up to take a look. That's when he saw the bloody ace bandage, which he naturally reacted with a shock. "Dude, what did you do, bro?" "I'll give you 3 guesses, and the first 2 don't count," I said, preparing to lie again. When I was cleaning up the shop yesterday after I got home, I knocked over a piece of scrap metal that was leaned up to the wall, and it caught me just right to leave a pretty good gash. After unwrapping the bandage to take a look, I discovered that the butterfly stitches had broken loose, so I washed the blood off my leg with my extra water bottle and held my bandana on it for a couple of minutes to ensure the bleeding was stopped. After that, I completely redressed the wound to how it was when I got out of the car, but this time I cinched the ace bandage a little tighter to get me home. Even though it was only about 3/4 of a mile downhill to the parking lot that completed our 4.3-mile loop, it felt much longer because of the psychological ground we had covered that day. Therefore, I thought it was best to avoid any further CRT discussions unless he initiated it, which he left off until we returned to our cars. We passed numerous hikers going up to the knob as we came down and returned to the parking lot. And just as expected, it was almost full. As we paused in the lot, Marcus said, "I want you to know that I sincerely appreciate you reading the book and all that other preparation to give me your honest opinion, even if you are totally full of crap." We laughed as we started throwing our stuff in the back of our cars. "Well," I said, "you know what I always say about reserving the right to be wrong. Today might just be one of those rare times, bro." We talked for a few more minutes on less serious topics, and I texted Sue to let her know we were back at the parking lot, and things went pretty well. We went for our customary handshake, and he lightly slapped my hand away and moved in for a hug. We had never been the hugging type, but this gave me hope that our friendship would survive today. Finally, we both got in our cars and proceeded to go home. Chapter 8. Blood in the Water. After a refreshing shower and redressing the bandage on my leg, I started downstairs to figure out what I would have for dinner tonight. That's when I remembered I still had that bloody mess on the garage floor to address. I knew I would fall out early tonight, so I mentally compiled a list of things I had to do before I crashed. My stomach spoke up and said eating was the first thing on the list. The cleanup in the garage was a must too. After that, I might grade some papers and review next week's lesson plans. Being realistic, I thought I would be doing well just to get the garage cleanup done. While eating some leftover homemade chicken noodle soup, I reached into my book bag on the bar, took out my lesson planner, and read it while eating. Looking over the material I knew I would be covering this week, I shook my head, laughing and thinking this was the height of irony. This week would be a challenge teaching, after the last couple of days, but I thought I only had a few more years of this and I was out of there. I threw my planner back in my bag and finished up my soup. I grabbed my empty bowl and the rest of my stuff up and started for the sink. That's when Sue called on the landline, which the cordless base was on the wall just left of the sliding glass door leading out to the back deck. We talked for about 15 minutes while I stretched out in a deck chair on the back porch. I could not help but feel that while I replayed the day's difficult conversation with Marcus, Sue might have been rolling her eyes or fake sleeping for Grace's entertainment. She told me that she would be leaving to come home shortly after she and Grace ate breakfast at one of her favorite breakfast joints close by in the morning. After we hung up, I made the mistake of closing my eyes and falling asleep. The well-dressed, rather elderly man takes the short step up into the witness box and turns to the bailiff. The bailiff asked the man if he wanted to swear or affirm to tell the truth. He chose to swear, and the bailiff led him through the process while he placed his hand on the Bible. Then he sat down. "Will you please state your name for the record?" I asked the witness. "My name is Joshua, the son of Nun," he replied. "Mr. Joshua, are you a racist?" I asked. This immediately provoked an objection from the defense lawyer that the judge abruptly overruled and instructed the witness to answer the question. "No, I'm not a racist," he answered. That is when I asked the judge for permission to enter Exhibit A into evidence while revealing a 3-by-6-foot map on an easel, which the judge allowed. "Mr. Joshua, do you recognize this map?" I asked the witness. "Yes, it's a modern-day map of Palestine or Israel, as most folks call it now," he answered. "About 3,400 years ago, you and your people migrated from Egypt to a significant portion of land depicted on that map, did you not?" I asked. "You would be correct," he tersely replies. "Can you tell me, sir, was that land unoccupied of people before you and your people immigrated there?" I asked. That prompted an objection by the defense, a move overruled by the judge. "The witness can answer the question," the judge said. "No, there were folks living there already," he answered. "Mr. Joshua, are you of Hebrew descent?" I asked. Yes, I'm Hebrew," he answered proudly. "The people living there in that land before you and your people showed up, were they Hebrew?" I continued with my questioning. "No, they were not Hebrew," he said. "Mr. Joshua, did you and your people attack and slaughter every man, woman, and child at Jericho under orders of the God of the universe?" I finally set the trap. "Yes, we did," he said. "Now, you said earlier that you were not a racist. Mr. Joshua, do you think God is a racist?" "Objection, Your Honor," yelled out the defense attorney. "Overruled. The witness can answer the question," the judge instructed. "No, God is not a racist," he answered loudly. "I only have one last question, which is more hypothetical," I said. "If God told you to steal 12.5 million Egyptians to take with you into the wilderness, keeping them in perpetual servitude, would you consider that an act of racism?" "Objection, Your Honor," the defense attorney bellowed again. "Objection sustained," the judge ruled. "Your Honor, I have no further questions." I ended my questioning. I sat down, looked at my yellow legal pad, and closed my eyes. That was when I woke up from my cat nap to a few unexpected raindrops on my face. It took me a few seconds to realize I was still on the back porch. I thought the weatherman had forecast a near-zero chance of rain. As I moved to get up, the cordless phone fell to the deck. Even though I was stiff from head to toe, I managed to get to my feet and started inside to start the garage cleanup. I spent the next 30 minutes on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor with hot soap and water, so Sue would not come home and discover my insanity. Finally, I decided to remove the bent and damaged door from the box and took measurements to redesign, make, and reinstall a new one. I planned to replace the door again with one that would not accommodate a lock. It took me a couple of hours of work, but I finally had a working door installed. This time, I decided to go with a solid plywood door with 2 air holes in the top and bottom compartments. During my time in the garage that night, I pondered the seemingly endless list of the most influential civil rights leaders who have been associated with Christianity or Islam over the last 100 years. However, I could not recall any of them making the seemingly obvious connection between the history of their religion and the plight of black and brown folks in America. I was sure there had been some, but they had been few and far between. I was not surprised because I knew that if any of them had decided to play the whistleblower role, they would have been committing career and political suicide. I was emotionally, psychologically, and maybe even spiritually patting myself on the back, thinking I would have the guts to be that whistleblower if I were in a similar situation. Then it dawned on me how much of a colossal hypocrite I was. I could not help but feel that the other James had a good laugh at my expense during this epiphany. I was out in the garage the next day after breakfast and an early walk to the top of the mountain. Sue had texted me 30 minutes earlier to let me know she was on her way home. After searching around the house, I finally located some old excess gray naga hide material that I planned to make a pullover cover for my box. After a few measurements and calculations, I determined the scrap metal was enough to do the trick. So I spent the next 4 hours cutting and sewing together a reasonably nice cover with the help of Grace's old sewing machine, which she had left in the storage closet over the garage. I was sitting at my desk admiring the seamstress work that I had done on the cover when Sue texted me her exit number, where she was getting off to gas up and walk the dogs. I had always insisted on her and Grace texting me their exit number before they exited their vehicles while traveling. I told them I wanted a good lead to give the FBI in case they came up missing. Of course, I was only half kidding. I texted her back a thumbs up. I noticed her alarm clock on my desk, so I returned it to her nightstand by her bed. I was rolling my 5-foot trailer around to the garage to put some air in the tires when Marcus texted me to ask if I had time to talk for a minute. I said yes, and I told him I would give him a call in 2 minutes. I dropped what I was doing and went inside to call him on our landline. Our cell phone signal worked fine for texting at our location, but for any phone calls, the service was unreliable, so Sue and I had to keep a landline. Marcus and I had never been the kind of friends who called each other on the phone to talk, so I felt this had some urgency. "What's up, bro?" he said. "Not much," I said. "Just trying to clean up around here before Sue gets home later today. You?" "We just got home from church and I'm planning to just sit around and chill and grade some papers today," he said. I expected he had come up with a different rebuttal to my criticism of CRT, so I was waiting for him to hit me with it any time. He and I were close friends, but this was not normal for us to talk much on the phone, which I suppose was more my doing than his. After a couple more minutes of the uncharacteristic, seemingly idle chit-chat, he got to his point of wanting to talk. "Hey, I was wondering, you haven't heard anything floating around about some parents being on the warpath against me for teaching CRT, have you?" "What?" I exclaimed. "Are you fucking kidding me, bro? Where in the hell would some bullshit like that come from?" "I'm really not sure. 2 people asked me about it after church today. They say they had seen something on social media. I don't know what social media they saw it on. They just said they did, so who knows what it is," he answered. "So you haven't checked on Facebook yet?" I asked. "Yeah, I checked there, and I couldn't find anything. I haven't received any emails inquiring about it, so who knows which app the kids are using today." "Well, if I were you, I wouldn't sweat it because they know that you're the best history teacher in North Carolina, and maybe the world, and you teach what they pay you to teach," I told him, heaping on the over-the-top accolades. "Yeah, I'm the most valuable asset they have up there for sure," he said with what sounded like a nervous laugh. "No shit, bro, I wouldn't worry about it. I'm sure there's a plausible explanation for the rumor. You know how these things can be. You'd think by now someone would have clued the paranoid ultra-conservatives into the fact that CRT is college-level material, for Christ's sake," I said. "I agree, bro. Well, man, I won't hold you up any longer from your chores. I'll let you get back to what you were doing. I'll see you in the morning," he said. "No problem. I'll catch you in the morning," I replied. And we both hung up. I could not help but think that there is nowhere that the adage, "where there's smoke, there's fire," is more accurate than here in our rural North Carolina county. So these rumors piqued my interest. Sue texted me earlier to let me know she was about 30 minutes from being home, so I was looking for her to roll up at any time. I checked the air in both trailer tires, and they were good. Sue had wanted me to buy myself a truck 2 years ago, but instead, I purchased an $800 trailer and had a $500 trailer hitch installed on the back of my Camry, so now I call that setup my truck. I had never been one of those big four-wheel drive type guys, so it did not make sense to tie up so much money in a vehicle I did not need. Since I planned on possibly using it this coming week, I wanted to check it over to have it ready. After clearing it for takeoff, I pushed it onto the grass beside the garage, where it would be easier to attach it to the Camry if needed. That's when I looked up and saw Sue coming down the driveway. I walked around to the front passenger side and opened the door to some excited wiener dogs. I bent down and they about licked me to death. I stretched across the passenger seat to kiss Sue and let her know I had missed her. Then I reached down, got the 2 dog leashes out of the floorboard, and attached them to their leashes, removing them from the car. Cooper immediately started whining because he had left his ball in the seat, so I reached back to retrieve his ball. Then all was right in his world. "I'll come back and get your luggage in a minute. Let me take the boys back and play greenball for a minute with them," I said. She said she would be there in a minute and needed to go into the bathroom. So she went through the open garage, the kitchen, and the bathroom while we walked through the garage and the backyard and started our greenball ritual. She came out to the back deck a few minutes later, immediately yelled down at me in the yard, and asked me where all the blood came from on the paper towels in the bathroom trash can. Thinking fast, I turned around, showing her my bandage, and told her the story of the scrap metal falling over and hitting me. "How bad is it?" she asked. "Damn near took my leg clean off. It took 100 stitches to sew my leg back on. The doctor gave me strict orders to take it easy for the next few days and to take aspirin for the pain. And, oh yeah, he prescribed cheesecake for a quicker recovery," I said with a smile. "Cheesecake will have to wait till tomorrow," she replied. We ate the last of the leftover homemade chicken noodle soup and caught up on the weekend events. She filled me in on her and Grace's exploits, and I told her how uneventful mine had been, except for my minor accidents. I also told her how my and Marcus's conversation had gone on Saturday, and we both agreed it could have been much worse, and that he would eventually push back against my criticism. Chapter 9. The Dawning of the Pitchforks. Driving, I followed Sue's car into the parking lot a little earlier than we usually arrived at work so we could get parking adjacent to one another. Moments before, as I drove by the front of the school, I noticed that Marcus's lights were already on in his room, which I could see from the road. While we gathered our stuff and made our way toward the back entrance, I noticed several of the visitor parking places were already occupied, which I thought was a little odd, given how early it was. Sue and I parted with our traditional fist bump as I took a right onto the steps up to my room, and she left for the middle school. As I walked by Marcus's room, I noticed that he was not in there, but only what appeared to be 2 sets of parents, so I naturally popped in to be hospitable and asked if they needed help. "Good morning, folks. Can I help you guys with anything?" An older, well-dressed gentleman spoke up and answered cordially, "No, thanks. We're just waiting on Mr. Fuller. We're sure he'll be back in just a minute." I just smiled and proceeded to unlock my door and get started with my day. The one gentleman in Marcus's room who spoke looked familiar. I was racking my brain trying to put a name with the face. Finally, after a couple of minutes, I realized he was the local pastor of a popular church, Bob Darity, a.k.a. Pastor Bob, as everyone called him. That sounds harmless enough, I thought. I suddenly realized. I assumed one of the women was his wife along with another couple. Now my interest was piqued. This was highly unusual for Marcus to have scheduled the meeting this early in the day, which led me to believe that this was an unexpected visit for some reason. Yesterday, I had to do some soul-searching because of the events of the last couple of days. I had pumped myself up with the notion that I would come in today and just let it all hang out and teach the way that I wanted to teach, no matter whom it pissed off. However, after a little while, I came to my senses and thought better of the plan. Ultimately, I decided that I was too close to 65 and waited too long in my career to go down that road, not to mention how Sue would react to my going rogue. As I was reviewing my lesson plans and finishing up the last coffee in my mug, I started hearing voices coming from what sounded like Marcus's room. So, given all the other curious occurrences this morning, I focused less on the planner and more on the conversation next door. Of course, I would not be able to make out what was being said, but I had worked next door to him long enough now that I could tell whether it was his voice. And I knew the voice was not his, and it seemed to grow more animated and angrier by the second. So I decided it was time to walk over to see if my assistance might be needed. When I walked into his room, there was just Marcus and the other 4 who were there earlier gathered around the front near his desk. At first, I did not say anything. I thought I would observe because at that point, I did not know what was happening. That's when the other gentleman, addressing Marcus, spoke up and said, "Don't think for 1 minute that you're going to come in here and start teaching that bull here at this school, and the good folks of this community are just going to sit idly by. That ain't happening, Mr. Fuller." That's when it hit me, and I butted in. "Whoa! Wait just a minute there, fella. I think you're being just a little unprofessional, don't you think?" They all 4 turned towards me at the door. The pastor spoke first. "Look, Hiers. We were just having a teacher conference with Mr. Fuller about some of the material that he was teaching in his class, and it really does not have anything to do with you, so I would appreciate it if you would tend to your own business and let us finish with our meeting." This time, Pastor Bob's tone was not as cordial. That's when Marcus looked straight at me, gave me a wink, and told me everything was okay because they had just about ironed things out. I knew the wink and specific look was him asking me to chill and let him handle the situation. I was able to check myself, so I remained silent, but I stood in the doorway to witness until the conversation ended, and the folks exited the room only about 30 seconds later. As the visitors started for the door, I stepped out into the hall to let them pass as they headed toward Principal Hampton's office, where all 4 entered. It was only about 20 minutes before the buzzer started school, but I went in to check on Marcus, who was sitting at his desk. "What's going on, man?" I asked. "It's about me secretly teaching CRT in here, undermining the fabric of our democracy, bro," he said, doing finger quotes in the air. "What are they referring to?" I asked. That is when he pointed at his innocuous The 1619 Project poster that he had recently put on his wall. "You got to be effing kidding me," I said, almost whispering. "That's history. That's all that is. It's just history. And they're having a shitting hemorrhage over the poster advertising a book?" As he started to reply, Stuart Hampton, the principal, knocked on the doorframe as he entered the room. "Morning, gentlemen," Hampton said. "I hate to barge in, but I need to have a quick word with Marcus before the buzzer goes off and everything gets hectic around here." I just looked back at Marcus and told him I would talk to him after the first block, and then I left his room and returned to mine. As I sat at my desk, I noticed that Hampton and Marcus had passed by my doorway. I assumed they were on their way to Hampton's office. I could tell my blood pressure was about to shoot through the roof, so I tried to take long, slow, deep breaths because sometimes I had found that had worked. I did a mental inventory of the 1619 Project book and tried to remember if it even mentioned CRT. All I could remember is that the content discussed Black history, which most people were unaware of, but it was accurate. That was it. The worst-case scenario was Marcus was guilty of displaying a poster advertising a very well-written, albeit uncomfortable, Black history book that was fully verifiable. With only about 2 minutes left before the opening buzzer, I saw Marcus go by on the way back to his room. I thought about running around to check on him again, but I decided to leave it till break. So I got started with my class, and when I found the opportunity, I slipped out and made my way down the short flight of stairs to the drink machine to get some caffeine and peek into his room. As I passed his room, just as I suspected, his poster was gone. The son of a bitch made him take it down. I did not react, but I was so furious that he had to remove it, I could not wait till after class to talk to Marcus. During the remainder of the class, I sensed that some of my students knew what had happened next door. I did not know which had pissed me off more, the fact that he had to remove the poster or how those 4 assholes had disrespected Marcus with condescending smart-ass bullshit. The buzzer went off, ending the first block, so I walked around to his room to get the scoop on what had taken place between him and Hampton. A few stragglers were still in there talking with him at his desk, So I nonchalantly waited and walked over to admire his new blank spot on the wall where his poster had been. Finally, they finished talking and started walking for the door, and I broke away from my gaze at his posterless bare wall to walk up to him at his desk. As I got to him, I asked, "Well, I see your poster's gone. Did he make you take it down?" "He didn't make me, but he strongly advised me to remove it to keep it from becoming a thing this late in the year," he replied. "Did you explain to Hampton what the 1619 Project was?" I asked. I tried to explain, but he wasn't interested in hearing my defense. I assume he just wanted the problem to go away, and the quickest way for that to happen was for me to remove it. I think the group left my room, went straight in, and started chewing his butt out. I said, "I heard them jacking you around, so I came in here. So tell me, what did the preacher man and his congregation have to say to you before I got in here this morning, if you don't mind me asking?" I had stepped out for a minute to go to the bathroom, and when I returned, they were here. I knew what was going down because I ended up seeing some stuff floating around on Facebook late last night, so it didn't take me totally by surprise. It seems one of my students took a picture of the poster and shared it, and it got around to some parents. And you know how some of these folks stay on call 24/7, ready to stand up for freedom and democracy, you know? I looked up and it was about time for the second block to begin. "Well," I said, "I wish I had more of your temperament, bro. You seem to be taking this well, but I don't mind telling you that it's got me fucking pissed." I started inching for the door. "Hang in there, bro," I told him. "I'll catch up on the rest at lunch, okay?" "I'll be good, thanks, man," he replied. Then I left to return to my room and prepare for the next class. After the second block, I returned to Marcus's room, but he was not there, so I took a short walk to my car to blow off some steam. I did not know why I had such a difficulty shaking that morning off, but if I had not gotten a grip soon, I felt like I was quickly reaching my snapping point. I think the main thing that got me so pissed was that I knew that Marcus had not taught anything he had not taught before. Nothing secret, nothing covert, just the regular watered-down, sped-through material we had always taught. In addition, I had seen clips on YouTube of conservatives getting hypersensitive to CRT. Still, up until today, we had not experienced any of it. So I determined that what was ultimately taking place was that the conservative talking points had finally filtered down to our level. The poster was just what the locals were waiting for. So I headed back in for the next block. The class had a different vibe that day that I had not experienced recently. Given today's events, I might have been overly sensitive. That class had been one of the most engaging bunch of kids I had in a couple of years, but today something just seemed different. I had taught at Millville long enough to know how the scuttlebutt worked. Generally, by the time the group gets up the nerve to actually make a trip to the school, to make a scene, like what happened this morning, there would have to have been several days of posturing behind the scenes and the social media screens by a group much larger than the 4 that showed up today. I knew Pastor Bob and his wife were only here to promote their brand. There were only about 20 minutes left before lunch. I had become slightly disappointed because I expected Pastor Bob's son Samuel to follow his parents onto the Christian battlefield, but the class had been uneventful. As it turned out, my gut was right after all. The class had been reviewing the Reconstruction period after the American Civil War with a fair amount of participation when Samuel raised his hand to ask a question. "Samuel, you have a question," I called on him. Samuel said, "Yeah, so after the Civil War, a lot of folks raised money to erect monuments to honor their Southern heritage and those who fought and died in the war. I was wondering how you feel about them tearing them all down now." "Well, first and foremost, I'm a free speech guy, Samuel," I said. "You're a free speech guy too, aren't you?" Samuel did not respond, so I asked him again, "Are you not a free speech guy?" "Yes, I am," he replied. "Good, so you will understand when I tell you I've always been against tearing down Civil War monuments. I think the monuments, in most cases, represent the people who fought and died to determine if slavery would continue in America. But make no mistake about it, the heritage you mentioned was a heritage of horror that existed between the enslaver and his chattel property, the slave, full stop. I personally would like to see the same folks that have the energy to tear down those symbols of our collective racist past, channel that into alternate symbols and monuments that tell the ugly truth about the institution the South fought to protect. "So, Mr. Ayers," said Samuel, "we're hearing that next year they're going to come in here and start teaching that liberal CRT stuff. Is there any truth to that rumor?" CRT. What does that CRT stand for, Samuel? I asked. "I think it stands for critical race theory," he said. "You think? Well, can you enlighten me on what CRT is and what is liberal about it? This is the first time I've heard of it," I said, lying to bait him. He started to answer saying, "From what I've heard," before I cut him off. I interjected, "Well, yeah, from what I heard, it's a new American history course that a bunch of Ivy League liberals came up with that's based on lies." Samuel nervously answered. "Let me say that no one has talked to me about this CRT," I said, "and I have received no emails or anything else indicating that there's anything new coming next year. So I can tell you it's just unsubstantiated rumors at this point. That's all it is. But let me ask you this, class. If I came here tomorrow or next year with a new program teaching lies, how would you know?" I continued when there was no reply. "The fact of the matter is, you won't know unless you apply some critical thinking skills, and you should." I paused and put my hand to my ear, soliciting a reply. "Read a book," the class answered loudly and cheerfully in concert. "You got it. Now get out of here," I said, and gave them a collective thumbs up just as the buzzer went off for lunch. Some folks would think I was too harsh with Samuel, while others might think the opposite. Thankfully, I was able to recognize before it was too late that the sudden boldness on Samuel's part had very little to do with his genuine concern over Southern heritage being preserved and more to do with his fulfilling the role of the proverbial apple that had fallen from his tree. I thought I had gone very easy on Samuel because I had always found him very likable, and I did not believe he deserved to have me focus the anger that I had on some of the more narrow-minded people in the community on him. After all, he was probably only 17 or 18 years old, but for now, Samuel had said enough to make a name for himself in his circles, and I responded with enough to send a clear picture to the powers that be not to mess with me. However, because of social media and the magic of texting, I was sure all those pertinent messages would be delivered within the hour. Of course, it could have been all in my head, but I felt confident that I was in the early stages of a dance that had the potential to escalate. During lunch, Marcus filled me in on more details that had transpired before school got underway this morning. When Mr. Hampton came down to his room, he intended to bring him back to his office, where Vice Principal Lauren Willis was waiting to serve as a witness. That was new information that only served to anger me more because I knew that it had all probably been orchestrated well before Marcus arrived at school that morning. Stuart Hampton and Lauren Willis knew when they got to school this morning that they would be having that talk with him. Also, the fact that Hampton had prepositioned a witness told me that he was prepared to sacrifice Marcus to placate the concert of squeaky wheels. To a great extent, I thought all of this crap was the product of folks having way too much time on their hands. I asked him if the parents were in the room when he was brought to Hampton's office, and he said they were gone. He also told me that Hampton closed the door during the short exchange, which confirmed that it was a formal blindside I had seen many times before over my long career. "You know what it meant when Hampton brought you back to his office and Mrs. Willis was already sitting in there waiting, don't you?" I asked. "Oh yeah, I knew what was probably going down, and the closed door just confirmed it," he replied with an eye roll and nervous sigh. I filled him in on my little exchange with Samuel, and we both agreed that it seemed too rehearsed to be unconnected. Samuel was just a pawn. "So after Samuel put you on the spot, how did you answer him?" he asked. After I told him how I responded to Samuel's questions, Marcus dropped his shoulders, then his head and said, "Geez, man, don't you think you might have been dousing a little gasoline on the fire with that?" Yeah, I knew there was a possibility that I might be, I said, but at this point, I really don't care. Samuel asked me my opinion, and I gave it to him. No one can accuse me of teaching anything controversial. It was just my opinion, right? Marcus paused briefly, then answered, Yeah, it's just your opinion. He paused, a second time for effect, then added, We haven't heard the last of the yah-yah out of this from Samuel's parents and the rest of them, don't you? No, we absolutely have not, I said, flashing a sarcastic smile. Later during my planning period, I sat perusing tomorrow's lesson plans and listening to an audiobook through a single AirPod when Mr. Hampton came to the door and gave it a light knock as he entered. A huge red flag warning went up for me when he closed the door behind him. Hampton came in, drew up a chair, and sat about 5 feet from me with his back to the door. I quickly assessed the situation and thought it was a good sign that he did not need to bring a witness or had not called me to his office. So far, the encounter did not seem too threatening, but that would soon change. So, James, he said, tell me about the deal that took place between you and Samuel earlier today. It was short and sweet, I said calmly. He asked me how I felt about the tearing down of all these monuments, and I gave him my honest opinion. Then he asked me about a rumor floating around that CRT will be instituted here at Millville next year. I answered and told him that I had not heard or seen any communication leading me to the conclusion that that was true. That was it. So let me ask you, Mr. Hampton, what did I do that caused the launching of this emergency investigation? I was not naive. I was well aware of the red line I had crossed. To reduce the American Civil War to a war fought primarily over slavery was taboo, yet I had committed just that unpardonable sin. I could have saved myself the headache that I was in the early stages of by keeping my cards much closer to my chest, but unfortunately, I had grown tired of that. Look, this isn't an emergency investigation, so there's no need to get defensive, he said. But what was brought to my attention was that you insinuated that the only reason the Civil War was fought was because of slavery, and that's just a little too simplified. The Civil War, as you know, was the result of many complicated issues that culminated in war. Some folks have gotten on the edge over this stuff, and I'd just like to get through the rest of this year before we get into the next brouhaha that spills over to the school board meetings and the local press. So what is this, a slap on the hand or what? I said. Hampton's tone changed. So if you want to take this approach with me, James, let me spell it out for you. I'm telling you to teach what we pay you to teach and leave off all your bullshit because when you stir it up, it makes my life a hell of a lot more difficult, and I don't like difficult. Are we on the same page, James? Yeah, we're on the same page, Stu, I answered, and with that, I thought I might have picked up a noticeable cringe as he got up, returned his chair, and started for the door. At that point, I crossed the Rubicon when I said, Mr. Hampton, help me out. I'm trying to remember what your major was at NCSU. Is it in world or American history? He turned several shades of red as he glared at me, but quietly exited my room. I was well aware that he majored in fish and wildlife studies. Later that evening over dinner, I was surprised to see Sue get unusually angry as I shared my and Marcus's eventful day. Given the circumstances, she took that opportunity to broach a subject she had not contemplated. I suppose she felt it prudent to discuss the possibility of my retirement at least. We agreed that after superficially crunching the numbers, it would not make a big difference in staying till I hit 65 or not. It was then that Marcus texted. After watching the Facebook post that Marcus had us check out of today's little question and answer session between Samuel and me, I do not know whether it was the fact that multiple students had recorded the whole thing and posted it, or the long string of comments that she was still reading, but Sue was fuming. It was very obvious that the thing with Samuel was pre-planned, because not only had it been recorded, but it was recorded from 2 different angles to capture both of our reactions. The videos appeared to have been spliced together using editing software. As for me, I was much less angry than her. However, the day's events coupled with the last week or so, provided me with a much-needed moment of clarity. Chapter 10. WTF. I woke up this morning feeling like the whole world had changed overnight. It seemed the air was purer, and all the colors around me were more vibrant than ever before. All the little things that usually would get on my nerves during the day rolled off my back. When I arrived at school, I was in such a good mood that I caught myself humming the 1980s hit song by a-ha, Take On Me, while washing my coffee cup in the bathroom. Then I heard the buzzer for the next class go off. That was when I looked at myself dead in the eyes in the bathroom mirror, took a deep, cleansing breath, and said, "Let's do this shit." Then I turned and started for my room and third block. I just started the song again in my mind as I came into my room, shining my coffee cup and stuffing the paper towel down inside as I sat it on my desk. Take on me, take me on, I'll be gone in a day or two. I sang the chorus, tried to hit the high note again, and failed, as always, as the class laughed. I looked around, did a cursory head count, and was happy to see I would be teaching a full class today. "Cool, can I get a show of hands of all the folks that use an iPhone?" I asked, and was surprised to see that nearly the entire class of 25 raised their hands. "How many use an Android?" I asked again. "Wow, 5 Android users for the whole class. I would have thought there would have been more," I said. The class did not respond. "First, before I get started," I told the class, "I want to compliment those involved with the fine video and editing that was shot in this room yesterday. I was really impressed with the multiple angle effect and the added informative text throughout the video. I hate that you guys didn't use some of that sophisticated software editing program to take 40 pounds off me, but you guys really did a fantastic job." Of course, most of the class laughed, but I saw that the ones who probably shot the video looked less amused. Continuing, I said, "So today we're going to do things a little bit differently. I know I usually ask you guys to keep your phones on silent and in a place to keep the distractions to a minimum. But today, you're going to use your phones." Then, I walked over to the box I brought this morning and reached inside to take out my 2 GoPros with tripods attached. I placed both on the shelf beside my desk, pointing one in the direction I teach from, and the other I turned toward the class and made an announcement. I wanted to shoot this class with my GoPro so that my budding investigative journalism students would not feel like they were missing anything since they would be using their phones for the class. If any of you feel like you want the footage of the class so you can post another video, all you have to do is ask me after class, and I'll make sure you get an unedited copy to do with what you like, no questions asked. There were puzzled looks on the faces of many of the students. Continuing, I said, "We are going to back up and do a little bit of Civil War review today. But first, I wanted to get a sense of how bad of a job I've done teaching you guys this year. Let me see a show of hands of everyone who knows which southern state was the very first to secede from the federal union." I looked around and saw that roughly everyone raised their hand. "And that state was?" I asked, cupping my ear for a response. Almost in concert, the class blurts out, "South Carolina," with a light "Mississippi" mixed in that I ignored. "Good job," I replied. So we ultimately had 11 Confederate states, and we know that South Carolina was the first of those 11 to secede. I think it went South Carolina, Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, Texas, Virginia, and help me out, class, with the last ones. "Arkansas, Tennessee, and North Carolina," Sarah Cressman, the lone black student in my class, answered. "Good job," I replied. After yesterday, I can't help but think I've done a poor job because many of you are unsure of the main issue that the American Civil War was fought over. Let me ask you guys a hypothetical question. If we had a time machine and it could transport us back to before the Civil War to ask those folks why they seceded from the Union, if they told us to our face why they left, would that suffice to settle the matter once and for all? I paused, but the class did not bite. "Think about it, guys," I said. "If the time machine sat us out on the streets of Columbia, South Carolina, the day the state seceded, and we asked them to tell us why they left. Whatever they told us should end the debate once and for all. The problem is that we don't have one of those time machines, Mr. Hiers. Jacob Allison answered sincerely. That is when Sarah Kriesman raised her hand a second time. Yes, Sarah, I said, calling on her. Replying, Sarah said, I know that we don't have a time machine, Mr. Hiers, to get us back to that time, but we do have something just as good. We do have the— Hold up for a second, Sarah, I cut her off politely before she wrecked my plan. Then I walked to her desk, looked down, and semi-quietly said to her from the corner of my mouth, I know you know where I'm going with this, so just indulge me. She just smiled. Then I said, Jacob, I know we don't have an authentic time machine, but you know what? We have something that will work just as well for our purposes. It's called a Googler, I said, holding up my iPhone. This is where we will have some fun, and I will perform magic by taking us back to 1860 to ask the South Carolinians why they seceded from the Union. I paused, smiled, and said, Okay, get your time machines. Oops, your phone's ready. Open up your favorite browser. I don't think it'll matter if it's Google or Safari. We want to ask those South Carolinians from the past a very specific question. So let's start with just quotation marks. Type just quotation marks. Now type just the word declaration, add a space, type of, add a space, and type immediate. Then click on the top item in the dropdown. South Carolina put such a unique title on the document that we only have to put the first 4 words in, and we were there. That will render a long list of hits for this search. Then I picked up a marker and wrote the following on the classroom erasable whiteboard. Declaration of the immediate causes which induce and justify the secession of South Carolina from the Federal Union. Now, I said, continuing, some of you may have Mississippi's document because they copied South Carolina's title almost verbatim. You have searched out and located a document that is 163 years old, entitled Declaration of the Immediate Causes which Induce and Justify the Secession of South Carolina from the Federal Union. And if you read to the bottom, it should have the date of December 20th, 1860. That is very important because that was the day South Carolina seceded from the Union more than 4 months before the war started. Without reading the document, you already know what you'll find in it by the title. Look at the title of that document again. Let me make this simple. The people of South Carolina will declare to us today what the immediate causes were that induced and justified them from seceding from the Federal Union. So whatever it is, we can take it to the bank. How many of you have ever read this document? I looked around the room, and as I expected, not one person raised their hand. But judging by Sarah's look, I knew she had read it. Okay, I won't spend too much time on this document because if you've read all 26 paragraphs of the Declaration, and it's not apparent why South Carolina seceded from the Union, I can't help you. You're just plain stupid. The class burst out laughing, and I continued. But still, I did want to draw your attention to the fact that South Carolina wanted to emphasize that they had been down this road before, and that's why the architects of this declaration thought it important to immediately launch into a 13-paragraph history lesson that only mentions once other slaveholding states as the ideological division line, but never mentions slavery specifically until they brought us up to the present time in 1860, which is the last half of the Declaration. So here, let me read the first part. The people of the state of South Carolina in convention assembled on the 2nd day of April, A.D. 1852, declared that the frequent violations of the Constitution of the United States by the federal government and its encroachments up to the reserved rights of the states fully justified this state in their withdrawal from the federal union, but in deference to the opinion and wishes of the other slaveholding states, she forbore at that time to exercise this right. Since that time, these encroachments have continued to increase, and further forbearance ceases to be a virtue. And now the state of South Carolina, having resumed her separate and equal place among nations, deems it due to herself, to the remaining United States of America, and the nations of the world that she should declare the immediate causes which have led to this act. Look at what South Carolina said here. They said it's a done deal. We are gone. But we feel or deem, as they put it, necessary to spell it out to God and country so there's no misunderstanding. And for the following 13 paragraphs, they specifically name slavery as the cause for their leaving, starting with the 14th paragraph. In the present case, that fact is established with certainty. We assert that 14 of the states have deliberately refused for years past to fulfill their constitutional obligations, and we refer to their own statutes for proof. The Constitution of the United States, in its 4th article, provides as follows: no person held to service or labor in one state under the laws thereof, escaping into another, shall, in consequence of any law or regulation therein, be discharged from such service or labor, but shall be delivered up on claim of the party whom such service or labor may be due. After going through that history lesson, I said, continuing, South Carolina brings us up to that very day in 1860 and spells it out by citing the 4th article of the U.S. Constitution, a.k.a. the Fugitive Slave Clause. From there till the end, I counted about 20-plus places where the writer either uses the word slave or another euphemism for slave, staying laser-focused on their explanation of why they left so there wouldn't be any misunderstanding. I could continue with South Carolina's declaration, but I won't. That is when I walked over to the whiteboard marked through the word South Carolina and wrote underneath the state of Mississippi. Now, I said, pop that into your search and see what you get, class. Mississippi copies South Carolina's title almost verbatim, but they leave off the lengthy history lesson and get straight to the point. So for those here holding the notion that the war was fought for some noble reason other than slavery, let me ask Mississippi why they left the Union. At that point, I began to read from my phone. In the momentous step which our state has taken of dissolving its connection with the government of which we so long formed a part, it is but just that we should declare the prominent reasons which have induced our course. Our position is thoroughly identified with the institution of slavery, the greatest material interest of the world. Its labor supplies the product which constitutes by far the largest and most important portions of the commerce of the earth. These products are peculiar to the climate verging of the tropical regions, and by an imperious law of nature, none but the black race bear exposure to the tropical sun. These products have become necessities of the world, and a blow at slavery is a blow at commerce and civilization. At that point, I stopped and looked around the room for a couple of seconds before starting back. I won't call out any names, but it looks to me like a couple of you are blushing from embarrassment. So I'll finish up before moving on to the other state's succession documents. That's when Kyle Cosby raised his hand and interjected. Mr. Ayers, I thought there wasn't going to be any of that CRT stuff taught here at Millville. But if this ain't CRT, I don't know what is. You know, Kyle, that's probably the problem. You obviously don't know what CRT is, I replied. That's when my other budding gotcha cameraman, Bert Jones, chimed in. I don't get why all this stuff has to be rehashed all the time, because the last time I checked, it's been over 100 years since then, and people need to just get over it. That's when I was fortunate enough to notice Sarah whirl around in her seat, but I took the floor to head her off. People haven't gotten over it. I stopped and took a breath. Because the inequality has never gone away. That's pretty much what CRT is. It's a system that seeks to point out how the existing laws still have unequal biases after all these years. That's it. I'm not teaching critical race theory. I'm teaching history, but I let you judge its criticalness. That's when I walked over, picked up the box I brought that morning, and sat it on the desk. I reached into the box and pulled out my copy of James Lowen's The Confederate and Neo-Confederate Reader, held it up and said, If you are interested in knowing the truth about the heritage of those monuments Samuel talked about yesterday, get a copy of this book. I laid that book on my desk and picked up 2 more out of the box. Here's a couple more if you want to know more of the origins of our American exceptionalism. I held up Francis Jennings' The Invasion of America and Richard Drinnan's Facing West, The Metaphysics of Indian Hating and Empire Building, then laid them on my small stack. And if you really want to know the truth about all that stuff that Brett suggested that we should all just get over and move on from, then get you a copy of this big fat book. I reached into my box, pulled out Hughes Thomas's The Slave Trade, and I held it up, ensuring everyone could see the cover with the slave ship diagram depicted. I laid that book down on the stack too. That's when Samuel spoke up. "Hey, Mr. Ayers, if you don't mind my asking, what's that picture on the front of the last book you just laid down?" That's when I turned around and retrieved the slave trade book and held it up so the class could see it. "That, Samuel," I said, "is a famous diagram picture of the Brookes slave ship that had been printed and circulated in Great Britain within their parliament about 225 years ago. That may have been what turned the greater public against the slave trade. It's an architect's rendering of how cramped the confines were below deck when the enslaved people were put down for the night. They would be chained into these cramped confines for up to 14 hours a day for an average of 8 weeks during what we called the Middle Passage, or the crossing of the Atlantic Ocean." Samuel squirmed his discomfort. "That was messed up," he said with a kind of shock that led me to believe he imagined himself there. "I couldn't agree with you more, Samuel," I said. "That was as messed up as it gets, my friend." Returning to my desk, I noticed a thin tear rolling down Sarah's cheek. "You know," I continued, "I could go on with all the rest of the state's declaration documents that would leave the cause of the American Civil War unambiguous. But I don't think that would accomplish anything because I think I proved my point. Instead, I would ask more crucial questions that no one seems to want to ask, let alone discuss." That was when I went to the dry erase board and started writing. After a few moments of hurried scribbling, I stood back and looked at the questions I had written. With a brief reflection on my career, I launched into reading them. Number 1. What was the extent of the Church's involvement in the transatlantic slave trade and the genocide of the indigenous peoples of the New World? Question 2. If the Bible is true, is God not the biggest racist of us all? I read 2 questions as I removed the last book from the box, which was my Bible. That's when I was startled, along with most of the class, by the phone in my room that rang for the second time this school year. I walked over, picked up the 20-year-old landline, and said hello. It was Hampton. He said, "I warned you, James, about going off on one of your bullshit tangents, but you wouldn't listen, so here's what you're going to do. You're going to put on a happy face, you're going to hang up the phone and change the subject, and you're going to get through the next 10 minutes to get us to lunch. Then, sir, you're going to walk your fucking ass down here to my office for a little powwow. Do you understand me?" "I'm sorry, who's this?" I had to ask. "You know who the fuck it is. I'll see you in 10 minutes. Then he hung up. I suppose that one of my students sent out a text to someone on the outside, and someone had called Hampton and chewed him out again. Since I had anticipated the possibility of something like this happening today, I prepared a list of 25 books entitled My Top 25 Must-Reads. Then I started walking up and down the rows, laying the list on each student's desk, and said, "Since there's so much interest in the subject that isn't covered in our text, I thought I would make you guys a list of my favorite reads to understand our shared heritage. As you can see, I did list the Bible last, but it's not the least. In fact, it might be the most important. Finally, guys, I listed a bunch of scripture passages that mention slavery you might find interesting to look up." That is when the buzzer went off for lunch, and students stood gathering their belongings and began leaving the room. I gathered my books, turned off the GoPros, and placed them back into the cardboard box. By then, only one straggler was left. "Nice class, Mr. Ayers," Sarah said with a smile. "Well, thank you, Sarah. And by the way, thank you for keeping your mouth shut," I said. We laughed, then she left the room, and I prepared for the fallout. I stopped outside Stuart Hampton's door and gave it a light knock. He motioned for me to enter and asked me to sit as he pointed to the chair directly in front of his desk. As I came in, I smiled at Lauren Willis, whom I expected to be there. "How are you today, Mrs. Willis?" I asked. She answered with a concerned look and an almost undetectable slight headshake. "I've had better days." Hampton closed his door, walked around, and sat in his new leather desk chair. "Look, I'm going to skip all the formalities. I warned you yesterday about teaching stuff that you're not paid to teach, and you flat out ignored my warning," he said. I cut him off. "What did I teach today that was off limits, Mr. Hampton?" "For one thing, you handed out this list of books you wanted the class to read," he said, holding up one of the copies of my suggested reading list that one of the students undoubtedly gave to him. "So," I said, "can you tell me which of those books is on the banned books list? I'm just wondering, is it the Bible?" So other than the list of non-banned books I handed out, what else did I say in the class that was in your off-limits category? I asked the question because I realized he did not have any specifics about what was said in the classroom that day. He was going off the apparent ass-chewing he had gotten from the parents who called him up during class. "Look," he said, his face turning beet red. "From what I heard, you got back on your soapbox today, after my warning from yesterday, trying to prove that the American Civil War was fought primarily because of slavery, and that's not what the material teaches. What I did today is show the class that there are primary source documents that they can access that render this a moot point. And by the way, Stuart, if you want, I recorded the entire class from 2 different angles that I can provide you with a copy for your information because evidently that's what we do now." That is when I was shocked by the letter that he pulled out of his drawer for me to sign. "Look, this is it," he said. "I'm not going to do this dance with you anymore, James. If you want to ignore my warnings, the next time we sit down to talk will be with the superintendent at your exit interview. I need you to read over this letter that's going into your permanent record," Hampton said as he turned the letter around and slid it over to me, stood up and dropped a pen on top of the letter. As I read the letter, I was still shocked that I was not getting fired today. I had played this out in my mind a couple of times, but every time it ended differently than it was going to today. As I signed the letter, I asked, "Can I get a copy of this? And did you need me to send you a link to the video of today's class because I can easily upload it to Google Drive?" He picked up the letter and momentarily walked out of the room to make a copy of the letter. I could not help but look at Mrs. Willis with bulging, goofy eyes and a smile as he returned and handed me the copy. I decided not to ask him a second time about the video. "We are finished. You can go, James," Hampton said. I stood up, looked him straight in the eyes, and said, "Thanks, Stu." Then I turned and walked out the door, half expecting him to throw his paperweight at me because I knew from our school days over 40 years ago that he hated to be called Stu or Stewie. During lunch that day, Marcus and I discussed possible future hiking locations and other non-school related topics during our lunch and planning period before I parted to return to my room. I deduced that Marcus had not caught wind of the proceeding of my 3rd block yet, and I felt it was best for me to let it go for now. I would not get out of that lightly with Sue later. That night, it was a tense situation at the house after I had revealed my next day's lesson plan for my 3rd block class to Sue. She was used to hearing about my unique teaching methods over the years that would invoke major eye-rolling and some occasional embarrassment. I had been known to don a costume or 2 over the years, but tomorrow would be more than pushing the envelope. She reacted exactly as I thought she would. But I owed it to her to give her a heads up because she needed to be ready to distance herself from me. She did not deserve to be blindsided. As for Marcus, I had to keep him in the dark to shield him from the inevitable blowback he was bound to receive. Chapter 11. Crossing the Rubicon. It was 6:25 a.m. the following morning, and the sun had not risen yet as I got back into my car to move it from outside the high school carpentry shop. I managed to grind out a measly 2 hours of sleep overnight, but I could make it today on sheer adrenaline alone. I hit the gas, started up the hill, and made the slight right into the gym parking lot to make a big loop to turn around. I had never been able to back my small trailer, so I was left with limited options, and these pre-planned turnarounds were the easiest. I exited the parking lot to go back down the hill and ultimately back onto the main road in front of the school. I turned left and took an immediate right into the gravel parking lot across from the school, leaving myself an easy exit for later in the day with my trailer. I contemplated leaning back to try to catch a quick nap, but I decided it was too much of a risk of oversleeping. So I locked my car and started up the hill for my room to at least psychologically get my ducks in a row. Shortly after 7 a.m., Marcus texted me, "Why didn't you tell me about yesterday, bro?" When I saw that text, I knew it was probably all over Facebook this morning, so I faced the dilemma of answering him and getting into a much longer, time-consuming discussion or ignoring him. I decided not to open the text for now. Then Sue surprised me with her message telling me she had changed her mind about faking a sick day and she would pick me up a coffee on her way in. I knew her well enough not to answer back. 30 minutes later, she came into my room and walked up to my desk expressionless. She set the caramel latte on my desk and turned around to leave, but stopped and turned and said, "I love you, even though you are a fucking idiot," and she turned and left the room. I returned to perusing through the rough notes I had written and enjoyed my latte. A little later, I was standing outside my room looking into and out the class window across the hall to the parking lot to see if I could catch Marcus, who would be arriving any time, and there he was. Out of all the things that could go wrong today, talking to him was the only thing I was nervous about. I watched him enter the building and start up the short flight of steps towards our room when he saw me. I walked to meet him as he unlocked his door to enter. "Did you not get my text this morning?" he asked. "Yeah, I just saw it, but I knew you'd probably be on your way, so I didn't text back," I said. "So I heard they wrote you up yesterday, and you didn't even mention it?" he said. "Good friends we are, huh? So how bad is it? Are they going to run your sorry butt off?" "You know, Marcus, I've been teaching history for over 25 years now, with 2 years to go. And the only thing I would like to do at this point is teach one perfect class. But that window of opportunity is closed for me. If we say anything new in our classrooms right now that even remotely resembles new information, the thought police roll in. Can you imagine the shitstorm we'd see here if they ever integrated CRT into the curriculum at this school?" He didn't respond. I could tell he was genuinely hurt because I hadn't shared yesterday, but I had to leave him out of the loop. So I told him that I would catch him at lunch and that I needed to do something before the buzzer went off. As I entered my room, I thought about how that had gone as well as I could have expected it to go. I managed to make it through both of the first 2 blocks with only a couple of my students being curious about the covered item on wheels in the corner, which I could easily explain as a project I had been working on. With the exit of the last student from my class, I followed them out and locked my door behind me so I could make my way to the restroom to get rid of the latte. A few minutes later, I returned to have Jeb Turner, Kyle Cosby, and Maddie Owen waiting to enter. "I'm sorry, guys, I had to run an errand for a minute," I said while unlocking the door and letting the group in. "I never remember you locking your door during the day, Mr. Ayers," Maddie said. I ignored her. As the last of my students filed in and took their seats, I sat at my desk reviewing my notes, quietly reflecting on the simple goal I had set for myself today, and told myself, "Soak it all in. Don't forget this moment, James." Then I started the class. "All right, class, it looks like another full house today, and I've got a lot to cover, so I'm going to get started," I said as I turned on the overhead projector. I know we were in the Reconstruction period. Still, I felt that we needed to back up and do some review yesterday, and that went so amazingly well that I thought you guys would benefit more from a second day of review, instead of the other material I was supposed to cover. So I'm going to take what they call the road less traveled. I had the projector queued up to the homepage of slavevoyages.org, and my goal for today was to introduce the class to this website and demonstrate some of the fantastic resources archived on the site. And if they remembered the site's name, my job would be complete. "Can you cut the lights, Stephen?" I asked Stephen Norris. He flipped off the overhead lights, and I began my presentation. If you don't get anything else from this class today or the rest of the year, I want you to commit this website to memory because it's amazing. It's simply slavevoyages.org. Notice I said voyages plural. Slavevoyages.org, remember, it will be on the test tomorrow. There's so much for you to explore, but I wanted to draw your attention to some of my favorite tools here. I want to start with this neat interactive timeline. I clicked on the green timeline link on the right side of the page, which took us over to a second page with the timeline graph starting at 1500 AD and running up to 1866, which showed the geographic distribution of Africans who were captured in Africa and enslaved and taken to the New World. I spent several minutes showing them how the interactive part of the timeline worked. The list of slave trading countries was on the left, and the timeline was on the right. I cleared the timeline off and added each country one at a time, and several folks seemed to be amazed at how few out of the 12.5 million enslaved were taken to the USA. As I went through the different countries one at a time, they were paying attention to which country had the most significant hand in the trade and what year the enslavement occurred. "You'll have to mess around more with this map on your own," I told the class. "But for now, I want to show you these cool introductory maps off this link." I went back to the main page and clicked on the green introductory map link on the left of the page, which took us to a second page that had links to 9 more maps. You'll have to explore all these cool maps, but for now, I wanted to show you just a couple that won't surprise any of you, I said as I clicked on the first map that showed the flow of enslaved people from Africa between 1500 AD to 1900 AD. A couple of my students spoke up, noticing how many enslaved people went to South America, something they didn't know. Someone else saw again how few of the 12 million went to the USA. Some folks commented on the Cuban and Haitian enslavement, picking the maps apart. Finally, I clicked on all 9 maps and briefly described each map's content before returning to the homepage. As I showed the class the links off the clickable homepage, Samuel said, "So it looks like slavery didn't begin till about 1500, Mr. Hiers. I thought it started way before that." "Well, you're right, Samuel. This site only deals with the transatlantic slave trade. The fact of the matter is that slavery had existed for thousands of years before the transatlantic slave trade began specifically. Still, it had almost died out in most of Europe by 1200 when it received a much-needed injection of capital and support crucial to helping blossom the industry into what we now know it became." Samuel followed that question up with another question that I could not have scripted if I had tried. "You said slavery got a bunch of help. Where did all that help come from?" With that question, he set me up for at least a 10-minute opportunity to mention the various Catholic Church edicts, such as Dum Diversas, Romanus Pontifex, and Inter Caetera, decrees that breathed new life into the dying trade. I told them that those 3 decrees, taken together, formed the basis for what would later be called the doctrine of discovery. I remember thinking about how well everything was going and pressed on. Now I want to show you 2 videos that you can get to by clicking on this green link entitled 3D Video Reconstructions. I clicked on the link, and it took us to a second page with 2 different videos. Since each of these videos is only about 4 minutes long, I'm going to play them because the animation is awesome. I clicked on the top video of the slave ship Marie Seraphique, 1770 to 1774, and let it play. I could have heard a pin drop during the 4 minutes while the video played. A series of diagrams, maps, illustrations, and an amazing 3D rendering takes you around the slave ship, Marie Seraphique, to nearly every crevice above and below the deck. The narrator does an excellent job leading you around the boat to the point that you feel you were there. Of all the heart-wrenching statistics that the narrator said, the one that stands out is that of the 12.5 million enslaved on the many ships. 1.8 million died at sea before reaching land. As the video ended, I heard one of my boys say, "Damn, that's messed up." But I was not sure who said it. So, not wasting any momentum or time, I quickly set up the following video of the Lahore. Until then, I knew I had pushed the envelope. Still, if all went according to what I had hoped for today, I knew that I would be entering into blatant insubordination soon, if I had not already. That was why I started feeling stressed and pressed for time, because I knew that at any moment I could get a knock at the door or another phone call, and that would be it, and to come this close to accomplishing a career-long goal of mine, only to come up short, would be a hard pill to swallow. With interesting maps, pictures, detailed schematics, and 3D renderings, the female narrator opens the video by introducing us to the slave ship La Aurore, circa 1784, which carried up to 600 enslaved people during its 2-month middle passage across the Atlantic to modern-day Haiti. At about the 1-minute mark, the camera spectacularly parts the clouds to drop down onto the deck to give us a tour of the upper deck before continuing to the area just below the upper deck, commonly known as the slave hold. I had positioned myself so I could glance around the room to gauge the attentiveness of the class, and when I did sneak that glance, I was surprised to see the entire class seem to be fixated on the video. The narrator continued. The main deck shows 2 key features designed to control the male slaves. First was the barricados, a 9-foot-high wooden wall dividing the ship into 2. This was topped with spikes and swivel guns. Second, 2 iron chains can be seen running along the upper deck. Every morning the crew brought the shackled male captives up onto the deck from the spaces they had slept overnight. The crew locked the main shackles in the chain to restrict movement. African men were not only chained in place but continually within the firing line of the swivel guns. African women and children were imprisoned behind the barricado, normally, and shackled where they could neither see the men nor speak to them. Fearful that the male captives might escape their chains and try to capture the ship, the majority of the crew also remained behind the barricado. We descend from the quarterdeck to the officers' quarters and galley. A cook prepared the slaves' food in this boiler. The captives' diet consisted mainly of starch, such as rice, beans, or flours. The enslaved people were forced to eat this monotonous diet twice a day. They drank just 2 pints of water daily, leading to constant and often deadly dehydration. As the sun began to set, the crew, armed with whips and guns, forced the slaves below deck. The space below was divided by wooden walls to keep the men and women separated. The men were released from the deck chains and forced below, still shackled in pairs. Once below deck, crewmen packed the enslaved men together. Some were forced to lie on top of the platforms around the side of the room. Others lay under the platforms. Each captive, on or under a platform, slept in a space just 14 to 18 inches wide and 30 inches high. Most were forced onto their sides and pressed against their neighbors. Others sat in their meager intervening spaces. The Lahore prisoners spent at least 14 hours in such cramped, dirty, and stifling conditions which they endured daily for 2 or 3 months before reaching the Caribbean. Shortly after that point, the credits rolled, and I asked Stephen to flip the lights. The lights shone down onto a semi-stunned classroom. "I don't know about you guys," I said, "but I think that website is one of the most interesting sites I've come across in a long time." For the next 15 or 20 minutes, I went through the most natural, effortless question and answering session I had ever experienced in all my years of teaching. Everyone seemed engaged in the conversation with genuine interest, which made me feel less like a teacher and more like just another observer sharing our innermost thoughts and feelings. For example, Jeb Turner raised his hand and said, "So, Mr. Hiers, when the crew took the slaves below deck every night and they were chained up for that long, how did they go to the bathroom?" Well, Jeb, as heart-wrenching as it sounds, according to everything I've researched, they had to do all their business most of the time right where they lay. So that would be up to 14 hours a day wallowing in vomit, blood, urine, and excrement. Add the 100-degree climate, unbearable stench, and the fact that the person beside you may or may not be alive, made for an unimaginable experience. Jeb followed that up with another poignant question that gave me the perfect segue. What were the measurements that lady in the video said that each slave had to lay in? I did not have to give them the answer because Maddie Owen blurted out it was 14 to 18 inches wide and 30 inches tall, but I don't think she said how long. Good one, Maddie, I said. You nailed it. Geez, that ain't much at all, Samuel said with anger and disgust. I don't even know if that's enough to turn from side to side. You know, after watching that video and looking at those diagrams, I said as I pulled the cover off my shop project, I was left with the same thoughts as you guys, so much so that I took it one step further. I had provided a local UPS store flash drive with the Brookes slave ship schematic on it, which enabled me to make a 3-foot by 4-foot print that I stapled on one side of my box. I rolled the box from the corner to the front of the room before walking around each wheel, locking it in place. I had not planned it, but the Brookes slave ship was evidently so compelling that no one seemed to notice that the end had a door on it. In just a few seconds, most of the class had left their seats for a closer look at the artist's rendering of over 300 enslaved people chained together and packed below the deck of the Brookes. After moving in for even a closer look, Lisa said, "They are packed tighter than sardines in a can. I couldn't stand that for 4 minutes, let alone 14 hours. She then stepped to make way for the others. Leaning forward over some of the students, I said, if you really want to get a sense of the cramped confines, take a look inside to see what 16 inches wide by 30 inches tall looks like. Then I swung the door open to reveal the upper and lower compartments, which invoked several interesting comments, some more obscene than others, which I conveniently ignored. Continuing, I said, when you look inside, keep in mind that none of those captives had this model's nice drywall beside them because it would have been another person that they were probably chained to. So that made moving around pretty much impossible, I'd think. The next question came from Cameron Brown, Millville's 240-pound all-conference junior defensive tackle. So, were you able to get in there, Mr. Hiers? He said. Yeah, it took some work, but I was able to get in there because it's one thing to see the pictures and look at the dimensions on a tape measure, but it's another to actually be put in that situation for any time at all. So yeah, I did it, and I can tell you that it can be a sobering experience if you're in the right frame of mind. So, Mr. Hiers, would it be okay if I got inside just for a minute to see what it would be like? Cameron asked, to nobody's surprise. I had already played this scenario out in my mind. I had concluded that if anyone wanted to get in, I would let them, if the vibe was not fun and games. It did not seem like anyone was taking anything lighthearted, so I said, go ahead. It had taken me some effort, but I had filled the splintered area with wood putty and given the rest of the insides a good sanding with 400 grit sandpaper to cut down on the chance of another splinter injury. So I was confident now that it was safe. As everyone crowded around, Cameron stuck his head in the box, then his broad shoulders, and then he easily slid the rest of the way into the lower compartment of the box. Retracting his legs, then I heard him say, "Can someone shut the door for a second?" So I closed the latchless door and held it shut as he requested. I could tell he was moving around trying to get situated. Then we heard Cameron say, 14 hours every day, sandwiched and chained this close to others that may not even survive the night, and that went on for 2 or 3 months? But to think that all took place while lying in seawater, blood, vomit, and everything else they had to do during the night? I can't imagine how anyone could survive these conditions, Mr. Hiers. I'm done. Then he lightly pushed on the door to open it and quickly worked his way out. Man, no wonder a lot of them jumped overboard if they got the chance, Cameron said as he fixed his hair. And it was not long before Maddie asked to get inside. I looked up at the clock to see there was only 10 minutes till lunch and asked her to make it quick, which she did so well that Melinda Crooks and Samuel Darity had time to get in and out before the buzzer went off for lunch. No one seemed to notice the sounding lunch buzzer because no one left the room for about 2 or 3 minutes after it went off. But eventually, some of the kids started filtering out. However, I found myself having to stay as the rest of those who wanted to get inside took their turn, which was about half the class. I remembered what Cameron had said when he came out. No wonder a lot of them jumped overboard if they got the chance. I knew that piece of information was something he had learned outside my class. and that made me happy. 20 minutes into lunch had passed, and there were only 2 students left to go, Jeb Turner and Sarah Kreisman. Jeb stuck his head inside, hesitated for a few seconds, took a deep breath, and slid inside. I asked him if he wanted it closed or open, and he quickly told me he wanted it open. In only about half a minute, Jeb was on his way back out of the box. "That's all I can handle. I'm claustrophobic," Jeb said as he fixed his hair and put his John Deere hat back on. "Thanks, Mr. Hiers. I'm sorry I took up your lunchtime," Jeb added as he started for the door and threw in, "Awesome class today." He was through the door before I got a chance to say, "No problem, that's what I'm here for." That left Sarah, my walking encyclopedia. "Do you want to go in, Sarah?" I asked. "No, sir, I don't need to go inside because I thought about that more than enough for my lifetime. I just wanted to hang around a few minutes because I needed to tell you something today that I felt that I couldn't wait." "Well, Mr. Hiers, the only reason I stayed after is that I wanted to let you know how much you and Mr. Fuller have meant to me as teachers. I don't know what I will do or where I'll go after graduation, but I can tell you for certain that I will never, ever forget this day as long as I live. If there were more people like you in the world, it'd be a better place." Small tears welled in her eyes. "Well, thank you, Miss Sarah, and I think I can speak for Mr. Fuller when I say that you've been a total delight yourself. I think today has been one of the best days I've ever had as a teacher. I've got no complaints." I gave her half a hug and summoned every ounce of strength I had to keep from busting into tears. She brushed her tears away as I continued to hold mine back in silence before she told me, "I'll see you tomorrow, Mr. Hiers." As she walked towards the door, my voice cracked when I said, "I'll see you too, Sarah." As she left the room, I just stood there in a silent, motionless room for a couple of seconds, soaking in the moment before I realized I was smiling. I opened my desk drawer to read the expected text. "Well, how did it go? Are you alive?" were the text messages from Sue 10 minutes earlier. "Amazing," I texted back. "I'll tell you about it tonight." I dropped my phone back in the drawer as Marcus came walking in with his phone in hand. He stopped to look at the Brookes slave ship diagram on the box before walking towards me, looking at his phone. "Let me ask you something, James. Do you have any idea what kind of shitstorm you are in?" "I'm well aware that some folks are probably going to get their panties in a wad, but I think it was worth it," I replied. That's when he held out his phone and asked me, "Have you seen the TikTok video Cameron Brown posted a few minutes ago?" I looked at Marcus's phone while he played Cameron's video that he had made while he was in the box, which I was unaware of till now. As the video played, it was evident that Cameron had difficulty getting situated because of his size. Other than that, his expression and commentary throughout were all business. He had added text to the lower third of the screen that read, "Circa 1784, slave ship La Aurore." "Man, you have to admit, Marcus, that's one powerful video. Good for Cameron," I commented, not holding back on my approval. However, the delightful moment was cut short by Stuart Hampton when he walked through the door with his characteristic beet red face and broke up Marcus's and my lunch break without even so much as a light knock at the door. Chapter 12. If You Can't Take a Joke. So, since you guys have obviously decided that you all no longer have to abide by school policies and standards, this is the way this thing is going to go down today, Mr. Hampton said as I cut him off. "Look, Mr. Hampton, you do whatever you want to me, but Mr. Fuller had nothing to do with this today or anything else that I've said or done in my class. So just leave him the fuck out of it. So I will tell you what's going to go down today. You're going to deal with me and me alone." Snapping back, Hampton said, "I just got off the phone with Dr. Lattimore, and we've scheduled a meeting in my office at 3:15 sharp today. With no and, ifs, or buts about it, you both better damn well be there." Marcus remained silent. I started to reply, but Hampton turned and raised his hand to brush me off and said, "I don't want to hear your bullshit. You can save it for the superintendent, and you can get that crap out of here when you leave today." He pointed at my box and walked out my door, several shades redder than when he walked in. Marcus sat down in my chair behind my desk, semi-shell-shocked. I reached across him and opened up the drawer to retrieve my phone. "You've really done it this time, James. I think we'll both be looking for another job after today," he said as I messed with my phone. "But that's the least of your worries, because when Sue catches wind of this, she's going to come unglued. You know she is, right?" I finished my task on my phone and said, "First of all, bro, I'm sure that your attendance will no longer be required with any meetings with Dr. Lattimore later," I said, pausing to flash a smile. "And second, I gave her the heads up last night, and I can tell you that she's already in the unglued stage." I could smile and relax now because I knew that Marcus would not be dragged into the consequences of my behavior today, and that put me at peace with the remaining chips that were bound to fall later. Marcus' phone pinged with a text he read immediately, saying, "How'd you know that they wouldn't want me to come to the meeting, bro?" "Because I just texted Hampton a screenshot of the text you sent me this morning around 7 a.m., asking me why I had not told you about yesterday and explained that you were totally in the dark about my lesson plans yesterday and today. Hampton's many things, but he's not stupid, so it makes sense that he'd take the easy way out. Was that him that just texted you?" "What do you think?" he asked as he held up his phone to show me Hampton's message. Marcus finally caught his breath and immediately went into full-blown damage control, suggesting this and that before I stopped him. "Marcus, it is what it is. I have no regrets, and I won't apologize for what I did today because, do you know what I did? I taught the truth, and for that I will not apologize. So I know what's coming, and Sue and I are good with that." "You know they're going to crucify you, don't you?" "Trust me, bro," I said. "They won't be crucifying anybody today." After an extended silence, he focused on the box and asked, "James, explain this thing on wheels to me." And with that request, I launched into my tour of the La Ore. At first, I was hesitant to tell him about my self-imposed incarceration in the box a couple of days ago, but I decided to share everything with him, down to the splinter and the cut on my leg. As I told him about the experience, I watched him shake his head with either concern or puzzlement. Then he laughed, and as I progressed through the crazy story, I distinctly remember seeing his eyes well up, and he turned momentarily to face the window. I locked my classroom door and started towards Hampton's office and the 3:15 meeting with Fate. The office area was still bustling with faculty and students as I went down the hall to Hampton's closed door, which I could see was occupied by Hampton, Dr. Lattimore, and Assistant Principal Lauren Willis. As I sat patiently outside for the break of their huddle, I reached over and took my pulse and was pleasantly surprised to discover that my pulse rate was a laid-back 68 beats a minute. I could have been an Air Force pilot like Pike with these nerves of steel if only I weren't afraid of flying, I thought. Then the group stood, and Hampton's door opened as Mrs. Willis exited without making eye contact but visibly upset. Stuart Hampton opened the door and gestured for me to enter, which I did. I could tell by the look on Lauren Willis's face, Hampton's, and Dr. Lattimore's countenance that they generally were not getting any joy out of this part of their job. Millville was such a small school that everyone knew everyone. My mom and dad were born and raised in this county before moving away, but we would leave our Fort Pierce, Florida home every year to visit my uncle and aunt and their 6 girls here in Millville during vacations. My heart had fallen in love with the small town of Millville during those summer vacations and when we moved here when I was 15 years old and attended my last 2 years of high school. I knew it would always be home to me. "Have a seat, Mr. Hiers." Hampton motioned and invited me to sit directly in front of his desk while he and Dr. Lattimore sat facing me on the other side. "Mr. Hiers, I think you know what this is all about." For some reason, my mind began to wander, but I refocused in time to hear him saying that his accusation against Marcus was a mistake. He thanked me for clearing that up, but that would not let me off the hook, he said. He continued to ramble on for a few more minutes, shuffling freshly typed papers while Dr. Lattimore sat stone silent. Finally, it became apparent they would opt to fire me. So with those impending falling chips, I removed the envelope from my back pocket and presented Stewart and Dr. Lattimore with a much different solution. I'm going to stop you before you actually drop the hammer, and I'm going to suggest a much better, less messy alternative to the circumstances, I said. I have my full resignation taking sole responsibility for my actions and admitting my insubordination. And gentlemen, I want to underscore sole responsibility, because neither Mr. Fuller nor my wife knew anything about my decision to finish my career the way I've chosen. After a slight pause, I continued. My resignation will get you off the hook with the local hypersensitive conservative crowd so bent out of shape on the CRT boogeyman. And maybe, just as importantly, it differentiates me from the CRT academics, which I'm sure they'll probably appreciate. At that point, Stewart had relaxed and leaned back in his chair, and it was apparent that they both knew this approach would play out better publicly than the avenue they had initially taken. I continued. We all know that it's probably just a matter of time before the powers that be try to push CRT down to the high school level, but we know that hasn't happened yet. And you guys want to keep the status quo, and I get that. CRT would be a radical pill for some to swallow, which makes sense why conservatives would want to push back against it. I get all that too. However, the problem facing us today is that I've decided I can't keep teaching the same old status quo, watered-down version of history anymore. And CRT, even though I think it is a step in the right direction, it isn't nearly progressive enough for me. I'm fairly certain the CRT hierarchy wouldn't condone my methods of going full truth, even though it's backed up by full documentation. That was when Dr. Lattimore jumped into the conversation. He said, "So what you're saying is that you are going to resign because you no longer are willing to teach the material mandated by the state of North Carolina?" I'm going to resign today because I love this town, this community, and this school too much to let you fire me and let this blow up into something avoidable. If I stay, I'm going to teach the truth, and I'm going to try to reintroduce the long-lost skill of critical thinking. And we three know the last couple of days have proven that that isn't going to be allowed to happen. So my leaving as quietly as possible is the best, albeit temporary, solution for all. Suddenly anxious, Hampton said, "If it hasn't already, this is going to splash all over local social media and—" I cut him off. "Yeah, that's a certainty, and the way you guys handle it is out of my control. But as for me, the way I'm going to handle it is with the truth. You will never hear me say anything disparagingly about Millville's school system or its administration, because that would quite frankly be unfair. What I will tell you is from this day forward, if I am asked for my explanation or opinion on something, my reply will be unfiltered and the truth as I see it, which I'm pretty sure will give you guys all the distance you need from me." Stewart Hampton read over my letter before passing it to Dr. Lattimore for a once-over while I sat quietly, contemplating what I would do with all my upcoming spare time. It was apparent that one way or another, the meeting would be ending very soon, and I remember having the crazy thought that I wondered if handshakes were warranted. I have a history of saying stupid things at awkward moments, like years ago during the traditional Southern handshake line after Sue and I had said our wedding vows. I said congratulations to several folks coming through the line before Sue gave me her "you're an idiot" eyes. The approaching end to this sit-down session had the same potential, even though I felt the weight of the world had been lifted off my shoulders. Dr. Lattimore returned the letter to Stewart as they communicated with a look between themselves. "Okay, Mr. Hiers," Hampton said, "I think we're done here. I hope you understand, but I'm going to walk you back to your room to gather up all your items." "Not a problem," was the weird response I gave him. At that point, we all three stood up and I offered my hand to Dr. Lattimore, which he took and wished me good luck in my retirement. Hampton opened the door and allowed me to exit first as he followed slightly behind, out the office hallway, around the corner, and up the short flight of steps to my room for the last time. We both walked into my room, and Stewart sat towards the front, evidently thinking it would be a while. However, I had very few belongings to retrieve, all of which I slid into my box on wheels. It only took about 10 minutes before I had gathered all my stuff. I told Hampton that the last cardboard box on the table marked Mr. Fuller's stuff was Marcus's personal property that I hadn't had time to return to him. Hampton assured me that he would make sure Mr. Fuller got the items. Then I rolled the covered Brookes towards and out the door down the hall to take it out through the same carpentry roll-up door I had brought it in through earlier that morning. After rolling it successfully out to the road adjacent to the shop building, I took the 5-minute walk down to get my car and trailer while Mr. Hampton waited for me to return. Then I made the left with my Camry and trailer back to get my stuff beside the shop building. After parking beside Hampton and my stuff, I got out of the car, dropped the tailgate on my trailer, rolled the box over to the back, and lifted it into the trailer with the assistance of Hampton. Finally, I was ready to roll after gently leaning the box over and strapping it down with multiple bungee cords. "Oh yeah, you'll want these, I'm sure," I said as I handed him all my school keys, saving him the added awkwardness of requesting them from me. And with that, there was nothing left to do but to get into my car and go. We shook hands and wished both good luck, and I got in my car, made the anticlimactic drive up the hill, and turned around to the gym's parking lot, only to come back down the hill to pass by Hampton, still standing by the road. I pulled into the driveway and got as close to Sue's car as possible before cutting the wheels hard to the right and parked my car just off in the grass to leave the trailer tires still in the concrete driveway. For now, I only wanted to unleash the trailer, roll it into the garage, and take my medicine from Sue, who had beaten me home and was probably in the backyard with the dogs trying to cool off. So after having successfully hidden my mysterious box again in the garage, I closed the garage door and started to the backyard like the dead man walking that I was. She reared back and threw Cooper's green ball about 40 yards out in the yard, as if she didn't want the dogs to hear, and asked, "Well, how'd the meeting go?" "It went about how we thought it would go," I said. "They were obviously prepared to fire me, so I went ahead and resigned, and it was no surprise that they accepted." "I've already seen rumors online speculating that you were fired for about a dozen different reasons, but I didn't respond to any of it," she said. "Wanda Ellison texted me to ask about the rumors, and all I told her was that you had not been fired." The dog returned with the ball. I picked up Cooper's green ball, and trying to best Sue's 40-yard toss, I fired it straight into the ground with my left arm. "Have you talked to Marcus since the meeting?" she asked. "No, I thought I'd call him in a little while and give him a heads up on all this stuff. He's smart enough to know how all this probably turned out today, so that he won't be surprised." She remained silent, so I continued. "I think Marcus will be one of the things I miss most about teaching. Also the kids. The kids I'll miss a lot, and the rest of the staff, I'll miss them too. And the memories that are still in those halls. That'll be a big void. I'll miss the days we walked in together. I always thought that on my last day, I would plant a big wet one on you before we parted in front of the steps. But I guess that won't happen now. I'm even going to miss Stuart Hampton. I really liked the guy, but I just couldn't help messing with him. It was so weird today when I came out of my room for the last time. I took one last look to the right, down the steps towards the office, and everything was like it was in 1977. Then I made the turn to push my stuff down the hall, and at every doorway and locker I saw folks that I hadn't seen since graduation. For a moment, I thought I even heard a familiar harmonica playing the alma mater faintly as I passed my old yearbook room. Yeah, I'll call Marcus in a little while and let him know about everything. She had let me ramble on. While the boys were in the backyard playing with the green balls, she let me replay my amazing third block class from earlier that day. She had not heard about Cameron's TikTok video, so I showed it to her. To my surprise, she seemed to get a glimmer of satisfaction or maybe pride from Cameron's genuine emotion as he shot the quick video in the box. "Do you have any idea which student ratted you out while all this was going on?" she asked. "No, and to be honest with you, I haven't even thought about it. They're all good kids at heart. They're pulled in 1,000 different directions at the speed of a click, and the system has done very little to hone their critical thinking skills. And I have to shoulder part of that blame. Whoever it was probably didn't even have any nefarious intentions. They just wanted to post something cool. I was surprised that there was as much interest as there was today in the class. When we moved to the backyard, Sue began to talk to the dogs. "Daddy got his ass run off today, Cooper," which I naturally answered her back, "That's okay. Now, me and Daddy will have a lot more time training for the Green Ball Olympics." Sue and I laughed as we went inside with the boys. After dinner, I spent about 45 minutes sitting on the back deck, awkwardly having the longest conversation on the phone Marcus and I had ever had. He was still trying to process today's events that he had not seen coming. I advised him how to get through the next couple of days with the students. My abrupt departure at this time of year would no doubt add some to his end-of-the-year stress, and for that, I was genuinely sorry. But I had left him a box that should help considerably reduce some of that stress. Confident after our conversation, I was sure things would function fine without me. We even talked a little about less weighty matters, as an overnight hike up on the Art Loeb Trail later in the summer that we had been in the early stages of planning. "So, what are you going to do with all this spare time that just fell on your lap?" he asked. "I don't know, probably hanging out with the Wieners a bunch. I'll probably be doing a lot more of the 3 C's, cooking, cleaning, and clothes. And if I can talk Sue into it, I have another off-the-wall project I've been kicking around in my head that will take up a little of my time." "What is it?" He wasted no time asking. "Too early to say. I'm still in the early stages of that creative process. Besides, I'm sure I've got little to no chance of talking Sue into anything for quite a while." I laughed, and he agreed. Sue called me into the living room when she heard the sliding glass door close off the kitchen when I came in for my conversation with Marcus. She was more of a social butterfly than I was, so she had several friends in her group who had posted something about the day's events concerning me, and some of those posts had turned into quite a long string of mostly positive comments. Unfortunately, all of the negative comments against the school were unfounded, not to mention unfair, so I knew that I would have to jump into the fray and stop the speculation, and the sooner, the better. She and I sat there for about 30 minutes, fashioning the perfect response before we posted it, hoping that it would find its way into one of the more popular threads. During that process, I thought, as I often had, how folks should find a better way to spend their leisure time than on social media. We read and reread what we came up with and agreed it should do the job. Then she posted it on my Facebook page with about a quarter of the number of friends she had, thinking it would spread to many more from there. Within the hour, my post was showing up in some of those threads without her name being mentioned, which was our aim and should, for all intents and purposes, do the job. It was funny how, during all this feeding frenzy, Wanda Ellison was the only one who contacted us. No one else called, texted, or emailed us asking what had happened today. The speculation ranged from Mr. Hampton and I getting into a physical altercation to my pancreatic cancer diagnosis. Shortly before we took the boys upstairs for our ritual of sitcom watching and ricocheting the green ball off the corner of the room for Cooper, I went outside to sit down for a moment to reflect on a busy day. After sitting there for a few minutes, I got up to come back in, but remembered that Sue had told me she had not gotten the mail out of the box, so I turned around and walked out to the box to get it. As I stood at the mailbox going through junk mail, I saw a familiar 90 model Ford 4x4 with a lift kit moving along slowly as someone inside honked their horn. I threw up my hand to wave. It was my student Jeb Turner. Then I turned again quickly to confirm that his 2 oversized Confederate flags had been removed. Chapter 13. Dusting Off Plan B. To whom it may concern, today I submitted my resignation to the Millville High School administration, which will be effective immediately. You're reading my first and likely last post here on Facebook, but in light of all the speculation on my demise, I felt it imperative that I address it as quickly as possible, and this seemed to be the best way. My plan all along was to retire in 2 years, But then I chose now, and this abruptly, because I felt I could no longer stay within the unwritten and unspoken guidelines that would be required for me to make it till that age. So any speculation that I resigned or retired for health reasons is wrong. I chose history as a career. I love it almost as much as I love the truth. Actually, now that I think about it, I view it as one and the same. I think having a well-rounded grasp of history leads to a better and more truthful worldview. Unfortunately, my worldview doesn't necessarily align as well with the North Carolina public school system as it once did, as the Millville High School administration discovered today. My conflict is what was at the heart of my resignation. I have been known to push the envelope a bit with some of my more unorthodox teaching methods, but those methods were used to promote critical thinking skills. Today, I consider it an overwhelming success. Well done, class. Now, read a book. I would be remiss if I did not comment on the current CRT scare spreading throughout the local community and the rest of the country. I cannot speak for any day after today, but I can tell you that I, nor any of my colleagues that I'm aware of, have been presented with any new CRT material to teach either overtly or covertly. Furthermore, as of today, I have not seen any documentation indicating that those communications are soon to come. So all the speculation, accusations, and general freaking out over CRT is, quite frankly, just fear-mongering. Thank you, Millville High School, past and present, for truly giving me the best years of my life. And oh yeah, go Tigers. James G. Hiers. This is the way our post read on my Facebook page. I closed my laptop after reading through my Facebook post and the comments for a second time on the first morning of my retirement. The boys seemed a little confused about why I was still here and shoeless, and Sue had left to go to work. So after putting on a load of clothes and loading the dishwasher, I made myself a fresh pot of Sue's designer coffee. Not that I could tell any difference from the cheap stuff, but I made it anyway. I figured I would run to the store later to get a couple of nice filet mignons for dinner tonight. Thanks to the magic of instructional YouTube cooking videos, it's the one steak I learned to cook well. Sprawling out at the kitchen table with my Irish creamed coffee, I opened up the nearly full spiral notebook I used to sketch and doodle project ideas. I filled 3 previous notebooks over the last few years with my crazy thoughts and drawings. The idea I began sketching out for the first time today is undoubtedly the craziest off-the-wall idea I have ever come up with. Over the last couple of years, I have witnessed the shocked reaction by folks after they saw a diagram of a slave ship packed full of enslaved men, women, and children, which is why I always thought that theme would make a compelling public exhibit. However, after seeing yesterday's interest shown by most, if not all of the students in my career-ending transatlantic slave trade finale, I knew I was right, so I started sketching the different options for a much bigger, more grandiose public exhibit. Since I concluded that there could be much to say about the old adage, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I decided to go with what I know would work. So I sketched a billboard-sized display of the famous diagram constructed low enough to the ground that the viewer could actually stand and touch it instead of looking at it from afar. I added the note, "Need plexiglass cover?" to protect the artwork against the elements. Next, I penciled the wooden 18-foot by 10-foot platform running the entire length that could accommodate a class-size group if necessary. Finally, to give the drawing scale, I added a couple of people standing in front of the exhibit. Pleased with the sketch of the first phase of my project, I moved on to phase 2. 4 hours and a pot of coffee later, I looked up and realized that it was nearly 2 o'clock, and I had not yet gone to pick up the steaks I planned to fix for dinner tonight, so I knew that I was going to have to hustle to get to town and back to beat Sue home. I ran upstairs, changed out of my sweats into shorts and a long-sleeved t-shirt, hurriedly returned with my socks and shoes, and sat down in the living room to put them on. That is when the phone rang, but since I did not recognize the number, I let the answering machine pick up and screen it as I had 2 other times earlier in the day. I did not even realize it had been raining until I went out to get in the car because I had been so consumed with my drawings. "That's a first," I said out loud, thinking about the message the WBMO reporter left on the machine. Evidently, the station is experiencing a slow news cycle, and they wanted to ask me a few questions regarding my retirement as if that were news. "I'm glad I did not pick that one up," I caught myself saying out loud again. I do not know what the station would want to talk to me about that I did not address in my Facebook post. They probably want me to go off and say something negative about the school board, or something else. Marcus and Sue had texted to check on me earlier to see if I was all right. Everything was relatively normal besides the expected awkwardness in dealing with the inquisitive students. Marcus said Brenna Rice was subbing for my class. He said the detailed lesson plans I had left were a godsend for her. The box marked Mr. Fuller's stuff I left on the table in my room was for whomever they got to replace me. Everything they needed to hit the ground running with as little a learning curve as I could provide was in the box, along with my contact info, which I knew the administration was not likely to provide. I was glad to hear that Brenna had gotten the material. As I waited for the butcher behind the glass in the cutting room to look up and notice me, I had narrowed down my choices on which of the fillets I would select. "Hey, Mr. Hiers, are you playing hooky today?" I turned to see Pastor Bob Darity rolling up behind me with his half-full shopping cart, undoubtedly hoping to throw salt in my open wounds. I smiled and replied, "Oh no, I'm just picking out some nice fillets to celebrate my retirement dinner tonight." We shook hands and said hello after I initiated the exchange. "Oh, that's right," Bob said. "I think my wife mentioned something about that last night. Well, congratulations on your retirement." "Thank you," I said as the butcher finally came out to wait on me. As I gave the butcher my order, I noticed that Bob had not budged, so I assumed he was not satisfied with the nonchalant reaction he'd gotten out of me. The butcher handed me my steaks, and I dropped them in my cart, thanked him, and rolled my cart slightly down from the display case as the pastor followed closely behind. I stopped and spun around to talk to him. "Look, Bobby, I don't know what you want to say to me, but I've got what I came for, so if you don't grow a pair of balls soon, you're going to miss your opportunity," I politely said, looking him straight in the eyes. He said, "Mr. Hiers, it's my responsibility to watch over the youth of the community and save them from you lefties that are trying to poison the minds with your liberal crap. So yeah, I'm happy you're gone, and I'll be even happier when we run off your sidekick Fuller." I was surprised by how calm I remained during the exchange with the pastor, which I think surprised him also. After he finished his short pent-up rant, the longer I let the silence mount, the more embarrassed he became, which was about to get worse. Finally, the silence was broken by his wife, who walked up to lay something in the cart. She smiled and said hello, but did not say anything else. "I was just congratulating Mr. Hiers on his retirement and wishing him good luck, dear," Bob said. "So I guess we're finished here, aren't we?" I asked him with a smile. "We'll keep you and our family in our prayers," he said as we started to part ways. But I could not help myself. I turned around and rolled back to him just as another couple from his church walked up and began talking. I walked up and said, "I'm sorry to interrupt you good folks, but I meant to suggest to the good pastor that he and his wife ought to try the Dale's Pale Ale by Oscar Blues, since they like ale. It's amazing, and it's 6.5% alcohol, which provides a good kick." I reached into his buggy and uncovered their hidden 12-pack of Sierra Nevada Pale Ale. "Please do keep us in your prayers," I said, and turned and left. Between the slow butcher, Pastor Bob, and the flat tire I just finished changing, I had little to no chance of beating Sue home to have dinner waiting on her, I thought as I was within half a mile of home. I turned in our driveway, drove around, and parked beside Sue's car. It was still raining steadily, but I was already soaked, so I took my time getting from my car to the garage. When I entered the garage door to the kitchen, Sue was sitting at the island, looking over my day's sketches and drawings that I had carelessly left on the table. I assumed she did not know what she was looking at when she uninterestingly closed the notebook and asked me why I was so wet. I had a flat tire about a mile up the road. When it rains, it pours, they say, I replied. Sue said that it was a typical day besides the unexpected visit from a couple of my students immediately after school. Sarah Kriesman and Heidi Goss popped in to show their support and appreciation. I told her about my earlier encounter with the Darrities at the grocery store, which steamed her. Look, I didn't tell you that to piss you off, I told her. I just thought you ought to know everything happening. You just need to let this roll off your back because you still have to go in there for a few more years. I'm telling you that if one of those hypocrites as much as looks cross-eyed at me, they'll have another thing coming, she replied. While we talked, I got down on the floor to play with the dogs and to calm them down because I could tell they were starting to get stressed at Sue's louder-than-normal voice. That was when the conversation took a different turn. She said, I just got off the phone with Grace right before you walked in, and she's thinking about coming home in the next couple of weeks because she's worried about you. I assured her that you were fine, so I think I was able to ease her fear somewhat, but we'll see. I'll call her later to ease her mind too, I said. But if she wants to come home, that's good with me. When we were talking, said Sue, I started flipping through your sketching without thinking about it. It looks like you might have been working on it today. I know it's messed up for me going through your stuff, but do you want to explain some of the wild shit you've sketched here? She asked as she held up my decent sketch of the Brookes slave ship billboard exhibit. Later, I would look back on it and realize that was the very best moment to pitch my transatlantic slave ship exhibit to her, but right now, all I could feel was the overwhelming unpreparedness, like a deer caught in headlights. Lucky for me, I had spent most of the day unknowingly preparing for this pitch. Some of my drawings were rough, but for the most part the rest were quite detailed enough to give her a good idea of my general idea. I ignored her shaking head and eye-rolling throughout my 15-minute cold pitch. The fact that she did not dismiss me in the first 2 minutes gave me a 50-50 chance of success. Besides my sketches, I relied heavily on my one encouraging scaled-down trial run yesterday that she witnessed. Am I to assume that you were thinking about possibly doing this on our property since you drew a picture of our oak tree with Grace's swing in the background? She asked. That would be the cheapest and most convenient, so yeah, that's what I was thinking, I said. But I would have to borrow some of the boys' big yard. That answer prompted more eye-rolling and head-shaking, which I was wise enough to ignore again. What about the cost and where would we get the money? She asked. She could already guess the answer. Still, she wanted to see me sing and dance at this point, and I took this as a positive sign. Well, of course, I would be doing all the work myself, and I think I could eventually recoup some money through donations if there are folks that are interested enough to stop by and go through the exhibit, I said quickly before she cut me off. How much are we talking about taking out of our savings? She asked point blank. I think I can do it all for less than $50,000, I said as I simultaneously realized how ridiculous of an idea it was. You know, Sue, I'm sorry for all this mess I've done to us the last couple of days. I wish I were strong enough to just put my head down, do my job, and keep my mouth shut. But I can't just keep all the information I had to dig for myself because I think it has the power to affect real change. I saw its potential yesterday, but the investment could turn out to be a big mistake. But still, I won't know until I try. But if you say no, it's no, and I'll come up with some other crazy thing to fill my time. That was when she walked over and hit the play button on the answering machine and heard the WBMO message along with the request for me to call them back, which had the potential to derail all of my hard work for the previous 30 minutes. She turned and asked, Did you return their call today? No, I figured I would just ignore it and see if it just goes away. They only called that once, so they've probably already moved on to something else to fill up their news cycle. I've got a feeling they're going to keep on till they get a comment out of you. They're going to want to make this about CRT because that's the hot-button topic right now. I agreed with her assessment. We rehearsed a few responses to possible WBMO questions if I ended up talking to them. We transitioned to the living room with the boys before retiring for the night without deciding on my project, but I felt confident that I would have to devise a plan B to fill my retirement years. The rain had moved off overnight, leaving the sky clear, so I raised the garage doors and started doing some much-needed cleaning when a few unexpected visitors walked up the driveway. When they reached the garage opening, they identified themselves. It was WBMO. "Hello, I'm Brad Harmon, and this is Mark Waters, my cameraman, and we are from WBMO. Are you James Hiers?" Brad asked. "That would be me in the flesh," I answered. "Well, I'm sorry if we caught you at a bad time, but we're hoping to get a few words from you regarding your abrupt retirement," Brad said. "There's been much speculation, and we thought you might want to set the record straight on camera." "Sure, but I think you'll be disappointed with the truth," I said. "It's pretty much open and shut." At that moment, I realized they had caught me with my Wilberforce University Bulldogs short-sleeve t-shirt on. I remember thinking everyone had tattoos nowadays and that they might not even notice mine. After a few minutes of chit-chat and preliminary adjustments to get the best lighting, Brad Harmon began asking me a series of lightweight questions before pressing the issue. "Mr. Hiers, were you forced to leave because you refused to teach CRT?" the reporter asked. "First of all, thanks for asking that question. The answer to that is no. As I said in my post on Facebook the night I retired, I had never had instructions to teach anything different than I had for the past 25 years. Furthermore, I hadn't seen any indications that this was likely to change anytime soon." That was an excellent answer, I thought, and probably should have left it there, but I gave in to the urge to add to my answer. That is the very reason I retired in a nutshell. I had 2 years left before my planned retirement, and I told the school that I was no longer willing to teach the same stuff. That was my choice, not the school system's fault. "So are you saying that they would not let you teach CRT?" Brad asked. "I'm saying CRT had nothing to do with this at all. I know that the hot-button issue is CRT, but critical race theory has not yet been breathed at Millville High. As for my opinion of CRT, I think it's informative, and I will go so far as to say it's the truth. Still, over the years, I think it will fall short of affecting any fundamental change because those CRT folks can't take off the gloves and really go on the attack at the origins of systematic racism," I answered. "Would you care to elaborate on what you mean by that?" he said. "Look, the fact is this. Slavery, whether spoken or unspoken, is at the core of all this. It has always been, and it always will be, until we put it on trial like the Nuremberg trials, and the fact that so much of that history has been either ignored or swept under the rug has landed us where we are today. When was the last time you saw any meaningful discussion on how the transatlantic slave trade started and how it survived for nearly 400 years? No one, including the CRT academics, wants to ask those questions because they know where that would lead. It would lead to the inconvenient truth of the vital role the Abrahamic religions played in sanctioning the slave trade from the very beginning. That isn't a very popular observation to make, especially when, in the end, you have adopted a form of that religion that condoned the institution of slavery." "One last question," he says. "Sources close to Millville High School have reported that 2 days ago you used some kind of coffin-shaped box as a demonstration prop. Can you elaborate on what that demonstration was?" "Well, another great question and observation, which you quite accurately described it as a coffin-shaped because I suppose it is," I said as I walked over to the corner of my shop to pull the cover off my project and give the news crew the tour. For the next 10 minutes, I gave them a detailed explanation of the history of the Brookes slave ship diagram, along with an interior view of the cramped dimensions the enslaved people were subjected to daily. Finally, and the most rewarding, was talking about how well my class stayed engaged during the entire class. I felt confident most of the footage would end up on the digital cutting room floor. Still, nevertheless, it was fun. The interview lasted about 30 minutes. which I felt sure would be condensed down to about 2 minutes if they ran the story. As the news crew packed up their stuff and drove off, I remembered to take my phone from my pocket and stopped recording the entire ordeal. I texted Sue to let her know I had done the interview, and it went well, but I was curious if they would run it. I was less nervous waiting outside Hampton's office that past Monday than sitting with Sue in our living room waiting for the news to begin. One of Sue's friends had texted her around lunch to let her know they had seen a news teaser for the 6 o'clock news regarding me and something to do with CRT. Sue had already listened to the interview from my recording, except for a couple of my choice comments regarding the Abrahamic religions. The rest should come off as reasonably benign, albeit off the wall. However, most of our stress, or better yet, her stress, was over my tattoos, which we felt confident would appear somewhere in the news piece. The news story began with Brad Harmon giving a brief introduction of the local controversy over CRT, with them cutting to local pastor Robert Darity speaking for many other locals on their growing concern over CRT before moving to a short statement from Principal Stuart Hampton, in which he assured viewers that the CRT curriculum has not and is currently not being taught either at the Millville Middle or High School. That is when the segment cut to me with Brad Harmon's voiceover during the small talk part of the interview, before turning to the meat and the potentially more controversial part of the interview, ultimately ending with the most potent 20 seconds, which was that of Cameron's TikTok audio that he recorded from inside the box Monday, running over a still picture of the box. Brad Harmon ended the segment with an adequate explanation of Cameron's audio. To Sue's and my surprise, very little was cut from the real meat of the interview, and even more surprising, my tattoos never appeared in any of the shots, which was more of a relief to her than it was for me. Overall, I thought the news piece painted a picture of the locals having overreacted, but the school's administrators having acted as the more level-headed out of all involved. We thought CRT proponents would look favorably on the interview, not to mention the free advertisement and publicity they received. However, my specific criticisms would cast me as a different type of villain than their normal ultra-conservative. As for me, I did not have one criticism of the reporting. WBMO asked me a few simple questions, then let me have a soapbox. I was given a fantastic opportunity to present my offensive, unique bull-in-a-china shop view on the institution of slavery that could only have helped to alleviate any residual pressure Millville High School might have been under. I read Marcus's text and showed it to Sue. We both laughed at his request for my autograph since I was now a celebrity. As Sue and I dined over our pizza delivery, I could tell something was bothering her. Still, I figured she was so overwhelmed by this week's events that I would try to tone down my eccentric personality by saying less, hoping she could process all this stuff better. I now regretted having left those crazy sketches lying out. I even more regretted having the gall and balls to pitch the scheme right in the middle of the crisis. "When are you going to get started on the slave exhibit, babe?" she asked, to my astonishment and embarrassment. After thinking about it overnight with the timing and the overall cost, I think I'm going to come up with something else to do with my time. I think I'll double down on the yard and get it looking a lot better. I'm even thinking about stepping it up to start mowing the grass every week as everyone else does, I said with a laugh, which she did not join in on. Let me ask you this, James, and I want you to be totally honest with me. Do you think that the slave exhibit would create the same interest that you experienced in your class this week? I believe at first it would be a little controversial. If I do it right, I think there will be a number of folks interested in the subject and will want to see it. However, there will probably be just as many folks that are offended or feel threatened. I think the reaction in this community will be similar to what we've seen over the last 150 years. Many folks haven't wanted to think about it, let alone look at the horror that so-called civilized human beings inflicted on others they viewed as uncivilized. As I see it, this is more than just about the transatlantic slave trade. It speaks to the genocide of the indigenous Americans, a pattern of racism, and its origins that we ended up calling manifest destiny and American exceptionalism. If someone did something like this up north somewhere, it would probably get a much different reaction than here in this small Carolina town. So to answer your question, I think and hope the idea would be tantamount to kicking the door in. I think my kids and the community's reactions would probably be much different. We finished our pizza and moved to the backyard with the boys, where I made a decent left-handed throw of Cooper's ball as far out as I could as Sue and Dexter walked further out and towards the side where we used to plant a garden. I continued playing greenball with Cooper and let her have the alone time that, apparently, she needed. In a short while, she and Dexter started towards the garage side of the house, going out of sight before returning to rejoin us at the steps up to the back deck. I handed her a glass of water, sat beside her on the other lawn chair on the back deck, and drank my diet soda silently while the boys sprawled out on our laps. "I think we should go ahead with your idea of putting up that exhibit," she said, taking me by surprise. "Look, after explaining my drawings to you, I realized how much of a crazy idea it was to spend that kind of money right when I'm retiring. I was guessing $50,000. It could cost more than that. Who knows?" "Yeah, it might be a crazy idea for us to spend that kind of money, but I don't hear you saying that it's a crazy idea because it won't get the response you described earlier." She pushed back on my hesitancy. "I don't know, babe," I said, shaking my head with a sigh of anguish. "Look, we have plenty of room out there to do something and still have plenty of yard for the boys. Also, if we put in another entrance in the fence and maybe graveled it, we could have a good-sized parking lot without tying up our existing driveway," she said, then paused for a couple of seconds when she added one last comment. "It's only money." Chapter 14. The Unexpected Turn. I woke up and tried to roll back over my right side without waking Cooper, who had been in his usual sleeping position with his rump nestled up to my chest. Peeping through the circle I made with my index finger and thumb, I could make out that it was 2:30-something, and knowing I would likely lie there awake tossing and turning till Sue's 2 clocks started their morning routine, I decided to get up and make some coffee and get started with what should be a very exciting day. Not only had Sue convinced me to proceed with the project yesterday, but she also pitched me several upgraded modifications that I thought would take the project to a whole different level. The downside would be the possible added cost. I originally planned to build the project about 50 feet off the road with a small 3- or 4-car parking area inside the front fence. She thought it would be better to build it as close to the road as practical, and I should put the parking lot further out back, away from the exhibit, which would leave us more options if we needed to expand the parking area in the future. Access to the parking area of the Brookes would be from our other entrance, which we quit using years ago when we had a loop driveway. My original idea and drawing called for just one 40-plus foot by 14-foot standard-size billboard sign with the famous diagram of the Brookes slave ship printed on it. That would be erected close to the ground with an excellent viewing area made from decking material running along the entire front. Also, part of my original idea was to build a small building besides the Brookes slave ship sign, the insides of which depicted a more accurate rendering of the slavehold below deck than my plywood roll-around conveyed. Last night, Sue asked me why I thought the sign needed to be so big, and the reason I gave her was so it could be seen from the road. After thinking about it for a few minutes, she suggested we nix the one-sign idea and go with a 4-sign design with artwork on the outside walls of the same small structure. She also proposed running the decking around the entire exhibit instead of just one side. Since the construction would be much closer to the road, folks could see it just as well, but probably a third of the size of my original. She basically sketched out a small building with a standard roof that had a deck built around the entirety of it. The beauty of her idea was that we could have 4 powerful, thought-provoking art displays on the outside of the small building instead of my original one-sign display, which we would still have to decide on the 3 graphics to add to the Brookes. We agreed that the side with the door would still have its own display, but the door would be a cutout. Another thing she suggested is that we should come up with benches that ran around the entirety along with the decking. I told Sue she should go into architecture if her teaching gig doesn't work out. I spent most of the morning drinking coffee while researching the best options for our artwork on the outside walls of the Brookes building. Finally, I settled on one company that, although costly, could provide us with exactly what we needed that would be made out of fade-resistant vinyl. The 4 18-foot by 12-foot vinyl signs would set us back approximately $6,000 alone. Still, since the artwork was the most crucial part of the project and carried most of the punch to make the exhibit uniquely powerful, I assumed Sue would think we should opt for the best versus the cheapest solution. Now that I had those dimensions, I could build everything around it. Later that day, Sue and I walked around and discussed the layout I had staked out in our yard for the driveway access to the project and the actual location for the exhibit. During our walk-around, she again came up with another great suggestion of putting a big screen TV inside the structure so that we could play a video like the ones I've watched 100 times on slavevoyages.org. Until then, I had not even thought of that option, but I had to admit it was a great idea. I would not have believed it if you had told me 2 weeks ago that she would be this engaged with my project. Having measured and remeasured a second time, I was finally ready to break ground to dig my first hole and possibly pour a sizable chunk of my retirement nest egg into it. So I drove my post-hole diggers down into the ground for the first of the 4 holes I planned to dig for the concrete footers. Unfortunately, throughout the process of sketching, planning, and brainstorming, I never factored in how painful the doing part would be on my shoulder until I actually broke ground for the first time. It took me a while, but I got the first hole dug to the depth and diameter I needed. I had to stop and massage my shoulder after the first hole, and I thought about how I should run inside to take a handful of preemptive ibuprofen before I got too far in when I heard a familiar voice behind me. "Hey, Mr. Hiers, how's it going?" It was Samuel Darity, Pastor Bob's son. "Not too bad, Sam. You see, she's already put me to work," I said with a laugh. "We all sure have missed you the last couple of days at school. We still can't believe that you retired on us and went Hollywood," he said, referring to the newscast yesterday, I assume. "Yeah, but it was for the best, Samuel, since I wasn't going to be able to contain my crazy as well as I had been doing over the years, which I guess everyone saw on the news." "You may be a lot of things, but crazy isn't one of them," he said. "I think you just took your job very seriously. You and Mr. Fuller had a way of making a subject that most people hated fun. Millville High School will not be the same without you. But we do still have Mr. Fuller for now, at least until they run him off too." "Look, Samuel, no one ran me off, and they're not going to run Mr. Fuller off. I voluntarily retired," I said before he cut me off. "I don't mean to be rude, but I'm not stupid. I know what was going on and the hand that my parents had in causing the ruckus in town and around the school," he said. "What your parents may or may not have done, I can assure you, was done with good intentions. So if I were you, I wouldn't hold anything against them," I added as I plunged the post-hole diggers into the ground to start the second hole. "Here, let me get that for you," he said as he put his hands on the fence and effortlessly hopped over to my side of the yard and reached for the diggers, which instantly reminded me of when we first moved from Florida here and when I last had that kind of agility. "Oh no, Sam, I've got it. Besides, I need the exercise," I said as he reached out and took hold of the post-hole diggers. Insisting, he said, "I don't have anywhere that I have to be for a while, and I stood there watching you rub that bad shoulder of yours, so let me dig a couple of holes for you." I felt terrible, but I let him dig the 3 remaining holes for me while I ran into the house to take my ibuprofen. As I came through the sliding back door, I met Sue. "Did you see who's out in the backyard helping me?" I asked. "Yes, I did, and you can ask him if sweet tea is okay for him," she said as she handed me 2 tall glasses of my second favorite cold drink. "What did you tell him you were constructing?" You know, he never even asked, I said. It's like he wasn't even interested. He just genuinely wanted to check on me. Odd, huh? No, it's not odd. I've told you repeatedly that your kids think the world of you, she said. By the time I got back out there, he was finishing the third hole and was about to start on the last one when I motioned for him to take a break and offered him the iced tea. He gave me the universal signal for just a minute and started and completed the last of the 4 holes and drove the post hole digger down in the mound of dirt. I handed him his tea. Thanks, he said as he took a big gulp and wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. Man, that's just like I like it. Nice and sweet. Are you going to be out here tomorrow at about the same time, Mr. Ayres? Well, I suppose I probably will, at least for the next couple of weeks. Probably not with your kind of energy, but yeah, I guess I will, I answered. I'm in between part-time jobs right now. I might stop by and give you a hand again tomorrow, if the weather's good and you're here, he said, still totally uninterested in what I was constructing. Look, Samuel, I appreciate your offer, but there's something you need to know about what I'm building, I said. And with that, I spent the next few minutes explaining to him what I was constructing without getting into great detail. Wasn't about to let him help me build something, unknowingly, that would put him in a bad way with his folks or the rest of his friends. Although I tried to keep my plans vague, he asked several very perceptive questions I thought later I wish I had not answered so explicitly. That was when I felt for a split second like I was the unluckiest person in the world because of the distinct horn that sounded from Jeb Turner's truck as he drove by. Within about 2 minutes, Jeb had turned around and returned, pulling off the other side of the road's shoulder. The proverbial cat having escaped the bag, now we 3 spent from then till about 15 minutes past dusk catching up with my having to re-explain the project I was working on for Jeb's benefit. Jeb complimented me just as Samuel had on the news interview yesterday. They both said that was the only thing people talked about all day at school. I thought about asking them to keep my project a secret, but I did not feel right asking them to do something that might require them to lie. So, I decided to just enjoy the moment and the semi-closure our get-together had brought. Jeb had expressed some of the same sentiments towards Marcus and me as teachers Samuel had earlier, which I thought would be a pleasant surprise to share with Marcus. Sliding the glass door closed and placing the dead man's stick in the channel, I went into the utility room, peeled off my dirty pants, and headed upstairs for a shower. The boys and Sue had evidently decided they were tired of waiting on me, so they were already in bed watching TV. After my shower, I told her that I was going to run back downstairs and check the lights and locks, or I would not be able to fall asleep. As I went through my nightly ritual of batting down the hatches, I peeked through the blinds to the front porch and noticed that Samuel had pulled his Honda Civic behind Jeb's truck. They stood in front of the truck, still chatting now, 30 minutes after I said my goodbyes for the night. I turned off all the lights but hung out in the living room for a couple of minutes till they appeared to be saying their goodbyes. Then they both got in their vehicles, and that's when I heard the engine of Jeb's Ford truck fire up, which I had missed before. Then both boys proceeded to move off the shoulder of the road and drive away. I went around and unlocked the kitchen door to look in to make sure I closed the garage door and noticed that I had left 2 empty iced tea glasses out on my toolbox. So I went out to retrieve them, and on my way back to the kitchen, I stopped and went over and sat down at my desk in the corner. Then, after relaxing and taking a couple of deep breaths, I reached down and pulled open the bottom drawer to see my full, unopened bottle of Johnny Walker Red that I had put in there around Thanksgiving last year. Johnny, you've sure dodged some major bullets lately, but you still need to consider your days are numbered, I said aloud as I slid the drawer closed, stood, locked things up, and went to bed. Over the next couple of weeks, I struggled to find my rhythm to negotiate this retirement lifestyle. I still like to rise early with the boys and get that quiet time to myself. Not away from Sue, but from the rest of the world. I plan to eventually put together a list of chores around the house that I wanted to start carrying most of the load on so that Sue had more leisure time when she got home. But right now, those tasks were getting done when I made time to break from Project Brookes. Every day around 4 to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I could count on students to roll up to offer a helping hand. Samuel was the most reliable of the bunch. It was not that I wanted or needed or even asked for help from anyone because I actually preferred to be left alone. However, every day it seemed someone new would show up. I knew how this would likely end, but I did not know how to tell them to stay away without hurt feelings, so I went along with being the new hangout. The upside was that I learned to counterfeit Sue's iced tea. Sue and I had spent several evenings brainstorming different graphic ideas that we thought would match well with the Brookes graphic that would be seen from the road as folks passed by. Finally, we settled on our selections and placed the order after providing the company with the digital artwork for our designs. The company gave us a 2-week lead time on delivering our artwork, which was reasonable for the amount of money we were spending. I had kept Marcus abreast of the progress that we were making on the exhibit with videos and pictures, but so far, he had still yet to make it by to see things firsthand, which was probably a good thing. Going into this, it was easy to predict the possibility of controversy that could be produced if I had done the project all by myself. Still, I had not factored in the ramifications of my kids being involved. If they do not already, I was sure some local Christian leaders would view me as some Pied Piper. I took a much-needed break, having completed shingling the small roof on the structure and successfully getting off the top without a mishap, which was no easy challenge for me. Then, in the shade of the big oak tree that still hung Grace's first swing, I surveyed how fast the project had gone up with the unexpected help from what seemed like the entire Millville student body. I regretted not doing one of those time-lapse videos with my GoPro. That would have been cool to have for nostalgic purposes. It would have been neat to watch me stake the structure out, dig, mix, and pour the footers, build the subflooring, build and raise the walls, do the roof and the decking around the structure, along with the trucks entering and exiting, graveling the short driveway and parking lot, all in the span of 3 or 4 minute time-lapse video and with the scurrying help of probably 20 different kids. Since I would start on the interior walls soon, which should go quickly, it should not be long till I get to mount the 55-inch LG TV I bought for the project. It would likely look very odd in a room that was 16 feet by 16 feet and had a ceiling height of only 5 feet. I was only 5 foot 11 inches tall, so I would have to stoop while inside to create the interior design goal, a cramped and claustrophobic experience as the genuine Brookes had been. I probably should have consulted with Sue during the roof design, but I did not. The outside walls of the structure ended up being a little over 12 feet high to accommodate the 12-foot tall by 18-foot long vinyl artwork that was due to be delivered in 2 days. I decided to construct a low-sloping roof that extended out far enough on the sides and the end to provide coverage for the decking that enclosed the entire structure. To carry the extra weight of the overhang, I added 6 by 6 inch posts at the corners and in the middle of the span, which afterward seemed plenty to ensure against a collapse. In hindsight, I was fortunate to have all the help from the students, especially on the roofing, which was done mostly by the boys. Several of the guys had extensive experience in construction for their age because of the various family business backgrounds that they grew up in. I had tried to pay all of them for their time to alleviate the hit I was taking in my pride, but not one would take a dime. "You can just pay us in Mrs. Ayer's sweet tea," some of them would reply, so I finally gave up and swallowed my pride. Having inhaled my ham and cheese on rye along with a bag of chips, I was on the verge of my afternoon carb crash sitting under the oak, which had become part of my routine when the dogs heard the car doors close on the other side of the house, and they went into watchdog mode with their barking. So I took the dogs up on the deck and let them in through the sliding back door into the kitchen as Bob Darity and 2 of his buddies came around the side of the garage towards where I had been sitting in the lawn chair, so I walked back down to meet them. "Hello, gentlemen, can I help you?" I greeted the 3 as they turned to see me coming. "Hey, James, how's the retirement going?" the pastor asked. "Not bad, but it's a hell of a lot more physical than my last job," I said with a laugh. Bob reintroduced both of the other two men to me. I say reintroduced because after a few minutes, I realized that I had coached both in minor league baseball nearly 30 years ago, something that they seemed not to remember. They acted a little embarrassed about that when I took them on that brief stroll down that memory lane. I know you guys didn't stop by to invite Sue and me to church, so what do I owe this great pleasure to today? I sarcastically asked them, knowing full well what the occasion was all about. Well, James, we've been hearing a lot about the new slave exhibit you and your wife are constructing and just wanted to stop by and see for ourselves, Lionel Stroop said. Yeah, I'm way ahead of where I would have been if I had not had so much help from the former students of mine who insisted on giving me a hand, I preemptively replied. That was when Bubba Owen said, I don't get why you would feel the need to keep rehashing slave this and slave that when I or none of us around here ever owned a slave. It's funny that you would call it rehash, Bubba, because that rehash was brand new information that I shared with my students that they hadn't been exposed to in such depth before. I know that it throws you folks into major butthurt mode, but that information had a dramatic effect on some of them because, for a brief moment, they experienced genuine empathy. And that is why you holy rollers feel so threatened because that empathy is counterproductive to your religious values, I defiantly added. You just want to poison our kids' minds into believing God is a racist, Bob said. That's why you wrote it on your board in your room that day. Look, Bob, I think you know as well as I, and probably more than your two sidekicks here, how racist the God of the Bible is, from Genesis to the book of Revelations. The difference between you and me is, I'll admit it, but contrary to what you think, I don't believe God is the racist monster the Bible portrays him to be. If you would listen to your conscience and apply common sense, you would be hunting another job because you would reject that bullshit just like I have. This country was founded on Judeo-Christian values and you liberals can't stand it, Bubba said. You devils want to take God and the Bible out of everything with your CRT crap. I agree, Bubba, I said. This country was founded on those Judeo-Christian values of the Bible, which, if you read the text, is as racist as Mein Kampf. Bubba, you know that the Bible condones slavery, right? I paused and continued. Bubba, white Europeans used your racist God portrayed in the Bible to override the consciences and common sense of folks to commit genocide on untold millions. That control has never been relinquished. It's just been transferred. The ironic thing is, most of those CRT folks you're so threatened by are believers and members of those same Judeo-Christian organizations, so they pose no real threat to the status quo because they can't point out this stuff. However, I can and will. Look, heirs, if Samuel shows up here this afternoon, Bob said before I rudely jumped in to cut him off. So, I said, I just called the God of the Bible a racist monster, and you don't even attempt to refute my accusation because you either know I'm right or you're too fucking lazy. Which is it, Bob? I thought Bob was about to lose it and take a swing as he moved closer to me, but he caught himself with the help of his two bodyguards. You're not worth wasting my time on, heirs. What I'm telling you is that if Samuel shows up here today, I'm telling you to send him on his way or else. Bob, do you know your son has been 18 since January? Which in this great country of Judeo-Christian values makes him an adult. So, if he shows up here today, I plan on treating him and the rest of my minions to a good old-fashioned grilled hamburger or hot dog with all the fixings, I said, expecting to get punched. Let's just go, Bubba said as the good pastor stood there and gazed at me with hate-filled eyes. Look, I know you guys probably have a couple of Bibles out there in your car, so why don't you run out there and get 'em? And I'll run in and fetch my trusty Schofield edition, and we'll sit down and have a good old Bible study, and I can show you guys all the godly racism and genocide cover to cover, because I've got it all marked. It'll still take a while because there's a lot of racism and killing, Bob, I said, doing my best Forrest Gump impression before continuing, but you're not interested in that because you know what I'll be showing you. The three of them silently walked away, and I went inside to quiet the dogs down and made a list of items besides charcoal that I needed to run to the grocery store to pick up. Later that evening, Sue and I treated the crew to a cookout and Sue's famous cheesecake. There ended up being 19 kids that dropped by for a bite and to hang out. By then, Cooper and Dexter had gotten where they were finally at ease around the kids, so now Cooper was never at a loss to find someone to throw his new orange ball. Apparently, Amazon would only sell an assortment of colors of that ball brand. We could not request a particular color when ordering by bulk, so we were on orange now. "So, Mr. Ayers," said Maddie Owen, quieting the crew with her question, "we all have been wondering something for a long time, and I drew the short straw, so it's on me to ask you something. Some of us over the years have seen small glimpses of your tattoos on the inside of your wrists, but no one has seen all of either one because you always wear long sleeves. So we're all curious to know what your tattoos say." Chapter 15. The More the Merrier. The vinyl artwork I ordered for the exhibit was delayed due to a mix-up at the vendor. Still, according to the company's tracking information, it was on a delivery truck and scheduled to be dropped off anytime. The short delay gave the crew and me ample time to finish the interior walls and mount the TV. Since the outside walls would be entirely covered with artwork, I planned to start by covering them with the thinnest plywood I could get and put a good coat of primer and paint on them to serve as the base. As for that artwork, I thought I could attach it with a spray-on glue adhesive that I no doubt would have to experiment with. I had bought enough thin plexiglass to be fastened by screws, washers, and rubber grommets over the top of the artwork for added protection and easy cleanup. Over the last month of construction, as the voluntary help grew, we realized we needed to factor in bathrooms and other necessities. Until now, we had felt comfortable having the kids walk through the garage to the downstairs bathroom. But that would not work as a long-term solution. Finally, Sue and I decided to wait and see if we would have to spend more money to put in a more convenient option. Since I was at a point in the project where all that was left to do was install the artwork and clean up, I asked most of the kids to stay away and avoid doing any drive-by peeking at the finished work because I wanted them all to see it at the same time. After checking the weather, we decided to set up 1 p.m. on Saturday as our official unveiling and launch of the Brookes. More importantly, that would give me 3 days to finish and clean up around the cluttered site. After unrolling each of the 4 individual walls of artwork in the garage that was delivered this morning, I was more than delighted with the crispness and clarity of the prints. Since one of the displays was a print of the approximately 2,000-word text as it appeared on Thomas Clarkson's 1787 version of the Brookes slave ship diagram, readability was a must. Sue thought the detailed description on the original pamphlet was so powerful, she insisted that the text be included, and I agreed. I was somewhat surprised by the vinyl's lightweight yet rugged design, but I was glad I asked Samuel and Jeb to quietly assist with the installation since they both got out of school after the 3rd block and were willing and available. However, being antsy, I could not wait till they showed up, so I decided to take a shot at hanging some of the artwork by myself. The door side, which was on the right as viewed from the road, seemed to be the best place to start with the trial and hopefully no errors. After standing back and admiring my work, I thought how much more nerve-wracking the process might have been if I had not ditched the glue-on idea. But, knowing that I was dealing with thousands of dollars worth of material, I only had one shot at not messing up. I discovered that I could install the artwork similar to how I installed the screens on the front porch. I started in the upper left corner and ran a series of ordinary staples around the outside edges, pulling the sign taut as I patiently worked my way down to the far right lower corner. I stapled the edges around the door's perimeter before I took a deep breath and cut out the door with the razor blade knife. After the planned trimming and plexiglass installation, the walls would look better than I expected. Because the exhibit was so close to the road, I bought some throw cloth that I temporarily hung over the displays to hide them from the viewing traffic. I repeated the process for the back, left, and front of the building. which went even quicker because of the lack of doors or windows. I also covered those walls with a drop cloth as before. Then, being ahead of schedule, I filled up my small trailer with scrap material from around the site and got ready to run to the county landfill. But that would have to wait because Jeb and Samuel were expected to roll up at any time. After they came in and paid Cooper and Dexter some attention, I distracted the dogs with a treat long enough for us to slip into the garage, and we made our way out towards the exhibit. Jeb and Samuel had a hand in almost every portion of the project from the ground up, but for some reason, I was nervous about them seeing the artwork for the first time. They had not expected me to have that part of the project already complete when they arrived today, so they were excited to see it. "Good idea on the tarp, Mr. Hiers, or you'd probably have a couple of people stopping to take a look already," Samuel said. "Or they won't even notice, and this winds up being a big waste of time and money," I said with a laugh. "Well, are you guys ready to peek behind the curtain?" They both enthusiastically answered, "Heck yeah, let's do it." We started with the front since that would be what people would see first. I reached down and took hold of the drop cloth and raised it so that we could slide under it to take a look. The boys stood there for a few seconds before Jeb spoke up. "Mr. Hiers, there's no way people are not going to notice this when they drive by." "Yeah, that's what I thought too. What do you think, Samuel?" I asked. "Mr. Hiers, I want to thank you for letting us be a part of this," he said. One thing was for sure. The 18-foot by 12-foot graphic with well over 400 enslaved people stowed in the lower hold is powerful. But how the greater public will view the site is unclear. I held a 2-foot square piece of clear plexiglass against the graphic to show them how it would look after it was installed, and they liked the idea. We lowered the front cloth and moved over and under the left side of the project to view the very wordy description that appeared on the original Brookes diagram that I felt needed some explanation. This is what appeared on the original Brookes diagram. And I know it's a lot of reading, but Sue felt that if we were going to display the schematic, we had to display the text because of the power of the description, I said. "You can tell Mrs. Hiers that I think she was right. I read all this a couple of days ago when I was surfing the net, and to me, it's just as shocking as the picture," Samuel said. "Yeah, and the benches that we put in around the outside will come in handy if folks read as slow as I do," Jeb said, laughing. After viewing the text on the left side, we moved to the rear of the building. "You guys will recognize this too, I think," I said as I raised the cloth. We slipped under to view both 12-foot by 9-foot maps. The first one was entitled Volume and Direction of the Transatlantic Slave Trade from All African to All American Regions, and the map on the right was entitled Overview of the Slave Trade out of Africa, 1500 to 1900. The kids thought all the maps that I showed them from the slavevoyages.org were interesting, but these two drew the most comments. "Do you guys remember these maps?" I asked. They both remembered them and thought the maps would make great thought-provoking displays. I joked that I thought I might get sued by slavevoyages.org, the publishers of the Atlas of the Transatlantic Slave Trade, because I believe that is where they got the maps. "Last but not least," I said as I raised the cloth to the outside wall and the 18-foot by 12-foot graphic of the famous 1787 picture designed by Josiah Wedgwood of a kneeling chained slave with the compelling words below, "Am I not a man and a brother?" So that a tour guest will pass through a door, I cut out of the graphic to enter the Brookes replica slavehold to view the 2 videos from the slavevoyages.org website that I showed the kids in my class, which could be cast from a smartphone. After viewing the artwork, we went inside the exhibit to take another quick look at the finished interior, which seemed relatively spacious even though we all 3 had to stoop while walking around inside. The ceiling was constructed out of old 10-inch wide barnwood siding that I had stored up that I had planned to use on an accent wall in our living room. Sue had suggested that we find a way to work it in the construction of the Brookes, and the ceiling seemed to be the perfect place. In the middle of the ceiling, I took some metal 3-inch wide and 1/4-inch thick metal strips to fabricate a 3-foot by 3-foot steel grate opening, similar to the iron grates that would have led down from the upper deck to the lower deck of the Brookes, and what appeared in the videos. There was actually more room above the ceiling than there was in the room itself, which could be used for storage if needed. However, for now I just had a dim light mounted in the attic area, which could be turned off and on by a semi-hidden switch located under one of the mock platforms. I used the same tongue-and-groove 5-inch wide flooring material to cover the walls and subflooring. When inside, the heat and the overall look could make you feel like you were in a sauna room with a low ceiling, and for that reason, I mounted an ultra-quiet fan in the attic to circulate air, which a hidden switch could also turn off and on. Still, leaving the room a little warm might add to the effects. We were just about to come out when I heard the dogs start barking, so I told the guys that I would run in and check on them, grab us some iced tea, and we would get started. When we came out from inside the slave hold, Samuel's dad met us on the deck. For what seemed like an eternity, Bob stood there gazing at his son with the similar gaze he had recently given me. "How's it going, Bob?" I said as I cordially greeted him with an extended hand that he ignored. "I need to talk to you, Samuel," Bob said as he turned and walked back towards the road. Samuel turned toward me but did not say anything. He just followed his father. The two men stood out in front of my driveway while Bob appeared to be doing all the talking. "This ain't good. Samuel thought something like this might happen," Jeb said as we both stood there. We continued to monitor the heated one-way discussion that was taking place. After a few more minutes, the meeting broke up, and Samuel got in his car, slammed the door to his Honda Civic, started the engine, and drove off. I walked back towards his dad to give him and me some privacy from Jeb because I'm sure he would want to confront me. But he calmly got back in his late-model Cadillac Escalade and drove off as well. The rest of the evening was just Jeb and me putting the final touches on the outside walls. The installation for the first couple of pieces of plexiglass went slow, but after we got into a rhythm of the process, we started picking up speed. When it became apparent that the rest of the work would go pretty quickly, we decided to call it a day. Jeb and I focused the rest of our time on Cooper's Olympic orange ball training before he took off for home. By mid-afternoon Thursday, I'd completed the installation of all the plexiglass covering over the artwork with Jeb's help in the afternoons, which gave the project a definite pop. We were able to do the installation by pulling back the drop cloth to keep the exhibit as hidden as possible. But since the drop cloths were hung, we could see a distinct increase in folks reducing their speed as they passed by, which I took as a good sign. However, I was very concerned at this point because Samuel had not dropped by and had not been at school today, according to Jeb. Even more concerning was he had not returned anyone's text messages since the altercation with his dad yesterday. I let Jeb know that we were done and that I would see him Saturday and he should kick back and relax tonight as I would. The next morning I hooked up my trailer, which was full of scrap material, to the back of my Camry. I bungee corded a tarp down to keep stuff from blowing out and pulled up to the front fence to exit. I got out of my car just as a familiar van slowed and pulled off the shoulder of the road. It was the same WBMO news crew that interviewed me nearly a month ago, minus the obligatory courtesy call. I suppose it was due to the rumors floating around in the community coupled with their earlier story that they decided to send the crew out for a follow-up report. However, when they pressed me for an early view of the exhibit, I had to decline because I felt it would be a slap in the face of all the kids that had come out and helped with the project. However, I did tease the project by confirming their questions inquiring about the exhibit's theme related to my earlier portable exhibit that put me in the temporary limelight. This particular local news channel had a reputation for being very aggressive in going after a story, but for whatever reason, thus far they had been more than fair and professional to me. Still, you never know how these things will be edited for TV, so I was on guard for anything. Finally, after about 45 minutes, the crew packed up and left. I immediately pulled my phone from my pocket and replayed the interview to see if I had a senior moment during the encounter. On the way to the landfill, I listened to the interview. I had secretly recorded and was satisfied with all my answers. When asked, I told them that I had a lot of help from local kids from Millville and a couple from Broadmoor, or it would have taken me the whole summer to complete. However, I did not mention any specific names. When asked to take pictures and video of the uncovered project, I declined. I explained that I had planned with the kids to wait till Saturday at 2 o'clock for us to see it together for the first time, which I padded by an hour in case they broadcasted the time on the news. I messaged Sue and let her know about the news crew's unexpected drop-by interview. And while I was at it, I texted and invited Marcus to the unveiling tomorrow. Marcus and I have exchanged texts and had a couple of short phone conversations, but he is yet to come by to see the project. To be fair, though, I almost got him fired on my last day of work, so I figured if he felt he needed to cut me loose as a friend, I did not blame him. Sue and I were waiting for the 6 o'clock news to start with what could only be called nervous exuberance. During the opening news tease, there was a quick shot of Brad Harmon and me by the exhibit with a voiceover previewing the upcoming report. Again, the news report was very fair and informative. They did a quick review of the first interview and did not delete my references to the help I received from students from the community. I did not expect that they would show me explaining why I had to decline their request to see the finished project, which they did. However, they did show the covered project, which looked like a nice storage building with a covered porch built around the entire structure. Whether intentional or not, the net result of the piece was a 4 or 5 minute commercial for our 2 o'clock unveiling tomorrow. Next, I texted Jeb, Maddie, and about a dozen other students in the group, letting them know that 1 o'clock was still the kickoff time and to spread the word. I also told Marcus the same and that there had been no change of plan, and he texted back saying he'd be there, looking forward to it. Finally, I messaged Samuel to let him know that 1 o'clock was still on, but I received no reply. Chapter 16. The Launch. "Why do you think you're so obsessed with the slave trade?" the interviewer asked me as I looked into the bright lights and camera. I said, "That's a common misconception that I think people have of me. My obsession, as you call it, is not just about slavery. It's more of an obsession with getting folks to stop and look at the suffering around them, past, present, and future, and then let their God-given conscience have a chance to do what it was designed to do. Unfortunately, we do and have done so much to suppress that still small voice inside all of us that has the power to change the world. If folks had done that over the last 500 years instead of following their religious leaders, there would not have been a transatlantic slave trade to talk about. Even more, there would undoubtedly be multiples of millions more indigenous people living in relative harmony throughout the Americas instead of becoming the victims of slow-motion genocide. I saw a flash of light and then experienced a rare occasion of waking to the sound of Sue's clock. She usually did not set her clocks for Saturday mornings, but thankfully she forgot today, or we might have slept the entire day away. "Did you hear anything back from Samuel?" Sue asked while we sat and drank our coffee on the back deck. "Not a peep," I said. I texted him with the other kids last night to let him know that we were still meeting at 1 o'clock in case he saw the news yesterday. She said, "I think one of us ought to run down to Riverbend about 12:30 and pick up a dozen pizzas, and we can fill up the cooler with drinks for folks that want something besides iced tea." "You place the order, and I'll run and get it," I said. That's when the phone rang. "Hey, Boo," Sue answered as I stood there to gauge if it was an emergency with Grace. After a couple of seconds, I could tell that Grace was just driving in her car and there was no crisis, so I motioned that I was going out to the Brookes. On the way out, I grabbed a roll of shop towels, some window cleaner, and my short step ladder from the garage to give things a final inspection. I started with a good spray and wipe down with the front display and worked around the entire exhibit before going inside to wipe the interior down. After completing the thorough once-over, I tested the light and fan overhead, which worked flawlessly. Finally, I retrieved the hidden TV remote that I had stuck up underneath one of the platforms via Velcro tape. I had synced the TV to my phone previously, so after a couple of swipes of my phone browser, I landed at slavevoyages.org, where we planned to cast both of their great videos onto the TV during our presentations. I don't know if it was the glass cleaner or the stress of the rest of the day closing in on me. I suddenly started feeling lightheaded and weak, so I sat down on one of the 30-inch high plywood platforms we had built along the front and rear walls of the Brookes to depict the authentic platform that the African captives were forced to lie on and under. I closed my eyes and the room started to spin. My skin had become clammy, and I was experiencing the classic shortness of breath. What a fucking time to have a heart attack, I said aloud. I got up, went outside to catch some fresh air, and sat on the bench. You've got too much shit to do. You're just having a panic attack, brother, I told myself. As I sat for a few minutes and tried to calm my breathing, I focused on the chain slave in the Wedgwood drawing. My breathing and heart rate eventually returned to normal, and my skin dried. That's when Dexter and Cooper came flying around the corner towards me, followed by Sue. Looks good, babe, she said. I called those pizzas in, and they said they would be ready for pickup at 12:15. So that should give you plenty of time to get back before the kids start showing up. I'm just going to round up all these shop towels, and I'll be in to jump in the shower, I said. I got back to my feet and went inside the Brookes, picked up all the shop towels and spray, came back out, and turned to the kneeling chain slave on the door. Yes, I do still have too much to do, brother, I thought. Okay, babe, I'm going to run down and pick up the pizza. I'll be back in a few minutes, I yelled up to her from the bottom of the stairs. Okay, be careful, she yelled back. During the drive down to River Bend Pizza in Millville, I thought about how I might do the unveiling today. Should I drop all the coverings simultaneously or take them one side at a time? Surveying my options, I decided I would just let it be a game-time decision. Even though the Brookes was a big deal to me, in the end, it was still just a simple memorial. If a person comes and spends 10 or 15 minutes on the site reflecting on the tragedy and learning something new, it will have served its purpose, I finally thought. I slowed and parked at Riverbend, which is quite literally a tiny pizza stand that's built 20 feet off the French Broad River. As I walked from my Camry to the stand, I looked over on the hill and could see the enormous weeping willow tree that still stood in what used to be my mom and dad's front yard. Sue and I lived in a 14-foot by 70-foot single-wide trailer parked beside my parents until we built our current home. Pike and Grace had often told us their best memories were in that small trailer. Even today, if we are around one of them and it starts to storm, I can count on one of them saying, "We better go down to Graham's," because they knew I hated to be in that trailer in bad weather. Our old trailer and Mom and Dad's old house are gone now, but some of my fondest memories are still on that hillside. I placed the pizzas in my back seat and glanced at the time. Then, feeling nostalgic and having an extra 5 minutes to kill, I decided to take a bit of a detour by crossing the river and making the short drive up to view the old home place. Not as often as we would have liked, Mom and Dad would pile all 5 of us up in some kind of proto-SUV we called the station wagon, and we would make the long, arduous trip up from Fort Pierce, Florida, to make vacationing memories here in Millville with my uncle, aunt, and 6 cousins, all girls. As I made the U-turn in front of where our old trailer used to sit, I looked down the hill below and saw my aunt and uncle's old house, the pond below, and their miniature brown pony off in the lower field. And there was my nanny's small, faded-out, pinkish-red trailer parked beside their house, all of which were also long gone, but not the memories. Finally, I drove home. When I got there, Marcus's Subaru was parked in my spot in front of the garage, so I parked directly behind Sue. He came out and met me at my car, and we did the handshake, half-hug thing before we grabbed the pizza and started inside. "How's the shoulder doing?" he asked as we stepped up on the front porch. "No better, maybe even worse," I replied. "If you hadn't been here, I would probably had to have made 2 trips to get the pizzas in." We dropped off the pizza on the island in the kitchen. "Hey, we've got time for me to give you a quick tour of the Brookes. Come on," I said, motioning for him to follow me on the back deck to the exhibit. Since my crazy last day, Marcus and I had not talked very much, which I somewhat expected, but his showing up today I thought was a good sign. Everything about the project he would be seeing for the first time in person. As we approached the Brookes, he said, I didn't see it from the road, but you built the deck all the way around the thing. Interesting. You mean we built, I said. I didn't keep track, but I bet over 20 kids came and helped with this thing. Mostly Jeb Turner and Samuel Darity. I asked about Samuel and told him about the scene that Pastor Bob made the other day with his son. Then we walked to the roadside of the Brookes, and I showed him all the artwork under all the coverings before we went inside for that brief peek. Impressive work that you guys have done here, James, he said as we came out of the Brookes. If this was built on an HBCU campus or somewhere up north, I think it would get attention. But it's appearing here in rural western North Carolina. I hope you and Sue are ready for the major crap storm that's about to hit you guys. You think? I asked. Oh yeah, I know, he said with a head shake and a pronounced roll of the eyes. Thankfully, some students carpooled to our house because of the limited parking. We had created enough spaces for a dozen spots out back, with plenty of room to back out and leave. The driveway from the road through the entrance gate to the parking area out back could accommodate another 7 or 8 cars, but folks who left early would have to exit through the grass. After that, folks would have to start parking on both sides of the road in front of the house. Marcus and Jeb naturally went into usher mode and jumped in to help me direct the parking around, or I was sure I would have had another panic attack. After parking, we directed the kids to congregate at the front of the house before going to the Brookes. It was approaching 1 o'clock and kickoff time, and a crowd of primarily 40 students was grouped on the front porch into the small fenced-in yard out into the driveway when we were surprised by a familiar Honda Civic that slowed, pulled off, and parked on the other side of the road. Samuel emerged from his car and threw up his hand to all of us congregated in the front yard. He walked to the front of his car and waited for his passenger to join him, which I was happy to see was Sarah Kreisman. After waiting for traffic to pass, they crossed the road together and walked up our driveway to join us. I turned to look for Sue, and for a moment I could not find her until she put her hand on my arm. "I'm right here, babe," she said. After the assorted handshakes and hugs, it became obvious how happy the crowd was to see them both. After all the hard work, the official christening of the Brookes had finally arrived. "First of all," I said, "I want to thank everyone for coming out today to open this important exhibit. Over the last couple of days, I realized that this project that many of you helped build is much more than simply an exhibit. It's a memorial. It's a memorial in every sense to more than 12 million victims of the transatlantic slave trade. But I hope that it can also be a memorial to the millions of indigenous peoples of the Americas who were victims of what I think could be called the transatlantic genocide. So I want to thank all you guys and gals who came out and contributed your time to make this project happen. Without your help, this could not have been possible in such a short period of time. But enough of my rambling. Let's kick this thing off. But first, I do need you guys to do me one last favor. I need all of you to turn and face me and remain with your backs to the Brookes till I go and remove the covering. Then I'll turn you loose. As I started for the Brookes, I grabbed Marcus, Jeb, and Samuel on my way over to the project. When we got there, we carefully pulled on the coverings until the staples pulled out, revealing the artwork. "All right, folks, you can turn around," I yelled, motioning for them to come over. As they did so, applauding as they moved closer. It was no opening of Disneyland, but to see the group of 40-plus people walk around the Brookes was both exhilarating and nerve-wracking. I thought about explaining each artwork display, but thankfully I realized that I had at least 20 students there who now knew all the details perfectly well. Numerous videos and pictures were taken while folks naturally split up and migrated around the different sides of the Brookes. After noticing a couple people try the locked door on the Josiah Wedgwood side, I meandered over to let them know I had it temporarily locked to give everyone plenty of time to take in the artwork. I was pleasantly surprised to see several folks taking the time to read the cumbersome text on the left side of the exhibit. The text was taken from the bottom of the Brookes slave ship diagram as it appeared in 1787. It would probably take a fast reader a good 5 minutes to read the display, once they got used to translating the F or FF as S and SS. It was encouraging to quietly observe and hear some of the comments folks had made while looking at the two maps of the slavevoyages.org artwork. Possibly even more fascinating, though, was to watch the reactions when folks realized the reality of the directional flows of humanity resulting from the slave trade, all in the name of profit. "So far, everyone seems to be finding the Brookes interesting," Sue said as I stood quietly taking in the moment. I laughed and said, "Yeah, I'm fighting the urge to go over to those looking at the maps and ask them if they see a correlation between religion and the success of the slave trade." "Promise me you won't do that, James," she said, totally missing the joke. "Oh, I won't. I was just jerking you around," I replied. "Yeah, right," she said. "You don't fool me. I know what this is all about, but you have to let folks figure that out for themselves." Sue, most people are just like Marcus. They not only see the connection, they feel the connection between the slave trade and their Judeo-Christian literature. They see the racism that their God condones in the Bible, but they are just too afraid to admit it out loud, so they ignore it or resort to mental gymnastics to explain it away. About 15 minutes into the showing, I made my way over to the door side of the Brookes. I got everyone's attention by having Sue perform her two-fingered whistle that she'd been known to fire off occasionally to get a class's attention. "Now that I have your attention," I told the group, "I want to give anyone who wants to go inside the opportunity to get a sense of what it might have been like to experience a sense of what you have all seen on the diagram outside. We are set up to show a couple of educational videos from slavevoyages.org, which, if everything goes according to plan, I'm going to play for you. Both videos together only last about 8 minutes. I paused and continued. A little about the dimensions to put things in context. You will need to watch your head when you go in because the ceiling is only 5 feet from the ground. Let me repeat that. Watch your head. We built it that low to depict the low ceiling on a slave ship. Also, when you walk in, you'll see platforms on the left and right sides that make sense when watching the video. There's nothing to sit on, so you'll have to squeeze in where you can. The inside dimensions of the room are 16 feet by 16 feet. Suppose you do the math and compare it to the measurements in the text of the Brookes diagram on the outside. You will see that the slave crew would have forced 60 people at a minimum into that space, chained together 2 by 2, which would have to ride out 14 hours overnight in the worst conditions imaginable. There are only 45 people here right now, but if you look around, you can already understand how cramped it would have been. Feel free to sit on either of the platforms. I've been told by our architectural committee, by that I mean Jeb and Samuel, that both platforms should be able to hold the maximum of 2,700 pounds apiece. So with that, let's go in and take a look. I unlocked the door and stepped aside to let folks enter. The door opened and I was immediately asked about the 1-foot-thick door that matched the 1-foot door jamb and wall. I explained that the outside walls were 18 feet long, but we only wanted 16-foot interior walls to create the claustrophobic vibe. The same reason we dropped the ceiling so low. I had left the light on in the attic above, which sheds some dim lighting below deck, but I left the fan off and thought I would play that by ear to see if folks wanted it or not. I told them I would give it about 10 minutes, and then I would shut the door to play the slavevoyages.org videos. About half the folks had already gone in and found a place to sit when I gave the 2-minute call to the rest who might be interested in viewing the videos. At that moment, Sue came up to me and said, "Hey, James, guess who just pulled up across the road?" "CNN and Fox News?" I replied jokingly, crossing my fingers on both hands. "Close. WBMO, she said. "No shit. I told them it would not start until 2 o'clock, I replied. I went over to greet the news crew again as the remaining folks were filing in to watch the video. I explained what was happening, and they could videotape anything they liked. We 3 walked over to the Brookes as the cameraman appeared to be already shooting. That was when I noticed nobody outside the Brookes, which could only mean one thing. 40-plus people were possibly already inside. That's when I stopped a few yards from the doorway and asked the crew to wait back for a moment while I went over and stuck my head in the door. Folks were still fidgeting around, trying to get situated because of the cramped conditions. It was noticeably hotter than 15 minutes before, with all the added body heat that had been generated. "Wow, it's hot in here," I said as I stood in the doorway. The group agreed, and considering their various comments, I reached in and switched on the attic fan, immediately moving some air, prompting a few cheers and claps. "I'll get the video going in a second," I said. However, WBMO was out here, and they were interested in taking a few pictures and maybe a quick video first. Is there anyone here who would object to them taking a couple of minutes before we start the video presentation? Hearing no objections, I stepped back and motioned for the news crew to come over. "You need to watch your head," I told the obviously 6-foot-plus Brad Harmon as he stepped into the doorway. "Wow, I didn't know there were this many of you in here. How many are here?" he asked the group. "We just counted, there's 41 of us," someone blurted out. Someone else shouted, "The real Brookes would have had at least 19 more people in here in much worse conditions than this." The voice sounded like Samuel, but from outside, I was not sure. Staying true to their word, the crew backed out of the doorway, and the whole exchange only took about 2 minutes. Before going in, I told the news crew that if they would like, I would take them in for a private showing after the crowd came out. Since I would have to step on or over people to get to the hidden remote, I asked Larry Ivy, one of my former students, to manually switch on the TV as I entered the Brookes and pulled the door behind me. "The fan was a good idea, huh?" I asked. "It was only 85 degrees before without the fan," a female voice who sounded like Maddie said. After a few swipes and clicks of my phone, I started the first video of the Marie Seraphique, circa 1770 to 1774, from the slavevoyages.org site. Most of the students there for the maiden voyage of the Brookes Memorial that day had seen these videos before. However, they would agree that viewing the videos from the vantage point of this cramped and uncomfortable venue delivers a more impactful learning experience. To the keen observer, they would notice that both videos use shots of the same maps displayed on the rear of the Brookes. They were extracts from the David Eltis and David Richardson's Atlas of the Transatlantic Slave Trade book. As the second video credits began to roll, I cracked the door because even with the attic fan running, it had still gotten quite toasty. Between my back and shoulder, I barely managed to stand up from the floor without letting out an old man grunt, which the kids would have given me a hard time over. As I stepped out onto the deck, I reminded folks again to watch their head on the low ceiling and even lower header to the doorway. Sue was on the ball and announced to the crowd that she had set up a fold-out table under the big oak and had pizza, iced tea, and a cooler full of assorted soft drinks waiting for everyone when we came out, an announcement that set the group a twitter. As soon as the folks cleared the Brookes, I went back in and flipped off the fan in case the news crew took me up on my offer to do another video presentation for them, which they did. The added heat would be a payback for showing up too early, not to mention making the presentation more realistic. After closing the door with the news crew, I took a few minutes to set up the experience with an explanation of the dimensions, platforms, overhead grate, and other pertinent information that the video might miss. Approximately 9 minutes later, the credits started to roll on the second video. I hopped down from the platform and opened the door. "Any questions?" I asked. "None from me," Brad said as he exited the Brookes. "By the way," I said, "I turned the fan off on you guys to give you a more authentic experience. The real captives probably had to endure at least a 20-degree hotter environment for up to 14 hours. The cameraman said, "I'm not sure a person needs more authentication than a good look at the diagram you have on the front of the exhibit. I appreciate the coverage you guys have given to this venture of ours. You're free to stick around and have a slice of pizza and a drink if there's any left," I said as we shook hands. "I think we might try to get a couple of short interviews before we go if you think that would be okay," Brad asked. "Have at it, and again, thanks for coming out," I said as we parted. I headed for the garage to go into the house to check on the boys, who were closed off in our bedroom upstairs. Thankfully, The news crew and several of the students left around 1:45, which freed up some of the parking because at 2 o'clock, we started getting new folks showing up to view the Brookes. As an usher in his church, Marcus did what came naturally to him. He went over and greeted the newcomers trickling in and directed them to the Brookes, which I acknowledged with a thumbs up that he returned from 40 yards away. That brought me time to check in on Samuel, who was sitting alone out in the shade of Grace's oak at the moment. "So are you and Sarah a thing?" I asked as I walked up to Samuel, sitting in one of the few lawn chairs Sue had thought to set up. "I wish, but unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to settle for the friend zone," he said. "You've had us kind of worried the last couple of days. Are you okay?" I asked. "I'm going to be fine, Mr. Ayers. I've just had to sort some things out the last few days. But I'm getting there." "How do you think your dad would react if he knew you were here today?" I asked. "I don't really know. Probably not good, I suppose. But he's not a bad person, Mr. Ayers. He's just got to live up to a certain expectation that doesn't always engender the most open-minded views, if you know what I mean." "Trust me when I tell you I know exactly what you mean," I replied. "Look, Mr. Ayers, there's something I've been meaning to tell you that I've just got to get off my chest," he said as he stood from the lawn chair and seemed to labor to find the words to say. "I'm going to stop you, Samuel," I said, interrupting. "I know Brett Jones and Kyle Cosby were your cameramen, and the episode in the classroom that day was a setup. So what? I'm really sorry. If we hadn't done that, things might not have gotten so out of hand. I hope you can forgive me. Look around, Sam. I think things have turned out pretty good so far for me. And look at you. You're in the friend zone," I replied as Sarah walked back up to us. I caught Sarah's ever so slight pinky embrace with Samuel's. "So, what do you think of the Brookes, Sarah?" I asked. "It kind of reminds me of one of those metal monoliths that kept popping up in the weirdest places a few years ago," she said. "But after you get past the shock, I think it's one of the most powerful things I've ever seen." I paused for a second to gain my composure. "That's exactly what we were going for, so I'm going to consider it a success." "The artwork itself speaks volumes," Samuel said. "There are a lot of folks that aren't going to take too kindly to it being here. You know that, don't you, Mr. Ayers?" "Oh, yeah, but they'll just have to get over it," I said. And with that, for the next few minutes, Sarah caught me up on things around the school that I surprisingly did not miss. "Well," I said, "I better mingle. I'm glad you guys made it." "My mom and dad are supposed to be here at any time, so when they get here, I'll introduce you, Mr. Ayers," Sarah said. "Actually, Sarah, there won't be any introductions needed. Your dad and I actually go way back. It'll be nice to see him again," I said as I stood and noticed their break from holding hands. "Friend zone my ass," I said with a glance at Samuel. Then I smiled and walked away. Marcus met me as I approached the group and said, "Hey, I hope you don't mind, but I went ahead and made and posted a sign saying the next video is showing at 2:30 and 3 o'clock. "Good thinking," I said. "You can tell I haven't thought this part of the thing out very well. To be honest with you, I really didn't know what to expect today. I appreciate your taking up the slack, bro." Some folks were leaving, but for every exiting car, it seemed that a new one would arrive, which kept Marcus and Jeb busy greeting and directing cars around. "It's been a long time, James," William Cressman said as I approached him and his wife, Carolyn. "Too long. I'm glad you both made it today," I replied. There were hugs and a brief stroll down a distant and stressful memory lane. The next 4 hours were a blur, but the inflow of newcomers had thankfully tapered off quite a bit. I had yet to learn how many people showed up today, but I knew we had shown the video presentations about 6 more times, with at least 2 of those times being shown by students who jumped in and were familiar with the slavevoyages.org website. Marcus, Jeb, and Maddie had been there all day to help get us through this first day that was supposed to just be a small get-together. However, the news reports and social media buzz had turned into quite an event that was, for the most part, a hit, I thought. Sue translated my thoughts to the remaining students. She said, "You don't know how much we appreciate your help. We were woefully unprepared for what took place today, which is obvious, I'm sure. I chimed in with my thanks as we gathered up lawn chairs. "James," said Marcus, "I hope you know that you're going to have to put that retirement off for a while now that you have this basically in your front yard." "I can only hope it becomes that popular," I said. "All I know is we still need to work out a slew of logistics. I was thinking about calling one of those places that provide those nice men's and women's porta-potty setups," I said. "While you're at it, you might want to look into getting a water fountain," he said. "I thought about a drink machine, but that'd be too commercial. A water fountain will do," Maddie said. "Great idea, Maddie," Jeb said as he blushed a bit. Sue and I both glanced at each other and smiled. The sun had gone down, and Sue and I were sitting on the front porch with the boys, who had been cooped up most of the day. "Oh yeah, check it out," I said as I got up, pointed towards the Brookes, and went into the house, leaving her and the boys out on the porch. I ran into the garage, threw on the new light switch I recently installed, and returned to the front porch to get a reaction. "What do you think?" I asked. "What do I think about what?" she replied. "Walk with me," I said. So we left the dogs on the porch and walked out in the front of the Brookes to view the effect of the under-eave lighting I had installed to illuminate the slave ship diagram, which made it impossible to miss from the road. Besides local social media blowing up over our impromptu Brookes event, the news crew put together another fantastic 5-minute segment shown on the 11 o'clock news that night, and the following Sunday morning news, which was probably responsible for the following Monday sit-down interview and tour with a reporter from the local Sylvania Times newspaper. I thought the TV news piece was nicely put together, even though I had mixed feelings about the short but powerful segment they captured of Samuel explaining the capacity of the real Brookes versus the exhibit shot from the doorway of the near-capacity structure. In the aftermath of the Brookes launch, we received such favorable and unexpected coverage that it took me several stressful days to get to where I was treading water on having adequate licenses, insurance, and other necessities to accommodate the nonprofit we were attempting to get off the ground using a piecemeal strategy. I was able to delegate the task of creating an adequate website to another volunteer, Jason Clozier, a Broadmoor High School student and self-proclaimed web designer. He had it up and running by the Thursday following the launch. Also, I had a local business deliver high-end portable men's and women's restrooms. A water fountain was added to our wish list. For now, we decided to go with what Sue called the big damn it yellow cooler and paper cups. Finally, during this hair-on-fire phase of the Brookes launch, we had to address the most essential item, operating hours. After an extensive debate, Sue and I caved into the insistent Jeb, Samuel, and Maddie, who not only pushed hard for the Brookes to be open every day during the upcoming summer break, but also insisted on us letting them work out a schedule amongst themselves to provide coverage from 1 o'clock to closing to give us a break when needed. As for now, I would try to have it open from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. unless something unexpected popped up. Still, time blocks could be reserved for larger groups in advance, which could be done by calling or via the website. Chapter 17. 15 Minutes of Fame. Even though I thought the Brookes exhibit had received favorable reviews initially, I wasn't naive. I knew it would not be long before there would be pushback. I secretly counted on it. All the money, time, and effort were in essence just bait. I knew Marcus was right when he said that the project being here in rural North Carolina would cause a crap storm, as he put it, which is what I was aiming to achieve. The early rumblings of that storm started almost immediately with the launch of the Brookes website. It was not that Marcus was a psychic in his prediction of the negative fallout in the community as a result of the Brookes. It was simply that he was one of the very few people who knew me well enough to know that it was my mouth that would probably prove to fuel the fire, which is why I had no intention of allowing Jeb, Samuel, Maddie, or any other of my students to be left alone to run the exhibit for fear of their safety. There had already been veiled threats left in the comment section and through emails on the website. In less than a week, I had to start hanging a screen across the front of the exhibit at night to protect the artwork from the occasional beer bottles hurled from the road, all of which probably should have been expected. I knew there was more than enough inconvenient truth either displayed on the walls of the Brookes with the artwork or shown in the slavevoyages.org video to infuriate any of a dozen groups or organizations. My simple goal had been all along to spark an honest debate on slavery that would not let the Abrahamic religions have the free pass that they have enjoyed over the last 1,000+ years, which is why I chose to have the Sylvania Times interview that they requested to take place sitting in front of the two maps that are displayed on the back of the Brookes. "Can you tell me a little about the artwork you chose for the exhibit?" Melissa Suthers, the Times reporter, predictably asked during our sit-down. "Well, we wanted to display artwork that wouldn't have to have someone stand here and explain it to the viewer. But even more importantly, our message had to be a powerful, thought-provoking one that had the potential to cut through the religious indoctrination and brainwashing that is so prevalent in this land that Ronald Reagan likened it to a shining city upon a hill in his farewell address. Unfortunately, Reagan borrowed that imagery from John Winthrop, one of the thousands of slave-owning church leaders he could have chosen. I answered as the reporter scratched notes on a pad to go with her digital recorder lying on the bench. Still, she asked about the Brookes slave ship diagram specifically, and I gave her the condensed version of its history before she turned her attention to the two maps facing us. "So, what should people know about these two maps that are displayed on the back of the exhibit?" she asked as I fought back the knee-jerk reaction to pinch myself. "Well, first of all, I think folks should know that I took both the maps and the videos we show straight from the slavevoyages.org website. So if they can't make it out here in person, they can still access this information by going to their website. Secondly, when viewing these maps, you should draw a mental chalk line around both maps and treat them like the crime scene that they are. Let's take, for instance, the map on the left, entitled Overview of the Transatlantic Slave Trade, 1501 to 1867. If you sat here and looked at this 366-year-old crime scene, I can come up with 100 different questions that beg answers. We did and are still doing that for the Jewish Holocaust. My question is, why are these tens of millions of victims less important? I said and paused before starting back. A mediocre crime scene investigator should look at this map indicating 12.5 million victims over 366 years, and at least to be curious about how Christian nations could have perpetrated this horrific crime. But unfortunately, it's taboo to apply the same forensic scrutiny to the indigenous American and African Holocaust as to the Jewish Holocaust. The same mediocre crime scene investigator should apply the same forensics when they look at the map on the right entitled The Trade in Slaves from Africa, 1501 to 1900, along with the extremely telling note slavevoyages.org provides, which you see here across the top of the map. But unfortunately, that too is information that has never reached the level of importance to garner the same forensic scrutiny either. But if you'll indulge me, Ms. Suthers, since you are recording this, I'd like to read this important note into the record. Captive Africans followed many routes from their homelands to other parts of the world. The map shows the transatlantic movement of these captives in a comparative perspective for the centuries since 1500 only. Estimates of the ocean-borne trade are more robust than are those for the Trans-Saharan, Red Sea, and Persian Gulf routes. But it is thought that for the period from the end of the Roman Empire to 1900, about the same number of captives crossed the Atlantic as left Africa by all the other routes combined. Ms. Suthers, if you look at the map on the right, which shows the flows of captive Africans through all the different routes, and do the math, you will see that the Atlantic Ocean routes carried off 12.5 million Africans, and only 4.8 million being stolen and carried off into slavery through North African routes. However, and this is a big however, if you read the note, it clearly says that from 476 AD, the end of the Roman Empire, till 1900, the number of African captives that were carried off by all other routes other than the transatlantic routes was the same as the transatlantic African captives. So in essence, the note said that we probably need to add the 12.5 million transatlantic African captives to the 12.5 million African captives carried off by routes other than the Atlantic, which means we are talking about a crime of possibly 25 million people. I finally took a breath and paused before I apologized. "I'm sorry, Miss Suthers, but you did ask," I said with a laugh. "No apology needed, James. I find the entire subject quite fascinating," she replied. The rest of the interview consisted of more probing questions from her, and I did not pull any punches on the answers, which is why very little of the interview would ultimately make it into the paper, or so I thought. As we transitioned to the inside portion of the Brookes tour, a late-model Jeep Grand Cherokee, followed by a Toyota Highlander, drove in together and parked. All 10 of the folks that rode in the two vehicles appeared to be middle-aged, and they said they were all from around Asheville, except the one African-American couple who said they were friends visiting from Raleigh. Ms. Suthers was patiently observing my interaction with the group. Several of them referenced the local news coverage as the source of their hearing about the Brookes. The Raleigh couple said they had heard about it from friends who lived in the Broadmoor area. After giving them a quick overview of the project, I suggested that they go ahead and watch the videos first with the Times reporter and me, and then take their time afterward to view the artwork, which they were excited to do. The end of the school year was less than 2 weeks away, which would help a lot since Sue would be around to greet folks who arrived while I was showing the videos. But for now, I just hung a sign on the door that read, "Make yourself at home, currently showing video," which I needed to come up with because I had several times where people had come in during a showing which broke into the poignant moment that I was trying to create. During the video showing with Ms. Suthers and the group of 10, I heard the car doors closing in the parking lot that I had subconsciously trained myself to pick up on, which the sign on the outside eliminated the stress of wanting to open the door to check on new arrivals. I was pleasantly surprised to discover what seemed to be a general reverence the artwork instilled in most folks. So it was not uncommon to exit from a video showing to find several people walking around doing a self-guided tour of the exhibit, and its nearly soundproof 1-foot-thick walls and doors. Afterward, the reporter took several pictures of the Brookes while the group walked and sat around viewing the displays before returning to thank me for my time before she departed. She told me it was too late to get her piece written and submitted this week, but I should look for it in Tuesday's paper. So I returned the thanks for her paper's interest in the project, and then she left. But after that, I never thought the Brookes would get much more than a brief mention in the Times. The group of 10 from Asheville hung around for about another hour after their video presentation, reading and discussing the displays. The Raleigh couple even went in for a second viewing with the following small group. When the credits started rolling on the second video, I pushed open the door to let in some light and much-needed air as guests exchanged heartfelt observations, and we made our way out of the Brookes. The Raleigh couple rejoined their group sitting on the map side, and the other 4 people began viewing the outside displays as well, giving me a minute to run in and check on the boys. Another positive with Sue being off for the summer soon would be that the boys would not have to be cooped up alone all day, wondering what was happening outside. Before I retired, I would check on the guys during the day through 2 puppy cameras we had set up in the living room and kitchen, and most of the time, they would sleep away the day. However, now that I would check on them when I was working on the Brookes and some of the kids were here helping, I often observed Dexter walking around on his back legs, peeking over the lower windowsills at us, looking at us like a little man. Returning to the Brookes, the group of 4 had already gone. The larger group of 10 was also on their way to the parking lot when they saw me, and they all threw up their hands to say thanks, which I did the same. But after a brief exchange with the group, the Raleigh couple walked back to me at the exhibit. "We just wanted to say thank you again for what you've done here, James," Dolores Metcalf said as she reached and shook my hand. "I'm just glad you good folks made it out here to see it before heading back to Raleigh," I replied. "Actually, we made the trip up from Raleigh specifically to see the exhibit. William Kreisman told us about your work here, and I had to come up and see for myself. And some of our friends wanted to join us," John Metcalf said. "William is a great guy, as I know you already know. I'll have to tell him I owe him for sending you good folks by," I replied. That's when John reached out to shake hands, which, to my shock, was a hand and a check. "Oh, no, John, there's no charge on the Brookes," I said as I tried to hand him back his check, which he refused. "Look, what you're doing here is gutsy, and to be honest with you, crazy as shit. But it's important, and the least we can do is support you. It's just a drop in the bucket to what you have to put into this project. I know, because I'm in construction," he said as he retook my hand and pulled me in for a half hug. I walked them to their cars and thanked the rest of the group again for coming out. Then the two vehicles started, backed up, and drove away as I headed back to the Brookes and looked at the check, which brought me to a dead stop. It was a check for $10,000. Chapter 18. School's Out. Sue had been out on summer break now for a whole month, finally giving us time to settle into the rhythm of what our life had become, a complete blur. After 9 a.m., we rarely had less than half a dozen kids at our house to help with the steady flow of exhibit visitors, starting around 10 a.m. and continuing to 5 p.m. The core Brookes crew had been Jeb, Maddie, Samuel, and Sarah, with Marcus dropping by most days too. We had cordoned off part of the yard for the boys to run around adjacent to the exhibit side of our property, which had made them happy. Jeb had to cut a small enough hole in the fence for Cooper to push his ball through and hung a little sign saying, "Practicing for the Olympics," to the always willing ball slingers in the Brookes crew. I had grossly underestimated the extent to which Ms. Southers and the Sylvania Times would end up devoting to their story on our endeavor, which came out nearly a month ago. I had considered the best-case scenario that we would get a good picture and 50 generic words in the B section. Instead, the Times allowed her to do a full-page expose that cut very little from our conversation. That coverage lit a fuse that ultimately exploded into a huge pro-con Brookes debate in their letter to the editor section of the Times. I suppose the accumulation of this unexpected PR snowball was responsible for our project's increased popularity. In addition to the sheer volume and unpredictable number of people showing up to view the exhibit, we had one day where we successfully accommodated 2 full busloads of summer camp kids that visited from the Lake Lure area and had another camp booking scheduled at the end of July for 60 folks from Greenville County, South Carolina. Overall, I was more than delighted with how fast the news of the Brookes exhibit had traveled. The proverbial surreal moment for me occurred when I listened to a recent voice message left on our machine from the Canebrake Unitarian Church that wanted me to come and speak about the exhibit, which I had booked and was about 99% prepared to deliver tomorrow. Since the Times interview portrayed my anti-religious worldview quite accurately, some people have now started showing up not so much to view the exhibit, but to defend the faith, which, in hindsight, I should have expected. As a result of the potential confrontations, I had to have a powwow with the kids. They agreed that they would not engage anyone in any back and forth, and that if any visitors had a bone to pick with me, they were to direct any of those folks to me directly versus them taking up the battle themselves, which I had discovered because of a few minor altercations was what their natural inclination seemed to be. I insisted that I would not allow them to volunteer on the Brookes if there was a chance of putting any of them in the line of fire. So far, I had stayed out of the current public brouhaha that was blowing up in the Sylvania Times, local school board meetings, and various social media avenues because I viewed all the yah-yah as part of a very healthy, albeit painful debate which I could start to see was beginning to morph into a debate on critical race theory again, which I knew I would have to revisit. I have often thought, what if the leaders of all these civil rights movements over the years had bitten the bullet and focused at least some of their energies on the religious-based fountainhead of Western-style racism, which has brought continued slavery, genocide, and endless wars as their apparent fruits of the spirit to the planet? Where would we be? But instead, they apparently have deemed that discussion as being off limits. Unfortunately, in the current state of things, I do not think we are apt to see an end anytime soon to the full-blown, metastasized disease of manifest destiny and American exceptionalism. But for now, I sat at my desk in the garage, putting the finishing touches on my bullet points and notes that I was set to talk about at the church tomorrow. Of course, I have always said, I reserve the right to be wrong if proven otherwise, I said out loud with a laugh. Although I didn't feel I needed to prepare, Sue insisted on me having at least an outline going in, because I tended to what she calls ramble. In addition, Sue strongly recommended that I keep my talk focused on the Brookes exhibit without going off on one of my anti-religion tangents, which I reluctantly agreed I would do. So the plan was to stick to my 10 bulleted point outline. Then about 30 minutes in, I would wind it up and offer to answer any questions. Sue's cardinal rule for the talk, which she had written in red magic marker across the top of my outline, was stick to the Brookes. The church I was asked to speak at tomorrow was not one of your newfangled megachurches with its elaborate chord progression, worship music, but still, from what I could gather, it would routinely bring in as many as 60 to 70 on a Wednesday meeting, even though the sanctuary had been designed to accommodate as many as 300 folks. I was hoping that because of all the local controversy, I should at least bring in the average numbers, which would be the largest group I had spoken in front of since I emceed Sue's Miss Tigress pageant a few years back. Nevertheless, I felt very comfortable after the 15 to 20-minute conversation when I returned Pastor Carl Spivey's phone message. It was evident that he was one of the rare ones who had a sense of humor when I, in full disclosure, told him that I was not a Christian anymore, to which he instantly replied, "Not a problem, neither was I," which we both laughed. The exchange did leave me wondering whether he was kidding or not. "Hey, did Samuel come in here and talk to you?" Sue asked as she stood at the garage door off the kitchen. "Samuel's here?" I asked. "Yeah, he pulled up to the double front gate in front of the Brookes and hopped over the fence with what looked like a backpack about 5 minutes ago," she said with a concerned look. "I guess I better go out and check on him. Was he alone?" I asked. "I didn't see anyone else with him," she answered. I opened my desk drawer, dropped my outline in to keep my still unopened bottle of Johnny Walker Red company, and got up and started for the front door, grabbing my flashlight off my toolbox. "Let me know if there's something wrong," she said as I began to open the door. "I will. I'll text you in a few minutes if I'm going to be long," I replied as I closed the door and started towards the Brookes, with the flashlight leading the way. I could only tell that lights were on inside the Brookes from the illumination around the attic vent, which let me know someone had been inside. "Samuel, it's James. Is everything all right, son?" I asked as I knocked 3 or 4 times on the Wedgwood door. "Hey, Mr. Hiers, the door was not locked," he said as he opened the door and let me in. "I'm sorry if I've disturbed you and Mrs. Hiers." "Is everything okay?" I asked again as I entered in what felt like a 90-degree Brookes. "Yeah," he said. "Me and my dad had another one of our fights tonight, and I thought I needed to put some distance between me and him before it came to blows." As he sat down beside his backpack on one of the platforms, I could tell now that he had either been suffering from allergies or crying. I reached over to flip the attic fan on before I sat down on the platform across from him. "So, do you want to talk about what's going on?" I asked as I covertly sent Sue the yellow thumbs up and "it'll be a while" text. And with that, I spent the next hour or so mainly listening to him rehash the ongoing dispute that he and his dad had been having for months. All those months, I might add, long before we even thought about the Brookes project. which oddly relieved some of the guilt feeling I had subconsciously built up. As a result of our conversation, I discovered that I had been wrong in my assumption of the source of his and Pastor Bob's bone of contention. Surprisingly, it had nothing to do with the Brookes, me, or anything he had been taught at school directly. Instead, at 18 years old, Samuel and his family had been struggling with the aftermath of the exact life-altering paradigm shift that hit my family when I hit my early 40s. He told how the decision had been made early on that he would attend, as his father had, Bob Jones University to follow him into the ministry. Still, all that was up in the air now because of his secret plan that he had initiated months ago to attend Chapel Hill to pursue a career in journalism instead. I had always been careful not to try and push my religious, or better yet, lack of religious beliefs, over on my kids because I always thought it was important for folks to figure this stuff out for themselves. But to hear him describe his thought process on his way to agnosticism impressed me. I had been struggling with all the God stuff for a while because of all the hypocrisy that I seemed to see inside and outside the Bible, Samuel said, but I just kept my mouth shut not to rock the boat. At least that was up until Mr. Fuller assigned us Thomas Paine's Common Sense to read my sophomore year, and I downloaded Paine's The Age of Reason by mistake to my Kindle. Well, I can certainly see how that could take someone by surprise if they weren't expecting it. Did you end up reading The Age of Reason anyway? I asked. Oh yeah, I read that in his Common Sense, which led me down the rabbit hole where I encountered Benedict Spinoza and a professor from Chapel Hill named Bart Ehrman. Have you read Spinoza or Ehrman? I think I've read everything Bart Ehrman has ever published, and I'm quite sure I've read the same book that you did of Spinoza. So yes, I've read the same things. I just wish I had read that stuff at your age instead of my 40s. For me, said Samuel, when I learned all of the mountain of contradictions, false prophecies, not to mention flat-out forgeries that make up the Bible, I lost it. Everything I thought I knew about God came directly from that book, and when I saw the book for what it was, what could I do? His question seemed rhetorical, so I did not answer him. Instead, I asked another question. Do your folks know of your intentions to attend Carolina now? They do now, and they also know I don't see the world through the same Bible-based rose-colored glasses that I once did. That's what really set my dad off. He threw out your name as the culprit of turning me away from God, and I set him straight right quick that you had nothing to do with my decision about none of this stuff. But he still thinks you're the devil incarnate. I fought back the knee-jerk reaction to launch into an anti-religious comparison of notes or issue a suggested reading list for him. Still, I thought he was nearly 25 years ahead of where I was at his age, and I realized that he did not need my help because all he needed was to continue to think for himself. So I just listened and tried to help him gain some much-needed perspective with his parents. Are you still going to preach at that church over in Canebrake tomorrow night? He asked. Well, I think that preaching ship has already set sail for me long ago, but I'm going to give a little talk about our endeavor here with the exhibit. Is there a reason why I should back out? Evidently, you haven't seen the uproar that is blowing up on social media over your atheistic views that you are spreading around the community, have you? He asked while doing finger quotes in the air. I hadn't heard anything other than the usual hate and threats that I've been getting. I said, so what's going on now? That is when he picked up his phone and started scrolling through the seemingly endless memes and negative comments that were directed at me personally, which I was elated to see, even though I did not show it. But what was disconcerting was the Brookes crew had been the target of nearly as much of the vitriol as I had been. He said several posts had gone as far as dropping the N-word, which had quickly been taken down. Has Sarah been keeping up with all this crap? I asked. Yeah, but she never replies. She always says, it is what it is, and bottles it up, I think, he replied. She's an extraordinary young woman, that Sarah. I think she will make one hell of a lawyer one day, so the world better get ready, I commented. I've known Sarah since we were in the 7th grade, and I don't think we ever exchanged 2 words with each other in all those years until after that day. We set you up and videotaped it all, and it got posted to social media. The next day, she walked straight up to me and let me have it with both barrels. The darn thing about it was I was already ashamed of myself, and she made it 100 times worse. Mr. Ayers, she raked me over the coals for a good 2 minutes, and I was smart enough to keep my mouth shut and take it. When she finally took a breath, I guess she felt so guilty about the beating that she had just dished out to me that she invited me to take her to Broadmoor after school and get some ice cream, he said. So what did you do? I asked. What do you think I did? I took her to get ice cream, and now I'm hoping that we've moved on to the happily ever after stage of our relationship, he said as he smiled and laughed. Are you going to camp out here tonight again? You're more than welcome to come inside, I asked. If you don't mind, Jeb's on his way over with a pizza, and we would like to just pitch our sleeping bags here for the night, he replied. No problem, but in the future, you guys need to give me a heads up beforehand because of all the crazies that are starting to come out of the woodwork, I said. That's when we heard the unmistakable sound of Jeb and his exhaust system announcing his arrival out front. We came out of the Brookes and waited for him to make the jump down out of the truck with his pizza. He went around, let his tailgate down, grabbed his backpack, threw it over his shoulder with another smaller plastic bag, and started walking toward the front gate. Samuel ran over to help him get over the fence since he was loaded down. I made the mental note to get them both a key made up tomorrow for the front gate. Jeb hopped over the fence without effort, and the boys returned to the Brookes. After chatting for a few more minutes, my paranoia kicked in, so I ran in and got my key to the front gate leading to the parking lot out back. I went ahead and had them both move their vehicles to the back lot away from the road, where they would be less likely to be vandalized if we got another run of drive-by late-night beer bottle throwers that we were experiencing almost on a nightly basis. Now, with a bit more peace of mind, I told them, Guys, I'm going to head in because Cooper's waiting on me to do his nightly ritual of chasing his ball down the upstairs hallway. We might get some overnight thunder showers, so if it gets too bad, you guys need to come in. I'm going to leave the garage door unlocked and a kitchen door key over on my desk. So I mean it. Don't stay out here and get fried in an electrical storm if one blows in. Both boys gave me a will do in concert as I closed the Brookes door behind me and went inside for the night. As I suspected, Cooper was waiting just inside our bedroom door with his orange ball when I came through minutes later. While I tossed his ball down the hallway, I filled Sue in on the details of my conversation with Samuel, which prompted her to put me through the 3rd degree over his religious paradigm shift. After a couple of minutes, I was able to assure her that I had played no part in his anti-religious conversion. I'm putting that all on Marcus, I said. He should have been very specific to make sure that his kids read Paine's Common Sense and to be very, very sure that under no circumstances were they to read his Age of Reason by mistake. Spinoza and Ehrman were all the product of Samuel's own inquisitive mind. A little after midnight, we were woken by the dogs barking at the distant thunder that indicated an approaching shower. I went ahead and got up for Cooper and me to take our nightly pee break along with my handful of Tylenol, passing Sue and Dexter on the way back to bed. Do you think Samuel and Jeb have enough sense to come in if it starts to get bad? She asked minutes later after returning to bed. I told them I was leaving the garage door open and the key is on my desk. So to answer your question, I don't know if they have enough sense or not. Cooper had nestled his bubble butt up to my side and was back to sleep when another flash lit our bedroom, with the accompanying rumble of thunder that confirmed that the storm would pass directly over us. But the dogs never flinched. 5 minutes later, the rain began running down the window. Slowly at first, then the skies opened up, and it started pouring. I lay there awake, wondering if Sue was awake, and was just about to doze off when I heard what sounded like a gunshot close to the house. "Did you hear that?" she shouted. "Yeah, it sounded like a gunshot," I said as I rolled out of bed, turned on the nightstand light, and reached over to retrieve my sawed-off Remington 12-gauge. "What are you going to do?" she asked. I'm going to go downstairs and check around to see if the boys are down there, and if they're not, I'm going to go check on them. I turned the light on and put on my shorts and t-shirt. James, you need to be fucking careful with that thing and not shoot one of the boys or us. I mean it, she commanded in no uncertain terms. I will be very careful. After squeezing through the bedroom door to not let the dogs out, I chambered around on the Remington, switched the safety off and started downstairs, making sure to keep the muzzle pointed down and finger off the trigger as they taught in a self-defense class I had taken years ago. Making it to the garage with no sign of Samuel or Jeb, I grabbed my flashlight and headed out the garage door towards the Brookes. As I approached the lit slave ship side, I still did not see any movement from the boys. With the rain beating down and as I just got under the front porch of the Brookes, we had a very close lightning strike that sent my adrenaline through the roof. That's when I noticed the unmistakable bullet hole that had pierced the plexiglass covering the ship diagram. I yelled for the boys over the top of the torrential rain, but I got no reply. I could see from the attic vent that the light was not on inside, so I cautiously approached the door to go inside. I jerked the door open and flashed my light inside to reveal an empty pizza box and about half a dozen empty soda cans, but no sign of the boys, so I exited and yelled for them again. Samuel, Jeb, are you guys out here? That's when I heard something around the backside of the exhibit. I quickly discovered that both of them had been piled up in their sleeping bags, evidently oblivious to the rain, lightning bolts, and flying bullets. What's up, Mr. Hiers? Jeb said as I stood over them with my shotgun and flashlight. What the hell are you guys still doing out here? I asked. Trying to get some sleep, but the rain is starting to come in sideways, so I guess we need to back up and punt, Samuel nonchalantly replied. So you guys did not hear the gunshot then? I asked. Both said they had not heard anything. That's when I told them to get up and look at the front of the Brookes. After closer inspection, we discovered that whatever caliber of bullet hit the building, it had enough velocity to pass through the entire structure before exiting somewhere out into the backyard, narrowly missing Jeb's head no more than mere inches from where he lay sleeping. You guys need to get your shit and get your asses inside right now, I commanded. And with that, I caught a break between flashes to walk back to the garage to let Sue know what had occurred. Mainly because of the storm that was now long gone, we waited till daybreak to call the Sylvania Sheriff's Department to report the drive-by shooting. After taking our statements and assorted pictures of the vandalism, they concluded their investigation after about 2 hours. With no bullet and no eyewitnesses, barring a confession from the shooter, we had little to no chance of finding out who had fired the shot. However, the investigator did say that he felt confident that the gun was probably fired from a slowly moving vehicle since the bullet hit almost the exact lower middle of the slave ship diagram, which would have been hard to pull off going any speed much over 10 miles an hour in the conditions. After the sheriff's investigator left, Sue and I debated whether we should call Jeb and Samuel's parents to inform them of the near miss, which we jointly decided had to be done as much as we dreaded having the conversation. Since the vandalism had been directed undoubtedly at me, I insisted on making both calls, which was the easy part. The hard part was getting Samuel and Jeb to give up their parents' contact information, which neither Sue nor I had. In the end, we convinced both that since it was likely that there would at least be a mention in the Times and the following paper release on the incident, it would be better for them to find out from us now versus a week from now when the bi-weekly paper publishes another edition. I was surprised by how well Jeb's father had taken the conversation. I told him that the bullet probably only missed Jeb's head by about a foot or so, and the only thing he initially cared about was if his boy was okay, which I thought was the way I would react if I ever have gotten a call like this about Grace or Pike. After the few moments it took for him to realize that his son was fine, he eventually wanted to know all the details about the investigation. Still, he agreed that we would probably never know who had been responsible for the shooting. As I ended the call, I thought the next one with Bob Darity would not go like this. Not wanting to prolong the agony, I immediately started dialing Samuel's dad, which went straight to voicemail. After trying his number several more times with the same results and not leaving a message, I decided to ride down to his church to see if I could catch him for a face-to-face. Along with helping me get ready in the span of about 10 minutes, Sue handed me my topped-off Millville Tigers coffee mug as I shot out the door. I saw that Jeb had already left, but Samuel's Honda was still parked in our lot out back. As I was backing up from the front of the garage, I noticed that he was already messing with the front of the Brookes plexiglass. So I stopped, rolled down my side glass, and yelled out to him, "Leave it. I'll be back in about an hour and we'll figure out something to do then." He gave me the thumbs up, flipped the screwdriver he had in hand in the air, and recaught it. I went ahead and drove by the front of the house and waved at Sue as Dexter and Cooper barked at me from inside the small fenced-in grassy patch off the front porch. With less than a quarter mile to go before I got to the church, I thought I would give it one more last-minute try to reach Bob by phone to save me the awkward in-person meeting I was heading for, and after the third ring, someone picked up. "Hello," the female voice answered, which surprised me. "Hello, this is James Hiers. Is Bob around? I need to speak with him if possible," I asked as I pulled off the side of the road within a stone's throw of the turn-in to the church parking lot. "I'm sorry, but he's a little under the weather and at home in bed. Can I take a message? I'm sure he'll get back to you after a while," she asked. "I'm sorry, are you Pastor Bob's secretary?" I asked. "No, this is Judy, his wife, Mr. Hiers," she said, but this time much less cordial than she had been. "Well, then can you have Bob call me as soon as he's up to it, please?" I asked as I sat in my Camry and watched her lying to me with Bob leaning on his SUV beside her. Evidently, neither of them had looked up and noticed me up the road. I decided to get to the bottom of this, so I started my car, threw it in drive, and got back onto the road toward the church. "I sure will, James. As soon as he gets up, I'll give him," she said, and then abruptly paused as I pulled into the church parking lot, which is when they both spotted me eye to eye. Before I had time to come to a complete stop, Judy handed the bedridden Pastor Bob his phone, went around, got into her black late-model Mustang, started it up, and pulled away in a huff. I don't know why I had parked a row back from Bob's Escalade instead of pulling directly up to them. Still, there he stood, staring and impatiently waiting for me to get out of my car, which in a couple of seconds and deep breaths I did, but not before he turned and started to walk toward the church. "Bob, I need to talk to you for a minute," I said as he began to go up the church steps. "I don't have fucking time for your bullshit, Hiers," he said as he turned and gave me a finger bid, which I thought had been at least 40 years since anyone except Sue had done to me. "Samuel and Jeb Turner camped out at my house last night," was all I could yell out at him before he abruptly whipped around, paused for an instant, and came back down towards me, taking 2 and 3 steps at a time down the church's front steps. In seconds, Bob closed the ground between us, and that was when everything began to slow down. I remember thinking it had been years since I had been in a physical altercation that was about to occur. But unlike back then, I had little to no chance of coming out on top this time around. I thought that it would pretty much be over the second he knocked my glasses off and rendered me blind. Maybe he'll go easy on me, I thought, but I was about to be totally surprised. Pulling up to an unexpected stop an arm's length away, he said, "Are the boys okay? Tell me, James, is Samuel all right?" Bob frantically asked in what appeared to be his version of full desperation meltdown mode. Even though his questions and reaction told me instantly that he probably had been the shooter or at least knew who did the shooting, I had to ease his agony of not knowing. "They both are fine. No one was hit," I told him as he turned slightly, collapsed into a sitting position in the parking lot, and buried his face into his hands. I took a couple of seconds to process the unexpected, surreal moment. "Who knows that you shot the exhibit last night, Bob?" I asked. "Nobody. I didn't tell anyone. Nobody knows but you. I was drunk, and I'm still drunk," he said. I sat down, too, on the nearby church step, and the moment went silent as I thought, and he sat with his head in his hands. Chapter 19. Taking Advantage of the 15. As I got back in my car to head home, I noticed Samuel's text that he sent me about 10 minutes after leaving the house earlier that morning. I know you told me to wait, but folks are going to show up here, and when they see the damage, it might turn into a thing, so I'm improvising with Mrs. Ayers' help. Fuck, I said out loud. I had not thought that far ahead because my focus had been on the dreaded Pastor Bob conversation. It was nice having someone on the ball like Samuel and the rest of the Brookes crew. For as long as I can remember, I have felt like I was flying solo, but I have had to adapt lately to what it is to be part of a team. It seemed that the crew, plus Marcus and Sue, were more than just helping me now. They had bought into the importance of the project. As I passed our first entrance gate, which led to the exhibit, I could see multiple vehicles out back in the parking lot. I assumed Sue would be over around the Brookes, so when I parked, I bypassed going inside and went straight out to help with the repairs and to prepare for whatever the day had in store for us. "How's it going?" I asked as I approached Marcus, who was bent over caulking the small hole in the front of the exhibit slave ship diagram. "As you can see," said Marcus, "we decided just to remove one section of plexiglass that was damaged on the front and back, and to put a dab of caulk in it to fill the hole. Samuel is inside getting that ready to go as well." "You guys are a lifesaver," I said as I walked around, opened the Wedgwood door, and peeked inside to see Samuel playing one of the slave ship videos. Samuel said, "I hope you didn't mind us going ahead and putting a Band-Aid over things to get through the day, Mr. Ayers." "No, I'm just glad you guys got on this," I replied. "I wasn't even thinking about the drama it would have created if we had just left it alone." "I know you went to talk to my dad. How'd that go?" he asked. I gave him my rehearsed response. "Actually, it went much better than I expected. I told him what happened and he flipped out at first, but when I got him calmed down and he realized that you guys were okay, he regained his composure. You've got to know that your parents love you with all their heart and only want the best for you." "So you've been gone nearly 2 hours. Is that all that was said?" He came back with a follow-up question. "Oh no, we talked about all this stuff over the last couple of months and we just agreed to disagree. Look, there's nothing that I can say or do to make your dad or certain other folks in the community like me. I'm good with that. But since he brought up Chapel Hill and you told me about going there, you need to know I talked to him about that too. As far as that goes, that's not even on the table to discuss anymore. It's a done deal. I'm starting in the fall whether he likes it or not," he snapped back. "He knows that now, Sam. I think that's where much of his frustration comes from. He's just now realizing that you're no longer a kid, but you've grown into a very extraordinary young man. Trust me, son, I've been where your dad is with both Pike and Grace. It isn't easy letting go. It was a process for sure, and a big part of that was simply letting them grow up. That's what your parents are going through right now. We had to go through the same thing, and you know what? You will too one day, so remember this moment. My advice to you is to be patient, chill, and allow them to make the same adjustment as well, and I think all this crap will eventually just blow over." "Well, the bathrooms are clean and ready to go," I heard Maddie say to Marcus on the porch of the diagram side. "And the cooler is clean and filled too, so what else do we need to do?" "That's pretty much it. You might want to ask Mr. Ayers. He's inside with Samuel," Marcus told the girls. At that point, both girls came around and we exchanged the usual greetings and banter that we had become accustomed to. Still, I could not help thinking how this could have been so much more of a somber occasion if Pastor Bob's bullet had exited the outside wall a foot or so lower. They walked out towards Grace's Oak a few minutes later, leaving Marcus and me alone. As I stood staring off at the three clowning around on the swing from the map side of the Brookes, he asked, "So, who do you think fired the shot, bro?" "I have no idea. I'm just glad everyone's all right," I answered. "You know," he says, "chances are the bullet is still somewhere out there in the dirt, because it would have had to be on a downward trajectory if it was fired from a vehicle. I should bring my metal detector out here and comb the yard." Jeez, man, you need to leave off the true crime podcasts, I said with a fake laugh, realizing he was probably right. No lie, it had to go somewhere, bro, he replied. I think at this point we ought just to count our blessings and move on, I answered. Blessings? It sounds like you're on your way back, my prodigal son, he said with a laugh. Yeah, right. I'm planning on seeing if I can get back my old usher job at the church, I said in the most smart-ass way I could convey to him. Last night I barely slept, and Marcus, knowing that I was dead on my feet, offered to hang out with the crew at the Brookes. More and more people were now showing up to see the infamous exhibit, including a local camping group that had just poured out of a short bus, a young black couple and a backpacker I thought I might have taught years ago. I had to make a quick decision and accepted Marcus's offer to take over, so I headed inside. However, my break was short-lived as the dog started barking at the news crew van that pulled up in front of the house not 2 minutes after I kicked back in my recliner. We've got to quit meeting like this, Brad, I said to Brad Harmon as he came around the front of the van and approached the small fenced-in area. Yeah, really, he said. We've heard you had some excitement last night with a drive-by shooting. Any truth to that, James? With few options, I had decided to do yet another short interview since he and his station were probably one of the biggest reasons the local interest in the Brookes had blown up so well. I talked to them for 30 minutes, but I kept some specific details of the conversation with Bob Darity secret. Finally, the cameraman shot a couple of seconds of video around the exhibit along with Brad in my interview, and then they were off. And with that, I returned to my recliner for a much-needed power nap before getting ready for the talk tonight. I arrived at the church 45 minutes early to sit alone in my car, chill, and collect my thoughts before my 7 o'clock talk. Sue let me sleep in my recliner enough to temporarily knock the edge off the fatigue, but I still felt the effects of 2 hours of sleep in the last 24 hours. We drove separately since she did not want to get to the church so early. As I expected, folks started rolling in much earlier than usual because of the several announcements WBMO had made in the early afternoon, teasing the drive-by at the house and quick shots of the hastily repaired bullet holes in the Brookes. By now, the news segment had already run, probably contributing to the increased interest in my talk tonight. I started to pull up the news feed to watch it live, but I decided to keep reviewing my notes and using the time to relax. When Pastor Spivey arrived a little after 6 o'clock, he parked beside me and told me I should probably enter from the back entrance to the church since he expected an abnormal amount of folks to show up tonight based on the feedback he had been getting. I sat there for nearly a half hour, and it was very much like I was watching the planets line up because not only had the parking lot filled to what looked like capacity, but I counted at least 3 Jones County Sheriff's Department cars on the church campus. I had not seen this kind of local precautionary attention to a church service since the mid-'70s when I invited 2 African-American friends to our powerful Holy Ghost-filled Pentecostal revival that was in its second week up in Millville. I found out weeks later that on the third night that the 2 attended, the church had to have several Sylvania Sheriff's Department officers surround the church building because of intimidating threats communicated from probably local Klan members. Nearly 50 years later, it is hard to believe how much the Millville area has changed for the better. If I had to guess, I would have to say that the attendees seemed to be equally made up of black and white folks here tonight. The odd thing was to see some folks decked out in suits and ties and many dressed much more casually, some even in shorts. "Are you coming in?" Sue texted in all caps 5 minutes before 7 o'clock. "Yeah, headed that way now. Chill," I texted her back, adding a smiley face at the end. When I entered the sanctuary from the backside entrance, I did not flinch even though I was experiencing what I always thought it would feel like to get on a plane for the first time. Complete terror. It appeared that every seat was taken, with numerous folks standing towards the back. The only vacant chair I could see was the one Sue had saved for me on the front row, so I nonchalantly walked over and took my seat. "Are you ready for this shit?" she asked from the corner of her mouth. "Yeah, I think so," I answered, trying not to signal the horrifying feeling inside that was on the verge of consuming me. That is when I thought back to one of my vivid dreams that I had months ago when I was down in the slavehold of the Brookes. It was one of the strangest experiences that I have ever had. After Carl Spivey walked up to the podium and kicked the meeting off with a moment of silence or prayer, I do not remember, he asked a small group of folks to come up and perform a song. I only knew about a song being performed after the service because, evidently, I zoned out. I remember Spivey tapping the mic to kick things off, and that was it. Maybe it was a reaction to the fear, but I was standing below the deck, and the ship was being pitched about in a violent storm. Just like before, the stench was unbearable, along with the heat. The cries of agony and pain from the hundreds enslaved around me with their clamoring chains and the overwhelming sound beating in from the storm were deafening. It seemed to be a rewind of the previous dream, although the storm seemed much stronger this time. I looked around and still could not understand how someone could subject another person to this torture. That's when I looked down just as Wilburn reached to grab my leg with his chained hands. "Tell them we are men and brothers, James," he said with what life he seemed to have left. But this time, I bent down and embraced him instead of cowardly fleeing. "I promise to do the best I can, but I don't know if they will listen," I whispered, kissing the top of his head. James, Sue said as she nudged me with her leg. "He just introduced you. Are you okay?" "I'm good. I've got this, babe," I answered. Then, as I got up to do my talk, she displayed her uncanny ventriloquism skills again, telling me, "Stick to the Brookes." "I will," I replied, going to the podium where Carl Spivey waited. During our handshake, I could not help but notice that I was receiving a mix of both cheers and boos, with the boos holding possibly the slight advantage. As I unfolded my notes and laid them on the podium, I ignored the exchanges that were taking place in the audience between the haters and the supporters. Then I looked up, made eye contact with Sue, and silently mouthed, "This ought to be interesting," with a smile and a worried wide roll of eyes meant to be a personal icebreaker. "Good evening, folks. My name is James Hiers, and before I get started, I wanted to thank Carl Spivey and his church for inviting me to speak tonight. I also want to thank all you good folks for coming out." I paused, glanced down at my notes, and took a deep breath before launching into my planned intro of the Brookes project. Of course, most of you are at least aware of our Brookes slave ship exhibit that we just recently launched, and that is what I wanted to take a few minutes tonight to talk about. A few months ago, I retired after 26 years of teaching at Millville High School, and I was lucky enough to have a supporting wife and some extraordinary students and friends who volunteered to help me put this project together as an exhibit. Yes, but also as a memorial to the 12.5 million plus human beings that were stolen and forced into perpetual servitude during the transatlantic slave trade. We've tried to create a space where folks can come out and spend a few minutes to gain or spark an interest in a subject that I think has been grossly ignored. At that point, I was interrupted by my first heckler. "We know what you want to create," said an unfamiliar bearded white man who looked to be in his mid-30s. "You just want to create more of your liberal bullshit to cause more trouble." His comment stirred considerable disruptions of both support and disagreement from the crowd. Carl Spivey immediately stood up, turned to the crowd, and loudly asked everyone to be quiet and let me speak so that folks would have an opportunity at the end to ask questions. I spotted Pastor Bob Darity and his wife in the audience during that slight pause. Samuel and Sarah sat next to them, which I took as a possible positive sign. Jeb and Maddie sat with Marcus and his wife behind the Daritys and Sarah. After that, I started back up with a few minutes of rambling and ad-libbing before returning to my notes. This time, I got to my second bullet point before the same bearded fellow blurted out, "This all ended over 150 years ago. You folks need to get over it and move on." This predictably caused a second massive disruption, ending with the man getting up and walking out in disgust. This time around, I kept silent, but I noticed that some of the other audience members admonished him to shut up and let me speak, which was the first encouraging development that I had seen since I started. What I was saying is that the Brookes is based on an 18th century Brookes Brothers slave ship circa 1787, I said before I got cut off again. Too bad that bullet didn't hit you right between the eyes, was loudly yelled out by someone, but it wasn't apparent who said it. The room burst again into uproar until Sue's unmistakable and loud whistle sounded. First of all, she yelled, that bullet that you're referring to came within inches of ending a young boy's life that was camping out behind the exhibit. And so help me God, if I ever find out who it was that did that, I will strangle them with my own bare hands. That provoked a loud cheer. She defiantly walked up toward me, reached in front of me, and snatched my prepared notes from the podium. You don't need this. Speak from your heart, she told me, then returned to her seat. Well, I've been instructed by the boss to go to Plan B, I said as I came down from the chancel and podium and stood at congregation level. Let me tell you about the young man who was almost killed last night. You guys might find it interesting to know that same young fellow would drive by my house at least once a day in his Ford muscle truck, trailing 2 huge Confederate flags behind. Since then, he's taken those flags off his truck, but I never had to ask him why he removed them because I knew the answer. One heckler said, "Yeah, the kid's a traitor to his kind." So I think it would be correct to assume that you are a Christian, sir. I loudly directed my question at the heckler. You bet I'm a Christian, bought and paid for by the blood of the Lamb, he said defiantly. Trust me, it shows. Your racist fruit of the Spirit just oozes from you, I replied. I'm not a racist, I'm a realist. I'll have you know, he fired back, as the crowd seemed to be captivated and stayed quiet for the moment, albeit remained to be seen how long this would remain orderly. So let me see if I have this right. This young man chose to remove his flags, I'm assuming, because he developed an empathy for the victims of the slave trade, and he changed his mind about what the flags represented to him, and you accuse him of being a traitor to his kind. What kind are you referring to, sir? You know what kind I'm talking about, you smart-ass, he fired back. Yeah, I think we all know what kind you're referring to, sir, I replied, and gave him time to respond. He just raised his arm, brushed me off, turned, and walked toward the front door. Come on, don't leave. I'll play nicer, sir, I disrespectfully said as he went out the door, mainly to convey to the next heckler that came forth that I wouldn't be a pushover. After a few minutes, the crowd grew quiet enough for me to resume. As I said, the Brookes Project is our small attempt to spark an interest in one of the most horrendous atrocities ever committed. It can't be undone, but nothing stops us from making an honest inquiry to answer all the same questions that we demand and have demanded coming out of the Jewish Holocaust. I've said it before, and I'll repeat it. The 12.5 million African victims are not less important than other Holocaust victims. I said that because I expected to get another round of hecklers. However, you could hear a pin drop. I resumed my presentation. We've built an exhibit that has a blown-up rendering of the original schematic of the Brookes slave ship. It's the same diagram widely disseminated to the British people that proved to be instrumental in their parliament's voting to abolish the slave trade around 50 years before the American Civil War started. In addition, we have a couple of fascinating maps and videos that we use from slavevoyages.org to add to the experience. Still, I'll have to be honest with you. I hope that somehow the exhibit sparks such an interest that folks would want to take the initiative to discover how this was allowed to happen for nearly 400 years. After pausing, I continued. Now I'm going to get a little controversial, I said, and the room burst into laughter, which I even had to join in on before resuming. I think one of the main reasons folks don't want to dig too deep into an honest slave trade investigation is because you don't have to search long before you discover how instrumental the church was to establish, sanction, and protect the trade throughout its long history. And it wasn't just the Catholics that were guilty. One of the main reasons the Presbyterians split before the Civil War was over slavery. Likewise, this is the same reason the Wesleyans split from the main Methodist Church under the leadership of Orrin Scott, slavery. As it turns out, if you keep digging, you'll find that both Southern Baptist and Methodist churches were products of splits from their main branches for the same reason, chattel slavery. We basically had a 400-year theological debate going on, and the only reason it ended was the northern states beat the southern states into submission. If black folks had waited around for the church to agree on the correct interpretation of the Holy Book, we might still have the hideous institution today. So my simple question is, what were the lessons learned? For hundreds of years, you had religious white folks arguing whether God was okay with one man owning another man, and with the end of the Civil War, that debate gets swept under the rug. Did they ever settle whether God is racist or not? The way I see it is that for the proponents of CRT, not to make this a foundational focus of their justice and equality argument is tantamount to issuing Adolf Hitler a free pass on all of his atrocities. I'm serious. How did the church get a free pass? Why did they get a free pass? The room was silent. This vibe reminded me of that wintry day when I was asked not to return to the St. Timothy AA meeting again. I think sometimes you can say things that are so over the top and blasphemous that they temporarily paralyze folks. And that was what I was momentarily enjoying, so I pressed on. It would boggle your mind to read the vintage sermons preached before, during, and after the American Civil War defending and condemning slavery. So please, don't trust me. Do your own research. It's all still easily accessible. My point is the pro-slavery crowd was cherry-picking their pet verses, and the con crowd was likewise cherry-picking their pet verses. Anyone who tells you that the Bible is without errors and contradictions has never read the book or is delusional. That is why hundreds of different denominations and factions have split off from one another. It's because you can prove just about anything from that book, and that book and its beliefs fostered from that book led directly to the enslavement of millions of Africans and the near total genocide of the indigenous Native Americans, not to mention the countless wars over the last 100 years spawned from that same manifest destiny, American exceptionalism mindset that this country has been suffering from to this very day. Look, I can tell by the body language of a lot of you that you have had just about enough of me, and I get it. So I'm going to wind this up with a personal invitation for everyone to come out and view the Brookes and allow yourselves to think and ask these critical questions. Then, when you do, and go inside and view the videos and the cramped reproduction of a slave ship, ask yourself if you could have done this to another living human being. Or maybe what would be even more poignant to ask yourself is, could you subject another human being to chattel slavery and all that went with it now? Today, could you do that? For nearly 400 years, slavery thrived right under the noses of blood-bought Christians like many of you before a secular civil war ended the institution. So again, for the last time, I have to ask because there's never been a question that begs an answer more. What were the lessons learned by the church? Finally, I express my gratitude to Carl Spivey and the church for allowing me to speak. I was pleasantly surprised to receive a decent round of applause from those who hadn't taken offense before we transitioned into a relaxing Q&A session. The questions and observations provided were thought-provoking and engaging. Although my talk was brief, Plan B proved to be more interesting, memorable, and definitely more fun. Overall, the audience understood the main point we were trying to convey, with a touch of Payne, Spinoza, and Hitchens thrown in for good measure. During the following Q&A session, most of the more pro-Confederate flag-toting folks, about a third of the crowd, got up and left along with the young man that I was pretty confident made the bullet between the eyes comment that set Sue into orbit. Suddenly I realized that the guy who had made the snide bullet comment was the same former student of mine that I had seen earlier at home, walking over to the Brookes from the parking lot with a backpack draped over one of his shoulders. But for the life of me, I could not remember his name. Among those posing a question was Marcus's twin sister Rosa. She said, "So, Mr. Hiers, since you obviously oppose the CRT movement and their strategic initiatives, what do you think their focus should be on? Or are you just like all the others? We ought to get over it and move on?" I smiled and said, I haven't seen you since the day you and your brother tried to kill me on that hike down in Jones Gap a couple of years ago. Rosa, yesterday I was sitting in my garage going over my notes for tonight, and just for the heck of it, I asked ChatGPT the question, how much total reparations has Germany paid to Holocaust survivors? And I was surprised that the AI program quickly spat out a summary that disclosed that the number was north of $80 billion. That's billions with a B. My point is that I don't think one dime of reparations would have been paid out if the specific perpetrators of the Holocaust had not been convicted in the court of public opinion. And let me underscore the word specific. There were 12.5 million victims of the African Holocaust. It seems to me that the same court of public opinion needs to be reconvened to at least start with placing blame. And for the record, I support CRT, but I, unfortunately, don't think they go nearly far enough. Bringing the program to a close, Carl Spivey said, "With that, folks, we're going to have to leave it for tonight. But I hope James will come back soon and maybe we can pick up where we are going to have to leave off." As I walked Sue to her car, we stopped briefly to meet up with the Fullers and the Brookes crew for a small post-game chit-chat, which naturally led to the plan for all of us to rendezvous for a bite at a local restaurant nearby. It was when Sue and I resumed our walk to her car. A few minutes later, I discovered that I had another one of my senior moments and said, "Seriously, did they really sing a song at the beginning of the service?" "Hell yeah, you were zoned out. You were gone, James," she replied. "I just don't remember any singing," I said. "Oh well, let's not stay long. You know Cooper is ready for some orange ball practice." "Yeah, it's been one hell of a day. I'm ready for bed," she replied. "I'll be right behind you, babe," I said, not knowing at the time that I had just kissed her goodbye for the last time. I shut her car door, smiled at her through the glass, and then made my way over to my Camry and followed her out of the church parking lot. Unfortunately, my excitement and exhilaration were short-lived because of those pesky home security system notifications that popped up on my phone almost immediately after I exited the church parking lot. Chapter 20. Goodbye Green Ball. I thought the strange choice of music that played in the background did little to mask the heaviness that filled the air as we slowly made our way through the long line to the front of the funeral home. However, the playlist of top hits from the 60s through the late 90s oddly seemed perfect and what most of us would have expected at a James Hiers memorial. The vibe was noticeably absent of what he would have called church music. As I looked around, I couldn't help but feel awed by the sheer number of individuals whom his life had touched in some way. It looked like there were hundreds of students, past and present, who had shown up to pay their respects. The black community had turned out in full force to show their support. Their presence, I thought, was a testament to the impact he had tried so hard to achieve through our efforts with the Brookes, as brief as it was. Then there was the obvious over-the-top presence of local and state law enforcement and various national news agencies that added to the surreal occasion. The front of the funeral home was decorated with a few flowers, but mostly photographs, hiking paraphernalia, and, of course, a solitary, well-worn green ball of Cooper's. The TV monitors in the corner ran a continuous loop of a mix of the Hiers family and Millville High School yearbook photos. It was a fitting tribute to a simple man who had dedicated his life to truth-seeking and educating others about the past to create a better future. My eyes lingered on one particular picture of Mr. Hiers, taken during one of his many hikes with Mr. Fuller and his sister Rosa. In the photo, they were all smiles, their arms raised in triumph. The familiar breathtaking view stretched behind them, reminding me of my own hike in the area 2 years ago with my dad. The photo caption read, "Table Rock SC." Mr. Hiers had his hiking gear on, and you can see the energy and passion he had for the outdoors. I know that Mr. Fuller looked up to Mr. Hiers as somewhat of a mentor and a close friend. It was hard to believe that he was no longer with us, but that photograph captured the essence of who he was, a man who lived his life to the fullest and inspired those closest to him to do the same. A little over a week had passed since the mysterious bombing that had taken Mr. Hiers' life and thrust our small town of Millville into the national spotlight. The investigation into who had placed the explosive in the Brookes was still ongoing. The entire community was on edge. What started as an occasional beer bottle being thrown at the exhibit spilled over to gunshots, ultimately resulting in the bombing. The blast and the resulting fire destroyed all the hard work that Mr. Hiers, our Brookes crew, and dozens of others had poured into the project. Now, all that remained on the site were endless questions, and it seemed that the local authorities were no closer to making any arrests than they had been in the immediate aftermath of the senseless act of violence. Even though I had known her for years, it was only in the last few weeks that I had grown much closer to Sarah. The more I looked forward to spending time with her building the exhibit, the more I hoped we would never complete the project. Now, standing next to her at the memorial service, I couldn't help but be grateful for the connection we had formed. Our relationship had deepened in recent weeks, and she had decided to apply to the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, where I would be starting college soon. The prospect of facing this new chapter of our lives together was both exciting and comforting. The service itself was a beautiful and heartfelt tribute to Mr. Hiers. Many people shared stories and memories of the beloved history teacher who had touched so many lives throughout his career. His wife Sue, son Pike, a 35-year-old major and a pilot in the U.S. Air Force, and daughter Grace, a 32-year-old history teacher in Virginia, all spoke with a combination of grief and pride, highlighting the man Mr. Hiers was both within and outside the walls of the classroom. Mrs. Hiers said that she would have brought Cooper and Dexter, but decided to bring Cooper's favorite ball instead, because he would have driven everyone up the wall having to throw it, which provoked a mixture of laughter and noticeable tears. As Mr. Fuller stepped up to the podium to share his feelings at the memorial, he took a deep breath before beginning. Mr. Hiers was more than just a colleague to me. Over the past 5 years, he had become a close friend and mentor. We shared many hiking adventures, something I often had to push him into, he said with a labored smile. But once we were out on the trails, his love for nature and the world around us shone through. It was incredible to witness. Mr. Fuller paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts. He started back, choking back tears. We were both history teachers, working just one door down from each other. Our shared passion for the past brought us together and allowed us to form a strong bond. As many of you know, Mr. Hiers, James was a bit of a strange fellow, to say the least. That comment elicited a few chuckles from the audience, prompting him to say, but he was also one of the most compassionate and genuine people I've ever had the pleasure of knowing. He cared deeply about his students, about education, and about making a difference in the world. Mr. Fuller raised his eyes and looked out at the crowd, his voice filled with emotion. I am incredibly grateful for the time I had with James. He taught me so much, not just about history, but about life itself. I will carry the lessons he shared and the memories we made with me the rest of my life. He may be gone, but his spirit will live through the countless lives he touched and the positive impact he made on all of us. Rest in peace, my dear friend James. As Mr. Fuller walked down from the podium, he took a moment to compose himself, wiping away the tears that had escaped during his heartfelt words. The emotion in the room was palpable, a mixture of sadness, gratitude, and love for the man who had left a mark on so many of us. It was clear that Mr. Hiers' legacy would live on, not just in our memories, but in the way we carried ourselves and pursued our own dreams. In that sense, he would always be with us, guiding us forward and inspiring us to be the best versions of ourselves. After the ceremony, Mrs. Hiers called Mr. Fuller, Sarah, Jeb, Maddie, and me to a private meeting. She had a serious expression on her face as she began to speak. I wanted to wait until after the memorial service today to share this news with you all, she said, her voice wavering slightly. I've been contacted by one of the largest historical black college universities in the country, and they have asked for our blessing to rebuild the replica of your Brookes slave exhibit on their campus. We exchanged glances, unsure of what to say or how to feel about this unexpected development. Mrs. Ayres continued, I wanted to ask for your thoughts before making a decision. I know how much this project meant to James and all of you, and I think he would be honored to see it continue. The room was silent for a moment as we considered the implications of her words. Mr. Fuller was the first to speak up. I think it's an incredible gesture to honor Mr. Ayres' legacy, he said, his voice filled with conviction. He dedicated his life to education and understanding, and rebuilding the Brookes on the university campus would be a fitting way to continue his mission. Sarah, holding my hand tightly, nodded in agreement. Mr. Ayres believed in the power of knowledge to create change, she said. The exhibit would be more than just a tribute to those who suffered during the slave trade. It was also a way to educate and inspire future generations. I think he would be proud to see it live on to continue the important debate. Jeb and Maddie also expressed their support, and as I listened to their words, I couldn't help but feel a swell of pride for the small group of people who had come together to create something so meaningful. It was a testament to the impact Mr. Ayres had on all of our lives. I finally spoke up, echoing the sentiments of my friends. Mr. Ayres taught us the importance of understanding our past to shape a better future. By having an HBCU rebuild the Brookes on their campus, we can ensure that this simple message continues to reach and inspire others. It's the perfect way to honor his memory and his life's work. Mrs. Ayres, her eyes glistening with tears, nodded solemnly. Thank you, all of you. I can't tell you how much your support means to our family and me. James would be so proud to know that the work that you guys put into the exhibit will continue to educate and inspire others. As we left the funeral home that day, I couldn't help but feel a mixture of sadness and hope. While we had lost Mr. Ayres, his spirit would live on through the countless lives he had touched and the work that we would continue in his name. The bombing may have destroyed the exhibit, but it could never erase Mr. Ayres' impact on this community. We would ensure that his legacy and the legacy of the lessons learned that the Brookes represented live on. As we moved forward, I knew that Mr. Ayres would be with us in spirit every step of the way. This has been The Brookes Effect, written by Dean Hall, narrated by Daniel Pagoni. Copyright 2024 by Ronald Dean Hall. Production copyright by Ronald Dean Hall.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.